We are good to go. So, hello everyone. Welcome to your second day at AsiaBerlin Summit. Welcome from our panel. You've already had your official welcome. So, are you ready to discuss how you can use your data better? Thumbs up. Okay. So, just a show of hands, how many of you are actually aware of what are data unions? Great, so that's a good sign. That's why we are having this panel. And I think before we really dive deep into this topic, I want to give a little bit of context about data. So we all are producing a lot of data every day, even when we are not aware. And a person like me, I'm tracking it when I'm sleeping, when I'm exercising. And we think that we own this data, but that's not true. This data is making money for somebody else. And that's usually big corporates or companies that we are not even aware of. So in this panel, we'll try to create some awareness on how we can take some steps towards making better choices with our own data that we produce all the time. And for that, I have two very lovely panelists. There is Marlene from Data Union DAO, and I have Utbhav from Mozilla. So why don't you both start with a little bit of introduction about your project, you with what you are doing with Data Union DAO, and you probably with what's your role at Mozilla, and then we go straight into data unions.
Sure, that sounds great. Thank you for the introduction. So I'm the co-founder of the Data Union DAO. You might have not heard of the term DAO before, so to just make it very briefly, it stands for Decentralized Autonomous Organization, and you can think of it as sort of an internet LLC that is based on the blockchain. But we actually also have a normal Swiss registered company in addition to that. So that's just as a background, and basically what the Data Union DAO is all about is to empower internet users to give them back control over their personal data by producing tools that help users to monetize and sell and own their data. So the idea is that instead of Google and Facebook, people can now own their own data. And they also have a choice suddenly, like, do I want to sell my data? Do I not want to sell my data? Everyone can decide now for themselves. And that's what we're trying to achieve, and that's what we're working on.
Thank you. And you have similar missions at Mozilla.
Yeah, thanks, and thanks so much for having me as well. So I work in the public policy team at the Mozilla Corporation. Mozilla Corporation is most well known for being the nonprofit that develops the Firefox web browser. We've been around for about 23, 24 years now, and most of our work has been about keeping the internet a global public resource that's accessible to everyone. We do that in the public policy team by primarily advocating for laws and regulations that are both better for an open internet and for Mozilla's own products and services, like the Firefox web browser, like the Pocket app that lets you save and read articles online, and we also have VPN Relay and a couple of other projects, all of which have privacy and security at their mind. As a part of our work, I primarily lead product policy for Mozilla, which means that whenever there are laws and regulations that are either being developed or are about to be amended that would impact the internet in a manner that is tangible, such as privacy, competition, content regulation, platform accountability, we tend to speak on behalf of the Mozilla community. Because we're an open source project, we have a community of over 30 to 40,000 contributors around the world that contribute source code into the project, that help with translations, and that's been the genesis of the Mozilla project. And our public policy work is a way to both represent their interests as well as ensuring for example, for me, in like the Asia Pacific region, whether it's in India, Australia, Indonesia, Philippines, that laws and regulations keep some of the central tenets that have made the internet what it is today safe and secure.
Okay, thanks for the introduction. I mean, you touched a bit on the regulation part, and I know that you've worked in Asia for a long time in regulations, and now you moved to Berlin last year, and so we are going to dive deeper into that in the next part of this conversation. But the elephant in the room, the big question, what is a data union, Marlene? How would you explain it to a 15-year-old?
Yeah, sure. So a data union is a mechanism for people to crowdsource their data together collectively by opting in voluntarily, and then to crowdsell their data together along each other. And there are a couple of assumptions on which this is all building. So the first assumption is that actually the value of all your individual data is very, very small. So the data only has value once it is being aggregated. And that's what we're achieving by crowdsourcing the data together with other people. And the second assumption is, of course, that we want to give people a choice and sort of the ability to decide for themselves whether they want to sell their data or whether they want to keep it private, what kind of data they want to sell. Maybe they're very comfortable with selling, for example, the data of their vehicle, of their car, but they might not be comfortable selling their browsing history, and that's completely okay, and everyone should have that choice what they want to monetize and what they don't want to monetize. So there are a couple of different data unions that we are working with at the Data Union DAO, and we basically offer them the infrastructure to do so. So we offer them the payment rails, which are all on public blockchains, and we also offer them the data transportation rails and the data storage opportunities, which are also fully decentralized and permissionless, meaning that we as infrastructure providers actually cannot access that data. So it's in full control of the users. And some examples of these data unions that exist today in our ecosystem are, for example, Swash. So that is a browser plugin. You install that in 2 minutes, and then you're good to go, and then you can start earning while you're surfing the internet. And you can sort of select certain websites which you want to maybe exclude, and you could also, vice versa, include certain websites where you're very comfortable with selling these data points. Another data union that we have is called Demo. That's an app. You download that on your phone, and then you connect that with your car, and then you can start monetizing your car's data. So all the sensory data, or the battery lifespan, for example, is apparently a really, really interesting data point for car manufacturers. So that's something you can then start monetizing. And I think, especially in the example of the car, that's really something where I think a lot of people don't have any hesitation selling these kind of data, and they might have not even been aware that they can even monetize these data points. So we're kind of opening up new revenue streams for people, but we're also opening up the ability to crowdsource data sets which haven't been crowdsourced before, or which just don't exist so far. And I think there's also a really interesting opportunity here for innovation. For instance, if we're looking at medical data, if we find ways to tap into medical data in a consentful way, and also create incentives for people to share these data points, then we can actually really sort of help science advance by also sharing data and making data more open. Yeah.
Wow. So you already gave some examples of data unions that we can use tomorrow, like tonight, to even start earning, monetizing. Sounds like a great rosy picture. Ideally, I would like to have a world where I can own all my data, get money, maybe don't even have to work, and that's how I earn a living.
You won't get that much yet, unfortunately.
But that's my ideal scenario. Now let's go to the side where, we all know that regulation is a big part of it, right? And right now, as much as I know, excuse my ignorance, I feel there are no proper guidelines in terms of individuals being able to own their data. So whatever Marlene explained above, like, how do you feel this fits in the regulation scene, not just in EU, but in the world? Like, how far are we from this scenario?
Sure. So, I mean, I think before getting into the regulation question, it's important to understand what the notion of privacy means, right? Privacy is fundamentally something that laws and regulations, but also courts for quite some time now, including in Germany, which has some of the strongest sort of privacy regulations in the world, have held it to be an inalienable, inherent part of an individual and a human being, which means that it's unlike, say, property, which you can own, sell, buy, trade. Privacy as an ideal is something that is just like your right to a healthy life, your right to a clean environment, is inherent in who we are as individuals and human beings. And I think that laws and regulations that have been created around it, including the GDPR in Europe, India is considering its data protection law, Indonesia has one, Australia has had one for about 20 years, the United States has state-level laws now. All of them are fundamentally premised on this idea that what you are consenting to is your data being made available to other individuals or services or organizations for performing certain activities, but that data fundamentally still remains yours. And that consent, therefore, is something that can be revoked and granted. And regulations broadly operate under that paradigm. So when it comes to data unions, I think the interesting angle is how does the notional idea of collective bargaining, the same way that it exists in normal unions, like say, if we were to take the unions that I think most of us commonly understand are labor unions, right? Like the idea of a labor union is that a group of individuals can come together and say, we collectively demand these things, negotiate collectively, and have those conversations collectively. And that's the only real way to skew the very biased bargaining power that exists between, say, large employers or large technology companies. That's in the technology sector, that's an idea that's just beginning to gain steam. It's probably something that I think in the coming decade will have to be regulated in some form. One, there are arguments that many privacy laws don't allow for collective consent bargaining because they don't provide clarity on whether it can be done or not, what frameworks can it be done in, right? So just as an example, imagine the three of us form a union, take everyone else in this room and go to Google and say, we are a group of 120 people and we want to negotiate the terms and conditions that you may have for us with you. And then these are the terms that we will follow with. Right now, there is nothing under law that says that Google has to listen to us. And one would imagine that if laws and regulations do get created, it's a pretty dicey question, right? Like at what number? Does it mean that if 51% of your daily active users form a union and come and have a negotiation with you, you have to listen to them? How will that work technically? How will that work practically? How will it be enforced in courts? So I think that a lot of the work that's happening in the technology sector is establishing some of the foundations for this work that's beginning to happen now. But in the work that we've done within Mozilla so far, we've definitely seen that privacy and security still tend to be afterthoughts in many of these models in the way in which they're implemented. Not necessarily because the technology is bad or the technology is good, but because it's actually very hard to control. Imagine you do form a union and you negotiate with someone else to enforce laws and regulations for what are you going to do with my data? What if you don't do what you agreed to in this data? Will you take me to court? How will you enforce it? Once the harm has already occurred with data, who is accountable in that chain for consequences that the people who originally contributed that data into the union will face? Which is why our primary recommendation so far for most, and we call this data stewardship, like there are unions, there are trusts, there are various other models, is that privacy and security needs to be thought through much more than just the design of these systems, but also in how it's enforced and made accountable onto the other side of this, where there are users, there are intermediaries, and then there are individuals that benefit and access this data. And that accountability right now, just like in the rest of the technology sector, is pretty difficult to enforce.
Okay. And how would you rate data privacy regulations, EU? I know Asia Pacific is very big, but and other countries. Do you think who's at the top three according to you?
Sure. I mean, I would say that the GDPR here in Europe is certainly the gold standard for privacy regulation around the world. The EU has had privacy laws since the late 1980s, actually, in different forms, which is 15, 20 years before many other countries really started thinking about these ideals. So I would say Europe is number one, and it's a law that's implemented differently in most member stations, but is a really nice standard. If I had to pick a second one, I would certainly say Canada has a really good privacy regime. They've also had it since the early 1980s, actually. I think the world's first privacy law was in Canada, and they're also in the process of renewing and updating it, and some aspects of it are going to be slightly stronger than the GDPR because they've learned lessons from its enforcement. And the third would be Australia, also a place where it's been around for quite some time. If you notice the trend is countries and regions that have had the law for a long time have capacity to understand and enforce it. There's no point passing a law if you have 10 people sitting in an office trying to enforce it for 50 million people. You need infrastructure, you need like bureaucrats, you need like an ecosystem of privacy in order for privacy laws to become effective. And I think these three regions and countries have done a better job than most of the world in making that happen so far.
Wow. Okay, I didn't know about Australia, so thanks. I think I just want to like get some awareness. Like, how many of you really care who is using your data? Because okay, few. So see, like we still have some hands and that's always a conversation I have with my friends, because sometimes my photos are used because they don't think the consent is needed to put it on Instagram. Sometimes, and also they say, oh, I don't care who's using my data because as long as I'm getting services that I need, I don't care about it. So I think we are also falling short of time, but I want to really end with this question, and you all can still talk to our panelists later, that how do you think we can make people more aware of what are the consequences of their data being used by somebody they are not even aware of? And how are you both trying to solve this problem in your respective roles, I think this is something, a good note to leave the audience with. And then, of course, we are here for more discussions. So with you, Marlene, we start.
Yeah, I think that's actually a very interesting question because obviously there are so many different scenarios under which the data can be misused, right? So I think that would be the first part to distinguish there in the different cases. And I think us as like an infrastructure provider or the technology that we are offering, we're basically a SaaS company, like a software as a service, what we're offering to builders and to other companies who then use that infrastructure to create these data unions. And of course, we have an important role there because we can also refuse someone from actually using that technology. Sure, it's all open source, but we can kind of put out a warning, or we can sort of step away from them and kind of create a separation and say that we don't support like their use case, for instance. Mm-hmm. That is one way how we can solve that from an internal perspective. But I think, yeah, beyond that, to kind of raise awareness among people what can happen with their data, I think probably still one of the best ways to do that is actually like investigative journalism and sort of the investigative stories occasionally which pop up around like the misuse of data, which I think really raises the awareness. But yeah, that being said, I think another very important factor is also how the data is being handled in terms of the security. So how is the data actually being stored? Is there an easy way to like hack that data or for it to get leaked, right? Or is it in a place where only the company has access to it, or those who have consentfully been chosen to have access to that data? And I think that's a very important aspect as well, right? Because there might be some things like medical data, for example, where we're very comfortable maybe to share it for research purposes if it's de-anonymized. No, if it's anonymized, I mean, of course. But it might be that we actually don't want to share that with our friends, for instance, right? So I think it depends always very much on the use case. Yeah.
Yeah.
I think there is not like one perfect answer, unfortunately.
Yes. But it still gives a good perspective. So, and what's your answer to that?
I think that two main things. The first is for the vast majority of the world, the idea that privacy is something that even should exist is not true, right? Like it's something that we, I think, in this room may say is a common fundamental human right. It's mentioned in XYZ places. But if you just take India as an example, in 2017, the Indian government argued in the Indian Supreme Court that there was no fundamental right to privacy.
Oh, wow.
Right? And there were reasons for that. The reasons were that there were projects that would have taken longer and been harder to implement in practice if it were to be elevated to the level of a fundamental right. The Supreme Court disagreed and unanimously held that there is a fundamental right to privacy, but it begins with that. I think that, like, firstly, making sure that it is actually even recognized as a right that everyone enjoys, that can be enforced against private entities and the state, because there are over 120, 130 like laws and regulations around the world that say privacy is important, but almost none of them, I think, treat it at the threshold of at which it needs to exist. Right, the United States of America, biggest tech economy in the world at the moment right now, does not have a federal privacy law. Like, there is, and it was now very recently was the first proper law that was proposed, and it's now going through the processes there, right? So the first is actively working towards spreading raising awareness on why this is even a thing that governments should take seriously and should protect, right? It's sort of like imagine if I told you 20 years ago that only 100 countries had laws that pertain to the environment. Like, that would seem pretty ridiculous, because every country has laws that pertain to the environment, but that linkage between privacy and like your digital well-being being treated at the same threshold, I think, is the first. And the second is it actually being designed into products. I think any product or service that will wait for a legal obligation to be created to have good privacy and security services, we are already seeing that the general awareness in consumer markets for privacy is increasing quite rapidly, right? When people choose more privacy protecting services, when they choose a browser that is more privacy preserving than other browsers, it's because their friends talk about it. Like, they don't want to see an ad for something that they just looked up on the internet a couple of days ago and is now following them on the fifth website generally on the internet. And people are starting to realize and recognize that. So organizations that provide services in the technology sector should make privacy and security a benchmark, like, independent of what their legal obligation is, keeping in mind that users are getting smarter when it comes to the use of technology. Because we're in a very nascent stage. Like, most of the things we're talking about are just 20 years old, right? So as time evolves, I think in order to retain that competitive advantage, incorporating them in your product is pretty important.
Wow, there's so much. I wish I had like something to take notes. But I think we started 7 minutes late, and that's why we are late on this panel. But I'll quickly summarize some takeaways. That is that, please use the data unions, or at least try the data unions that were discussed today, where you can own your data. Think before you like, share, subscribe, take recommendations online. And probably third, something like, read more articles on this to know more. And we are here. If you have questions, you can write to us on Twitter. We can also do a Twitter Spaces if that's interesting for you and this topic interests you. And hope we made you a little more aware about data unions and added some curiosity. Thank you very much, Marlene and Udbhav. It was great talking to you.
Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you so much.
Yeah.
You know who made it.
Hello? Am I audible? Yes. Yes. Good afternoon, Berlin. Very happy to see you here. Let's start the panel. I know we're just before lunchtime, but I'd like to invite my wonderful panelists, very experienced in scale-ups. I'd like to invite Varun Sridhar, CEO of Paytm Money. And as I do that, please welcome Mohammed, CEO of Autobahn Security. All right, let's start with a question. How many of you in this audience have scaled startups or businesses to international markets? Raise of hands. Very good. Of course. And I would like to invite maybe two of you to tell us that what, according to you, has been maybe one fuck up, if I might call it straight up. Well, sorry. Okay. One of the F-ups that you have experienced as you scale to new markets, who's going to be bold enough to be vulnerable here? Anyone? No. Yes?
Hired the wrong people in a market that was not familiar to us.
Very nice, hiring the wrong people. Anyone else? Karina?
Actually, that's what I was going to say, but actually, just to forget about every new market is very, very different. So just be humble enough and listen and feedback.
Okay, Karina says that markets are different and forgetting that all markets are the same is one of the F-ups. So we've already are to a great start. Let me start with, first of all, hello, I'm Tina. Currently, I'm co-founder and CEO of Volument. Before this, we had a wonderful data privacy discussion. We are building, Volument, for those who don't know, is building a web analytics tool that is privacy-friendly and insight-led. Previously, I've had two other startups, and I've also helped startups grow internationally, so I guess I can be here asking tough questions to our panelists. Over to you, Varun. Would love to hear about you as well.
Very briefly, thank you for listening to us. We were like worried that the panel people on stage outweigh the audience, right? So that was our first, at least that's solved. That's solid, that's good, right? But beyond that, so I work with a company called Paytm Money in India, and we are an investment brokerage firm. And I also represent Paytm, which is India's largest payment company. Thank you. Pleasure to be with all of you. And we'll talk later about startups that I at least have tried and not succeeded in.
And what about you, Mohammed?
Yeah, thanks, Varun. Thank you, Tina. Yeah, my name is Mohammed. My friends call me Mo. I guess my first startup was at the age of 12. Funny enough, the most successful one, I would say, hindsight, because I didn't know anything. As you grow older and you have mileage that becomes visible, you learn a couple of things, and usually you get invited on stage when you've done like at least one successful thing, and people ask you, "Hey, how do you do this success?" And my answer is always, "Let me talk about my failures first," and they are far more than any success that you would interpret as success. What I currently do is I try to scale a business called Autobahn Security, which is a cybersecurity SaaS company for non-security experts. We're already global. We have an office in Hong Kong, in Indonesia, in Berlin, in Dubai, and in Singapore. So pretty Asia-centric, with customers in all continents, actually. Yeah, happy to be here.
Thank you, Mo, and thank you, Varun. Okay, so without spending more time, I think we just go straight to the point. What, according to you, are some of the F-ups that you've experienced as you've scaled to different markets? So, Varun, let's start with you.
I think as you go along, maybe 2-3 different topics that you could look at. I think the first biggest issue is about misestimating revenues. So a lot of problem starts because people are over optimistic about what you can make. And because you're over optimistic, what you end up doing is creating the cost for it, right? So what ends up happening is, let's say you believe the revenue pool is 100 million. Everybody believes that the 100 million belongs in their pocket, right? But what they forget is there are 100 million other people working on the same 100 million. So your best shot is maybe 1%, right? And that is if you're good, right? Because ideas have no value, implementation does. So the first biggest problem you have is you do that. So for example, I had completely overestimated revenue pools in a business that I was launching with a phone OEM on financial services in India. The good thing was we realized it very, very early, right? Like our Excel sheet never matches reality. And so we said, okay, if that's not matching, how do we quickly adapt? Good for us that we hadn't built permanent cost structures, right? So for us, when I was doing that business, we didn't hire like crazy because the easiest part is to hire, the toughest part is to actually fire and continue business. Firing is easy, firing and continuing business is tough, right? So that was one example which we felt. The second example, I think, is underestimating the power of partnerships, right? So one of the things completely people underestimate is, like Paytm now runs a partnership in Japan. We are Japan's leading payment company. It's called PayPay Japan. Yesterday, there's somebody from Kobe, and I said, which payment app do you use? And she said, PayPay. And I said, do you know that PayPay is Paytm? She said, no, it's a Japanese app. I said, sure, it's Japanese, but the technology behind is completely Indian, and we do the job for it. And she didn't believe me till today, right? So, then I showed her my card, and she said, no, it's Japanese. I said, yeah, okay. I said, it's Japanese for you, right? But I think I learned that after having so many issues and at least 4 or 5 major projects failing, because even within a country, there are experts, there are people who are good at some things. Realizing what you're good at is the single most important factor on the opposite. So, for example, if I'm running a fintech, I need to know what I'm good at. We are good at technology. We are good at product, right? What we are not good at is maybe understanding Germany ever. So if I was to ever come here, I think 90% of the team, 90% of the people have to be Germans, right? Have to be people who understand how Berlin is different from Munich. I'm not going to solve that by traveling, right?
Absolutely, and I think you bring out a very important point that also to what Karina said, that markets are different, and if it's okay to accept that you don't understand certain pieces and to bring in an expert and leave the ego aside a little bit. Mohammed, what's your maybe top 2 or 3 F-ups here? That comes from personal experience, a bit of context, an example would be lovely.
Yeah, I think the first one, which is 20 years ago, is having the wrong investors from the start. I think that's something that you can't fix. Everything, I always tell my team, whatever you do, I can fix it. Worst thing is I put money on the table and fix the client situation. Everything centered around investor and cap table cannot be fixed. You're screwed for good. I've shut down a business with 80% gross product margin e-commerce business because I hated my investors. I just didn't want to complete the round. I refused to sign the next round. My first startup was a B2B startup where the investors told me, and sometimes they have good ideas, and you should listen. In 99% of the cases, they have absolutely no clue. This is why they're investors, because they have no clue. Otherwise, they would build businesses, which is much more fun. Excuse me, Karina.
I'm going to definitely ask a few investors in the...
No, but so the first investor told me, you should hire salespeople from within the industry to sell your disruptive startup idea. I hired 10 people, took them out of employments that were 10 years plus, killed their family situation. They had houses and mortgages and God knows what. And after 1.5 years, I, at the age of 24, was the only one who sold. And my entire team didn't sell a dime, right? And I paid, I think, 1 million Deutschmarks back then. See how old I am? Deutschmarks to headhunters to find these people. And then I had to let them go. So the first thing is, don't listen to people who haven't done it before, be it investors or anybody else. They have to have had really this hit at the same industry or a similar industry with a similar run. That's number one. I think that F-up I will never repeat again. The second thing is around people. I agree. When you have a rotten tomato on the team and you have all signals that it's a rotten tomato, but it's the CTO and it's essential for the business. Trust me, this person is not essential to the business. It's essential to remove this person from the business. So I had one situation in fast forward, so that was 2011. I had the head of sales in a B2C business, head of procurement actually in a B2C business. He carried 90% of my sales. The stuff that he bought was a Guild.com clone in the Middle East, 90%. Hired his brother-in-law, didn't tell us it was the brother-in-law, hired the roommate for his brother-in-law, so carried literally 90% of the business, and they were bullying everyone. One day I took the brother-in-law and I just let him go. The guy rushed into my office, VP, said, you can't fire him, man, I own your business. I'm like, you're fired. That month, after I removed the 3 of them carrying 90% of it, we doubled our sales because everyone else stepped up. That's what Rotten Tomatoes do. They keep your potential low and keep it to themselves. I think that's the number 2. I could tell you 10 more, but I think I don't want to eat the time.
Thank you so much. That's very helpful. So you talked about, let's just unpack these a little more because I think we rather leave it 2, 3 really good ones than discuss like 15 others. So tell me about when you talk about the cap table and choosing the right investors. I'm a founder too, and this morning I had a conversation with our co-founders, and we were like, we need to find the right investors, the quality of money that comes into the cap table. Help me understand, how do you decide, or the founders around, what is the 1 or 2 statement guidance about choosing your investors, like maybe a few traits? So once you do that, Varun, I'll come to you with the same question.
Yeah, I could answer in an easy way or in a complicated way. First of all, I get this question very often from people I mentor or people, younger startup kids. The problem is you can't choose your investor all the time. It depends on the market, it depends on the segment you're in, it depends on the founder team, et cetera, et cetera. Right. So many components, right? But let's say, like me, in my lucky position at the moment, I run a cybersecurity SaaS startup. That's like the 2 hottest things next to fintech on the planet. And I get calls from VCs from overseas, right? So people with the biggest names, they're like, hey, we came across, we'd like to talk to you. And I'm like, hey, I don't need money right now. But at the end of the day, what do you look for? Yeah. First of all, and that's rule of life for me, not only for looking for investors. I got this from a guy who used to sell me döner sandwiches when I was 18. He told me, never do business with a guy whose nose you don't like. I think that's the first thing. You need to have personal sympathy. If you don't like the person, don't do business with them. Why? Because when really it gets tough, or when it gets successful, you will spend dozens of hours with this person in one room. And it counts for the VC as well. You don't want to invest money in a person you hate, or you dislike at least, right? So there needs to be some sympathy. There needs to be the same wavelength in terms of intellectual discussion capacity and argumentation style. Right. And the third thing is, what is the value that I get from my investor? And money is not value. Because money is literally, go to Saudi Arabia, you get money, right? But does it add the value that you need? Which is, for me, for example, a network in the US to launch in the US, or someone in India who can help me launch in India, or someone in China who opens up China for me, or someone who has enough firepower for the next 3 years to attract more investors, et cetera, et cetera.
Yeah, I think these are very, very valid and important points. I think defining and understanding what value means to you and not just the investors from the money that they put in is very, very important to have that kind of introspection within the team as well, right? Varun, I'm pretty sure you deal with stakeholders and investors here. As you scale to new markets, people have different points of views. And how do you really manage that in terms of, India is ruthless with execution and super fast, much to learn from. How do you look at, as you scale to new markets, how do you manage that, knowing the market realities versus maybe the ambition of stakeholders who might be putting pressure?
So I'll just take the first question, because I think I just wanted to add a few things and then I'll go to markets. I think from an investor perspective, the hard truth of life is a lot of young startups don't have choice, right? Like, if you need money, you need money. It's as simple as that, right? And Paytm, for example, sold 20% of the stake of the company for $10,000 at one moment, right? So a lot of people ask the founder, why did you do it, right? Because today it's worth billions of dollars. But back then, at that very moment, that one investor who took that call, like yesterday we heard Young, and he was one of the first people in Zoom, right? You can't choose your investors all the time. Depends on what situation. Today, I can sit here and tell you I choose my investor, right? But it's very difficult when you're at that moment where you have to press the button and there's just one person giving you money. What I've realized with time is, at least I have 3 small tricks, which are very practical tricks. I spend at least minimum 18 to 24 hours with my investor or any startup. I tell them, have you actually clocked 18 to 24 hours with the investor? Now that's tough, right? Because this is not, you're not having coffee, tea, dinner, right? You're actually working in a room, and that's how I count my hours, right? So what you end up doing in those 18, 24 hours is important. So trick 1 is, typically I do scenario analysis, right? I do scenario play. So I get on the board and decision trees, I just do forward play. I say, if this happens, then what? If that happens, then what? And so on and so forth. And basis that, we develop 5, 6 models and show it to the person and say, okay, look, if the regulator completely changes the business model, my revenues go from 100 to 0, what are you going to react? Right? What's your reaction? So this is one golden rule which we play out, positive scenarios and negative scenarios. So you get to understand a bit what the investor will do. What it also does is when you're actually in the situation, it's not a new conversation. You're like, hey buddy, a year back I showed you this Excel sheet, and your investor can tell you, look, market's changed, forget that conversation, let's start fresh. But at least you're ready, right? The second trick, at least I follow, is more often than not, I ask investors a lot of questions. I'm saying, tell me your bad deals. Most people taking money don't ask questions back, right? But you should. You should learn to quiz an investor and put them on the wall, because they're going to put you on the wall anyway every day, right? So typically, if an investor comes to us and says, hey, look, I want to put money with you, I'm like, that's fine. What's been your worst deal, right? And the person will not tell you, right? He will skirtishly answer the question, he or she. Then you get deeper and deeper and deeper, and then you say, I want to talk to that person, right? So typically, I validate, because investor is validating you in any case, right? So I actually go up and say, hey, you want my time for the next 10 years? Perfectly fine. I just need to talk to this one person and do a ref check on you, right? And most people who are very sincere will allow that, right? And the third trick I often find is don't talk to one person in a firm, ever, 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 because you can be so misled. There's always 2, 3 people. Every person has a boss. Every person has a colleague, right? So I often try and enlarge the audience a bit, because then, when you're casually sitting with the person, hey, how's this person to work to? Have you done holidays together? Do you go out to dinner together? You'll quickly know the answer. Like if 2 people have not even gone out to dinner, but they say they are co-founders and they run a firm, you know the answer, right? So some of these things are very personal, but yeah, and that's why I have this golden 18 to 24-hour rule before any investor gets onboarded onto our company.
Fair enough. We have to rush up, but we did a little digressing here a little bit, but I think these are important things, because investment will help you initiate growth and you will always be hiring super fast. Anyone in the audience probably has a question. We can do maybe 1, max 2, because I know Varun has to rush to the airport. Anyone? Yes. Oh. Yes, yeah.
I mean, to both of them, so what was the biggest F-up in a way? But we heard the F-ups are the learning opportunity, but something where you thought in the moment, like, okay, world is going to end, but at the end, what did you take out of it? What was that?
So I used to run this startup for BNP Paribas. I was trying to launch a consumer finance company in India. We were 30 days from launch. We were 200 people. We spent a ton of money, regulation, license, 3 years of hard work. They called me and said, you have to shut it down, right? And I said, okay, I'll spin this off. I needed about $100 million to buy that company out. I had maybe $10,000 in my bank account. I went to the board and said, I want to buy this company, right? And they said, how are you going to do it? I said, hey, look, that's my problem. Give me 6 months, I've earned you enough. But it was 5 months and 25 days. I had 6 more days on my SPA to find a partner. I couldn't. And at the end, Oppo from China called. I flew down to China, signed it in the last 6 hours. It got signed. After that, my startup did become a reality. We did launch. We did break even. I celebrated my break-even cake. So we actually cut a cake and we said we broke even in 12 months at scale at a $20 million revenue run rate. And a week later, I had to close it down because of political tensions between India and China and funding and licensing and et cetera, et cetera. But along the journey, every time there's been a closure, what I really feel happy about is none of the people whom I worked with in those 2 years ever got fired. So I made sure that every family got what they wanted. And at the end of the day, I lost a lot of personal money, but a bunch of other people, I made sure that it was fine. So, it's very unpredictable, but as bad as it looks, there's always light at the end of the tunnel, right? So that was really nice for me.
Right. I'm going to quickly take in one more question.
Yeah, thank you very much. I have a question. If you are launching a new market, you are more or less starting from scratch. And typically, if you are running a successful startup in your home market, you will have strong competitors. So what's the strategy to overcome this situation in a foreign market?
I think it sounds a little bit arrogant, but I don't mean it in an arrogant way. But I take a lot of examples from sports. If you win your next game, you win the league. So I don't care how my competitors look like. What I care about is what my next competitor at my next game looks like, and I try to be better. in a very specific customer situation, I try to be better. I'm not scared by competition, because if you think in the grand scheme of things, if you look at, for example, my cybersecurity industry, which is a market that is dozens of billions of dollars today in vulnerability management, growing at a scale of 30, 40% year on year, you know what, if I make 0.1% of this market, I'm fine. If I'm ranked number 100 in terms of competition, I'm also fine, right? I just need to do my gig. And I think we center around excellence internally and really doing the right things for your customers, and then you will beat your competition. So, however, and maybe allow me this one sentence, if you look at a market, you need to look at the entire, let's say, Porter's 5 forces, right? You have political situations, you have competitive situations. I don't overrate the competitive situation, but I look very, very at the political situation. For example, I would not open a branch in China. I would not sell my cybersecurity software to a government entity in Saudi Arabia, for example, etc. pp. There are certain things where I say this would harm my competitive advantage that I have in the product.
Excellent. Fantastic discussion. I hope you all enjoyed it. Please feel free to connect with us on LinkedIn and let us know that you saw us on AsiaBerlin. Thank you very much. And
Welcome to the AsiaBerlin TV show Day 2. And today, I would like to start a little bit differently. As you can see, this is my beloved studio and my beloved teammate who helped to make this TV show a reality. And I'm not missing you out, so you can actually see what's happening here. And that's the heat of the event. Many people are connecting and amazing speakers are there. And the NFT exhibition is all there. And if you actually turn around a little bit, behind me, you definitely can see that. That is the booth to a lot of startups. There's something going on there, innovation, technology, that you do not want to miss out. So, without further ado, let me go back to the studio and give you the show today. Let's start. Hello, everyone. Again, please leave a comment and let us know how you're feeling today, whether you like the program, which part do you like the most, or even if you're here in Berlin, if you just like the food and drinks, let us know. We are all welcome with compliments, of course. And today, in Day 2, what I really like about is that today we have the most interesting topics, in my opinion. Don't you want to hear about a project about some plane flying vertically, and that's for human, not just flying a drone? And do you want to hear about some metaverse 3D virtual world that is to the next level to care about the user as well? And also, do you want to hear some interview about leaders from SAP talking about the future? And it's all happening today. So guys, even if you're in Berlin right now, grabbing your lunch, you do not want to miss it. So take a coffee, take your drink, sit down, and enjoy the show. Welcome back. So to kickstart with the amazing TV show today, the first program is actually about a plane. And this idea just came yesterday. As I was walking around this venue, I was thinking, can I bring you guys a local experience in the venue here? Actually, when you walk through to the entrance, what you see is an amazing plane here. It's an amazing model. And I was wondering, can we show you something about this? And that's why today I'm so happy to have Johannes here from NEX Aerial to show us about this amazing project. Welcome, Johannes.
Hi, Isaac. Nice to be here. Thank you.
Yes, how are you feeling today so far?
I'm pretty amazing. So the show is really great. We have a lot of diverse audience here, and we enjoy it a lot.
Cool. You know, for everyone who just come to this venue here, you get the most attention because of the amazing 3D model. I know you have some footage and pictures to show us, but you can guide us through it. But first of all, can you tell us what about this plane model a little bit?
So maybe first a few words about our company. So NEX Aero, we are just 1.5 years old, based in Berlin, and we are building the world's first hydrogen fuel cell powered long-range eVTOL. So say air taxi for passenger transport. And as you mentioned, we have our flying prototype. It's a 25% scale model here, and it's quite exciting to show it here.
Amazing. Actually, can we see some things so that people can actually see the plane already, so they can visualize the idea?
Yeah, so we actually brought a picture, and with the picture, I guess you can see that we are aiming for a passenger transport, and it is long distance. For us, long distance means beyond 500 kilometers plus reserves at high speeds, and that's quite important. So it will be beyond 260 kilometers per hour, and can go from here non-stop to, let's say, Warsaw or Munich and so on.
Wow, beyond 260 kilometers per hour, right?
Yes, yes.
Wow, you know, even though people said in Germany it's the Autobahn fantasy that you can drive as fast as you can, but me personally never experienced a car here more than 260 kilometers per hour. So I'm really looking forward to this one already, actually. But please, let's get back a little bit. Tell us, how do you have this idea in your mind, or what kind of problem are you trying to solve with this plane project?
Yeah, I mean, in the future, we definitely need to stop burning fossil fuels. So we need to keep the carbon in the ground, and we need to move to a fully sustainable energy future. And hydrogen will be one important part of this. And so the whole ecosystem is preparing, and we see that you don't need to travel more, you need to travel more efficient. And this will be more energy efficient, for example, than an ICE bullet train. And traveling fast and efficient point to point, that's kind of the goal we're after.
Okay, I see. Because the word air taxi is like really fancy. For me, it's even kind of luxury. It was supposed to be only made for people who are extremely rich. But so what is the target audience when it comes to this air taxi?
I mean, to be honest, in the beginning, yes, any new technology will be a bit more expensive than usual. We see a market where even with a few hundred vehicles in service, you already can give an interesting network, which is not that much more expensive than, let's say, for example, traveling with a first-class ticket in Lufthansa or Deutsche Bahn or similar.
I see. Okay. So how is your status so far in this project? Like, where are you? Because you say you have this 25 scale model, but when can we expect to see something, or what's the next step?
Yes, so the 25% model for us is really validating our engineering. It's 4-meter wingspan, and it is just a few months away from flying with a fuel cell from our technology partner for the very first time. Our next step within the next 14 months will be building a 50% version with a liquid-cooled fuel cell, and that is kind of the technology brick that we need to develop and towards certification. We have a team of 7 by now, since roughly a year, and we are preparing. So until now, we fully bootstrapped everything, moving very fast, and now we are preparing the first small investment round combined with a research grant, and then towards the end of the year, preparing for a bigger investment round.
Wow. It might seem little, but to me, there has already been a milestone that you have, a lot of milestones that you have already achieved. So how, for such a big, amazing project, how did you even get the support here in Berlin? Because you're based in Berlin, so how can you get all these things together and make it happening?
Yeah, there are a lot of puzzle pieces that need to come together. And we decided from the very get-go that we will keep it completely under the radar in stealth mode until we have something that we are willing to show. And also our whole modeling, how the vehicle looks. I mean, this is kind of the third iteration on how the configuration looks. And we kept it in stealth mode until June of this year and made it public on the Green Tech Festival in Tegel, which was an amazing event with a relevant audience. And so now that we have all of this in place, we started to build our network and to reach out and to show the project at a state where we can kind of ourselves be sure that this is not just something reasonable, but that it is doable.
Okay, you mentioned about connecting with the network, right? And is there any particular reason why you choose Berlin as compared to other cities over the world?
Yeah, absolutely. So, I mean, one obvious would be to go to Bavaria or Paris or something. What we see is that moving forward, relevant talent will be the biggest bottleneck. And being able to draw from the pool of diverse talent for software, but also hardware in Berlin, and also with this diverse vibe in Berlin is quite important, and also being able in the future to draw international talent. And this is our reasoning why we want to do this in the heart of Berlin.
I see. And before we move on to, because I really want to ask you more about the international talent, but since you're in Berlin, in your opinion, yeah, you mentioned Paris and Bavaria, but any other particular point about Berlin or even the ecosystem? Because you told me yesterday that you were in the drivery ecosystem, right? So can you just share a little bit how they have been helping you? How was the cooperation so far?
Yes, I mean, so until very recently, we were kind of a classical garage and basement startup. So we built everything in the garage, and now we are at the point where we get to a more day-to-day work on this, and the drivery is the perfect starting point because they focus on mobility and sustainability at the same time with a focus on hardware startups. So they have a lot of engineering workshops, electronic workshops, and literally large garages where you can build hardware in a fast-paced manner.
Okay, I see. And you mentioned just now about the international talent. So on behalf of the Asian region, which some people think is the future, I have to say, do you have any plan to hire talents from Asia, actually? Because I guess there must be so many software engineering, etc.
Yeah, I mean, once the project is accelerating, we know that we will have several entities, probably also in the US, but definitely also in Asia, because we have a modular setup of what we are creating, and we need the best talent in the world. And if you are only in one place, then you kind of reach saturation sooner or later. So you have to diversify, and Asia is a large talent pool coming out of universities and really being inspiring in that regard.
Perfect, and that sounds like music to my ears already. We have a few minutes left, and I was just wondering when can the audience actually have the luxury to see some video about the plane so they can better visualize?
Okay, so about our flying prototype, we actually brought a small video where you can see it flying. And so this is very recently, just a few weeks back, and as you can see by now, the prototype, which is quite large, is flying pretty stable. That took us some time and also some crashes, to be honest, especially of a smaller version of this. And this is the flight controller that we also will be using in the 50% version. And as you can see by now, also the landings are pretty smooth.
Wow. I won't have one already, actually. I really wish I can do this so I can just go to Munich pretty soon and just come back already.
It's a long road, we are aware of that, but it's definitely worth it. And as you might have seen in the video, we have 3 technology partners, especially Intelligent Energy for the fuel cell stack is the world-leading aerospace manufacturer for fuel cells, being the first one in 2008 to fly such a system. And yeah, so we are quite lucky to have such great partners.
Yeah, and just a personal note, I want to let you know what I like the most about this particular plane project is, maybe it's silly, but I actually like that it's vertically taking off, because we all have been on planes. Everybody has been on plane already, but not everyone has a chance to be on a helicopter. And so for me, this is really innovative that I can try something vertical. But actually, is there some reason why behind you want to do it vertically?
Absolutely. So if you want to go closer to the communities, you need to be able to have a minimum footprint on the landing area you need. And so if you need to build a whole runway of several hundred meters wherever you want to put your infrastructure, then that is a huge burden. And so the vertical takeoff and landing, which is the hard part, is kind of a huge enabler in the whole mobility system.
Understood. So do you have any other final message to our Asian audience or the people here about your amazing project, or if they want to know more about to help you as well?
Yeah, I mean, close to our DNA is collaboration. We saw this from the very get-go with our partners, and we see now that we are moving in this future of sustainability, we need a lot of collaboration because there are a lot of new technologies converging, and this is nothing that anyone and any entity can do on its own.
Thank you. That's very beautiful. So thank you so much once again, Johannes, for your introduction.
Isaac, it was a pleasure. Thanks.
I wish you all the best, and I'm really looking forward to the one day that I can take that air taxi to come to this AsiaBerlin Summit. I know it might not be happening the next few months, but I feel like the future is worth waiting for. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
In Europe.
Entrepreneurs and corporates come together.
Well, being a member of the factory to us means home. I met my co-founders here, first customers. For us, it's really home.
I think in the factory community space, you have a very interesting atmosphere where you're passing big corporate members and founders of companies on a daily basis. You get to know their face, you are seeing them most days. There is a large Slack community, there's a lot of events running, and these people come to be really people that you almost call friends.
Actually, many partnerships happened through the fact that I went to an event and I actually met some interesting people, and we started working together.
Of course, we want to attract talent. People, like, we can always tell them what we're doing, but once we go with them to the factory and tell them you can also work here, they're like, wow, this is cool.
We get invited to events where we're exposed to other investors, where we're exposed to customers, potential customers, where we're exposed to talented people who we might want to hire.
We had the opportunity to be in Silicon Valley, then we came back and it was clear to us as founders that if we want to make this a successful company, we need to be at factory.
Now, after being into this plane project about flying. But for those of you, we cannot fly away now, don't you worry, because I know that there's one topic which is really interesting and trendy these days, the metaverse. In the metaverse world, you can fly instantly to anywhere you want. And actually, I have some confession before we introduce our amazing speaker here, is that I know it's so trendy, but to be honest with you guys, 15 years ago, I already have tried this thing once because I was so nerdy. Oops, now you know my age. But I guess that's okay since I'm Asian, right? The funny thing is at that time I played a game which was developed by IBM. They even have a virtual currency there. And they claim that if you don't like your life right now, you can have a second life. And yes, that's the game I played for the second life. But then the only problem was I was so scared about my data. I was scared that my parents would find out that my second life fantasy, that I don't want to be a lawyer, investment banker, whatever, that I want to be a designer. But now, when I heard about a company called United, they talk about they care about user first rather than the company, and they care about the data, I was hooked. So today, I'm so proud to invite Florence, the CEO of United, to talk about this amazing project. Welcome on board.
Thank you very much for having me.
Yes, and I already like that how we are like fitting Men in Blue already, right?
Fantastic. Good choice.
Thank you so much. So could you guys a little bit about this United project? What is the reason behind and what is it about?
Absolutely, very happy to do that. So we founded United World, United Limited, because we saw that a whole bunch of metaverse applications, there's one metaverse and there's a multitude of applications, so just to be clear with that, right? Okay. Like Second Life was one of the applications. We found that a whole lot of applications aren't actually fit for purpose. They are designed with a business-first perspective, and that means that you have a whole lot of spaces with businesses in there, but no users, no end users, no consumers. And that partially is a design flaw, because metaverses haven't been designed by women for women. They haven't been truly inclusive. They have a high barrier of entry. They're very complicated, and it needs to be low code, no code, easy to access, and truly inclusive and diverse. And that's why we set out on that journey to create something different.
Yeah, that really rings a bell. I remember when I played that game a long time ago, I only see guys mostly. And actually there was not much interaction also with female or female designer or developer. But perhaps, I believe, a picture worth thousands of words. I know you have some footage to let us visualize your idea, right?
Absolutely.
Shall we?
Yeah, shall we? Sure. Yeah,
please.
Absolutely.
Welcome. The metaverse will change our lives. It will dissolve the boundaries between the virtual and the physical world. But what makes the metaverse? Why isn't it simple enough to transfer existing websites into a 3D world? We are United, and we have been living and working in what is now called the metaverse for many years. We already wore augmented shoes 10 years ago and built 3-dimensional learning journeys. Workshops and events in 3D worlds aka metaverse have been normal for us for many years. Today we are building part of the next internet, the metaverse. We are the easiest way for businesses and brands to create and own their presence in the open metaverse. We are the first company to offer concepts that support and promote diversity and inclusion for all people. We don't just love technology. In our experience, it is necessary that it supports all people with different backgrounds and abilities and offer clear added value. We are open source. We create an open metaverse without technical silos, without black boxes, and without closed systems. We are United Open Metaverse, made with love, experience, and lots of sci-fi infusions.
Wow, that video has already shown so much more promising things that I've ever seen before already. So now, let's get into the details. You mentioned that you have a very different approach. Can you tell us a bit more how differently and how did you achieve that?
Well, first of all, we believe in open source, right? We think that decentralization and metaverse is much about bringing different technologies together, one of them being blockchain, representing decentralized ideas, and the open source community, they work really well together. You know, having proprietary solutions in silos and a decentralized approach like on the metaverse doesn't really work, that doesn't gel together. So that's something that we do fundamentally different. And also we don't really have any legacy systems, which means that we can really recreate something or create something that's fundamentally different and works and is fit for purpose.
I see, okay. You also mentioned about user-first approach, right? So how do you actually, in practical sense, to focus on the user first?
Well, the users are the end users. They're the humans, right? They're not the companies. They aren't the first ones. If you bring in a company into the metaverse, then you have a really cool shop or something, but you have no people that are there. They don't feel at home. So we need to focus on arts and culture first, that we create a social fabric that people actually can identify with, that you have fan groups with. It can be football, it can be anything, it can be visual arts, etc., right? And then we focus on education, because that's a big part, to be able to actually work and live within the metaverse. And then we bring in the people, give them a home, so that they feel at home in that environment. And only then, when we have traction, when we got users, then we're going to invite companies to then also participate.
Ah, okay, I got it. But I also guess you would talk to the companies as well, right? Because they would not be ignored definitely. So are they the second one, the second step? How is it?
It's actually the last step, but there's a huge synchronicity, because the companies nowadays aren't all ready to go into the metaverse. They don't have the capabilities within their organization. They don't understand the value streams. So in the meantime, we're actually smartening them up. We're educating them. We're creating companies' capabilities. And we're looking for the communities to actually then gel them together and match them together.
Ah, okay, now I got it. It just reminds me a long time ago, before the internet bubble, it was, for example, the Instagram, Facebook thing. It all happened with the user, keep sharing the content. It was driven by the user first, right? And then the company adapt to that.
Yes, user-first approach is paramount.
I love it. So what about data? I know that data is kind of a tricky topic in Germany, but since this is also the things that you mentioned a lot, please tell us about how's the data part.
Yeah, you know my background is in data, and that's what I'm very passionate about. And I believe that we left the playing field entirely over to the big American corporations that suck all the data and then give very little back. And I think in the future you need to have a very different approach to data privacy as well as data ownership. Right? So putting that on the blockchain and giving people the ability to manage their own data, also to potentially monetize them, is super important for the future. Because a data set, for example, for a lawyer is worth maybe $5,000 or $6,000 or $7,000. The lawyer doesn't get anything from that.
And so I would like the audience to also know, where are you in the journey so far?
We're in the journey currently at the place where we have selected a few open source tools. We're merging them together. We have created our own spaces. We have created spaces that are differently designed. So we got spaces where a safe space for women is already there. It's built in, for example, so that they don't get harassed when they come into the metaverse, like Nina Jane Patel did, for example, when they did and became famous with BBC, right? So we're creating that very differently from the get-go. And we have companies that we're already informing. We have companies like Skoda or other big German companies that we're currently bringing onto the journey and creating the capabilities within their organization. And in the meantime, we're building communities.
Perfect. And I need to stop you there because I have one question already about your answer. You mentioned about safe place for women, right? Can you just guide a little bit more exactly how is this happening in the 3D virtual world and the metaverse?
It's actually like you would imagine in the real world, right? If you have a space that sits slightly outside the other spaces, where you can only access if you're actually identified as that person that has a right to be there. And when you have the data on the blockchain, you can't fake it. You can't pretend to be somebody else. So we have data security and data integrity. You can identify the people so they can get access to these virtual other spaces that look like little bubbles or like separate rooms or something like that, where only the people that belong there can actually go.
Okay, now I totally get it. I think that's a really brilliant idea, because I was just wondering how to really implement it, because we have all this nice idea how to help people, but sometimes when it comes to implementation, it's a bit hard. I got it now. So further on, what is your ultimate goal with this project here?
The ultimate goal is to create an alternative to the existing data suckers, I'd say, to the people that take in all the data and don't give anything back. The idea is to create a long-term, real alternative where we bring people together and actually where they have an ability to live, learn, and work gradually, and then connect with others, like-minded people, right? So that they can be somewhere, can find a virtual home, and feel safe and own their own data again, right? And an open source platform is the best solution in our opinion, rather than a proprietary one.
I agree. And can I ask you for some tips? Because I know that on the internet, such a big world, there's always some people who are willing to give more content, contribution, and some are just more a bit silent. And since you mentioned about this wonderful community, is there any tips in that world that you can actually, convince people, for those who are a bit silent, to give more content, to contribute a bit better?
Yeah, the idea is definitely when you have an agency that smartens companies up, that informs folks, right? The idea is then that you create stuff. You create a platform, a marketplace, if you like, where people can put their own designs. So maybe they just contribute an idea, maybe they create something like a garment, like a scarf or a hat, or maybe they create an entire little world, a set of rooms, a studio or what have you, whatever they want, and we can put it on the platform, we can tokenize it, a very technical term, but we can basically create a token out of it so that people can always tap into the value chain. So they don't create it once and it's forgotten, but they can always, when it's getting resold, repurposed, they can always tap into the value chain, or they can rent it out. So they can do entirely different things with their assets. So we're inviting the creator community very much so.
I like this approach. So now, almost the last question, as I promised, and I want to ask something a bit more spicy, because I know that not every single audience are buying into this metaverse trend, and I really like to have your personal opinion. So with this concern about data and your new approach, which is really perfect, so with this new ideology from you, with the technology, we can build a better metaverse, the future world. So with that, how can we better contribute to the real world as well?
Back to the real world, it's going to be augmented, right? It's not going to be just an either or, it's going to all mesh together. And I think over time we'll see lots of solutions that create an augmented reality, that where you can actually take some of the value from the metaverse that you create and put it in your pocket. You can earn money, real life money with it, right? You can further your career because you have different opportunities to listen and to learn, to educate yourself. So I think there's a whole lot of value in it for everyone. And forget the term metaverse for a second, it's the new internet, right? And so everything you can do now, you can do times X in the future in the metaverse. So it is a thing that's going to come, that's going to happen, and we can shape it right now.
Thank you so much. Forget about the metaverse, it's the new internet. I love this sentence and the approach. Once again, thank you so much, Florian, for your time today.
Thank you very much for having me. Nice meeting you.
Thank you. Now, for the next part, is also a little break for you to relax a little bit. We have the elevator pitch section again. And for those of you who didn't join yesterday, what is an elevator pitch? An elevator pitch is something that you pitch about your startup idea so that you can get more funding or support for other people. So let's get to it. So Nadine Jira, welcome, and please guide us with the elevator pitch program.
Thank you, Isaac. Hello. Yes, I'm going to guide you through the startup pitches today because I have met some incredible new ideas back in the startup booth over there. It's come and go and multicultural, and I'm very impressed. Our first startup that's going to be pitching today is Dreamspace Academy. Araman Punch, is the founder, and I have met him and I have worked with him a couple of times. I am proudly introducing Jonathan on the stage. He is a teammate of Ara. Good morning. Hello to Asia in the evening. And how do you feel today?
Yeah, it's been good, but kind of busy moments.
This is going to be your camera to pitch in. I'm going to just say a few words. I have met you a couple of times, like your whole team. It's multicultural, it's interdisciplinary. You do a lot of work on different stages. And every time I am seeing one of you guys, you don't travel without your 3D printers. You're quite technical, huh? It's getting very nerdy over there. And are you ready for your pitch?
Yeah, definitely. Looking forward.
Perfect. I'm going to set the timer, and then you have 1 minute, and I will interrupt you if you take it away too long. This is your camera, and here you go.
Thank you. Hey everyone, this is Jonathan from Dreamspace Academy. Dreamspace Academy is a non-profitable social enterprise tackling local socio-economical and environmental challenges in Sri Lanka. Sri Lanka is an island nation that has been affected by a 3-decade of war, which has a huge impact on local socio-economy and environment. What we do is we produce impact ventures through empowering local-minded people back in Sri Lanka. We have an infrastructure of laboratories from biotechnology, electromechanical, and even storytelling. Through our empowerment process, we are building local ventures that can tackle local socio-economical and environmental challenges through challenge-based learning. And we are welcoming everyone to join us to co-create of our dreams to tackle these challenges. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Jonathan. Thank you so much for being brave enough to present here from scratch. And yes, I hope you make a much more dream come true with empowering people all around the world. Thank you very much. I'm going to take the mic from you because thank you very much. You can go back to your networking corner again, and I will introduce our next startup up on stage. Her name is Sumedha. Hello.
Hello.
How are you doing?
Doing well.
How do you like the event so far?
Oh, it's been pretty exciting so far. We have met some great startups and also the partners. It's also amazing to see how many Indian startups are present at the event. So I hope you're enjoying too.
Absolutely. I met so many people already yesterday and today, and it's going on. I'm very happy to present you as a female founder here, and I'm not gonna take it away from you. You are a German accelerator. Do you feel ready for your 1-minute pitch?
Absolutely.
Okay, I'm gonna leave the stage to you then. This is your camera.
Hello, everyone. I'm Sumedha. I lead the India activities for German Accelerator as the program director. We support high-potential German startups to help them scale to different international markets around the globe. We are fully funded by the German Federal Ministry for Economic Affairs and Climate Action, and we do not take any equity. So if you're a German startup who wants to explore business opportunities in Asia, so namely India, China, South Korea, Japan, Southeast Asia, we are here to help you. We will help you quickly do a product market validation, help you connect with the right stakeholders, be it the government, corporates, startups, end users, even our mentor pool of 500 strong mentors who are experts, subject matter experts in their own right, and they can selectively open their network to you, which is a great value add. And so you can do all of this saving time and resources because we run the course with you. So please visit us at our website, germanaccelerator.com, and hope you're enjoying the event. Take care.
Thank you so much. Very much on point. I love it. I can see you have presented a lot. Thank you very much. Enjoy the event, and thank you for being brave enough to stand next to me here.
Thank you. Greetings. Bye-bye.
Thank you. I'm going to take the mic because our next program is right up on stage, and I'm going to hand over the mic again to Isaac.
AP. But this year, I'm also a debutant of AsiaBerlin as an ambassador. It's my first year. And I'm very, very excited to let you
know. Welcome back. So after the elevator pitch, before we move on to the next section, feel free to leave a comment if you want to know more about them, and also if you want to give them some feedback, that's totally fine as well. Now, moving on to the next section, I would say is the highlight for me in this today's show because it's from SAP. But let me ask you one question first, because all this technology we have been talking today is about in the next few years. But what happened when we talk about something that is in the next 5, 10, or even 15 years? So the thing I see that is that exploration and partnership, we have to see it a bit differently, because it's actually not just about competing with each other. It's more about completing each other's vision. That's right. It's more about completion over competition. And luckily, for SAP in Future Hub, we have an amazing speaker, Uben Bravo. He is not just a futurist, but also a fusionist who can able to help us together with AsiaBerlin and SAP to bring us a better future. But before I show you the show, I would like to let you know, because when I talked to him yesterday, it was something really funny. He has a really unique approach, and that's why he is so innovative. He is a person who travels around the world and enjoys different types of food, he told me. And every time when he tries different food, he will try to mix them up and create his own recipe. But it's not just about food, because the recipe he applies to every single thing in life as well, and definitely include business. And that's make him so innovative, alternative. So ladies and gentlemen, we will welcome Uben Bravo on the stage to describe to us. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Upen Barve. I'm a Chief Fusionist and VP of Engagements for Future Hub at SAP. But this year, I'm also a debutant of AsiaBerlin as an ambassador. It's my first year. And I'm very, very excited to let you know a little bit about our cooperation with SAP, which, by the way, goes really, really long, starts from really long ago. It used to be called Asia Pacific Weeks, and the cooperation there is so important for SAP because we, as all the network partners who have interest in Asia, from education, from policy, from technology, from exchanging learning with each other, SAP itself has got a very massive footprint within Asia. Not only from the go-to-market or the market perspective, but also development perspective. Our largest development hub actually comes from Asia. This format with AsiaBerlin is a very, very innovative format, and we've been part of its evolution, and I'm very glad that all of us could come together in some or the other way, in a nice hybrid way, but importantly, a chance and opportunity to meet with all of you in person. That was really good. We've been having a lot of forward-looking focus. For example, 2015 with smart cities. After that, 2016, we shifted our gears a little bit towards being more approachable, more available for the startups, and kind of a cooperative entrepreneurship. With our commitment, we of course wanted to level set the innovation play field by investing and supporting and enabling the diverse founders as well. Look, Europe and Asia is very, very unique. Like Mr. Bush said this morning, half of the world's growth is coming from Asia. The next decade, we believe fundamentally is going to be the decade of Asia. That's why it's important that we do our bit to ensure that the build is really strong, both from a cultural exchange, technological exchange, and with Berlin acting as both landing pad as well as launching pad. We want to be the friendliest landing and launching pad. That's why Berlin is so unique, right? Because it has got so many different expressions. And one of our commitments was through a program called SAP.io to have an accelerator, which we actually launched. Our first accelerator was here in Berlin. And we'll tell you a little bit more about that, because I do have my colleague from SAP.io, Leonie, who's going to join me, and we'll discuss a little bit and let you know more how SAP.io supports all these entrepreneurs. Leonie, welcome. Tell us a little bit about yourself.
Hi, Upen. Thank you for having me. Yeah, so I work at the SAP.io Foundry Berlin. And what we do is we work together with startups, SAP customers, partners, VCs, basically anyone from the innovation ecosystem, to bring together the best of ideas, technology, and partnerships to make innovation happen, actually. And we do that in a 3-month program where we work on joint workshops, innovation workshops, design thinking, use cases, and ultimately also POCs, and then a joint go-to-market. So we provide access to expert community, integration, and to a joint go-to-market to startups.
That's fabulous. And by now we have so many startups in our network who have not only joined the accelerator, but now they're into sort of advanced track, right? So what are we touching globally? About between 300, 350 startups in a year?
Yeah, definitely. We have about 11 locations worldwide, also 3 of them in Asia, Bangalore, Singapore, and Tokyo. So AsiaBerlin Summit is a great opportunity for us to really connect with the ecosystem, and not only for Berlin and for the cohorts that we're running here and the different focus topics, but also to really leverage the benefits of global networks and expertise.
Absolutely, and that's what most of the startups need. They need that enablement to go and find those customers. So from SAP perspective, it's great because number one, like Leonie said, we have the 11 global accelerators, but importantly in these locations, we go equity free, right? And that's our commitment because customer success is our success. We want each of...
Hi everyone, I'm Darius Balek, part of the...
Hi, my name is... And you know, the technological advantages only joined the accelerator, but now they are into sort of advanced track, right? So what are we touching globally? About between 300, 350 startups in a year?
Yeah, definitely. We have about 11 locations worldwide, also 3 of them in Asia, Bangalore, Singapore, and Tokyo. So AsiaBerlin Summit is a great opportunity for us to really connect with the ecosystem, and not only for Berlin and for the cohorts that we're running here and the different focus topics, but also to really leverage the benefits of global networks and expertise.
Absolutely, and that's what most of the startups need. They need that enablement to go and find those customers. So from SAP perspective, it's great because number one, like Leonie said, we have the 11 global accelerators, but importantly in these locations, we go equity free, right? And that's our commitment because customer success is our success. We want each of these startups to be relevant to our customers. So we provide them access to over 450,000 customers worldwide. And you know, the technological advantage as well for scale, if you integrate with SAP or one of these products, like you mentioned, then they can access, it doesn't create another technological silo in a customer's environment, which is absolutely important. Leonie, let's talk a little bit about also our commitment to diverse founders. I mean, everybody knows, there's no secret, you know, all the startup and VC money for a very long time has been largely in the West, in California, to white males only. And when we entered, we said in 2019, we took a pledge. We took a pledge to invest and support 200 startups worldwide, right? Until 2023. We're very happy to share, Leonie and I, that we actually were ahead of time, and already in the beginning of the year, we achieved our target of having diverse founders. What does that mean, right?
Yeah, basically, supporting underrepresented founders in the innovation ecosystem is something that is embedded in everything we do. Like, we have a specific focus on that because it is always important to make sure we eliminate inequality in access to funding, in access to programs like the ones we have. So it's close to my heart and close to all of the hearts within SAP IO Foundry.
Thank you. And by now, I'm happy to say that not only from this program, but overall, we have had about 47% of startups led by either female or diverse founders. And I think that's something we do take pride in, right? Any quick plans for Berlin? What's the current or upcoming cohort? Do you want to share with us?
Yeah, of course. Currently, we're working with innovators who shape the way of work. So new ways of working, but also generally HR, IT innovation. If you're a customer of SAP or a partner and you want to collaborate with us, feel free to reach out because we're just about to kick off our use cases and innovation workshops.
Fantastic, Leonie. Thank you so much for the fantastic work that you and your team at SAP IO does. Tomorrow, we're going to listen a little bit more about SAP.io, and you have multiple opportunities to connect with us. I think it's simple. SAP.io, I stands for a small input, O starts for a large output. So just put that together, SAP.io, and you'll find us. Thank you so much, Leonie, for joining us today.
Thank you, Ben, for having me.
Cheers. All right, she said a couple of very important things, and this is about, the changing workplace, as you heard from Leonie, right? This is also another part where we do want the young talent, the young ones, the ones who can challenge the status quo to come and work with us. And that's also another benefit of this bridge between Asia and Berlin, that we can provide not only job opportunities, but opportunities to understand and take forward the software. That is the fundamental pillar of driving digitalization and building the upcoming societies. So we're very excited, as you can see. Personally, for me, at the Future Hub, it's all about, yes, future is important because we are all going to live in the future starting like right now. So how do we live in that future? We cannot predict it, but we can plan for it. And we would like that we, as Future Hub, also work with many startups on creating those future prototypes so that we can bring those prototypes to the world ecosystems and inspire them and show them how a desired future could look like. Because once you can see it, you can feel it, you can actually understand what your role could be within building that future. So I'm very excited from a Future Hub's perspective as well. So as you have seen, SAP has a lot to offer. Our purpose is to help the world run better and improve people's lives. And now it becomes threefold. Which world are we talking about? We're saying we help the worlds run better and improve people's lives, because you will always have your physical world, you'll always have your hybrid world, and you'll always have your virtual world. And we would like to support in all the three worlds at the same time. And that's where the new technologies, the topics, we evaluate all of them and we bring it to the relevance for us, for our ecosystems, for our customers, partners, to make sure that we can answer the question and we can enable you to answer the question, which is, why are you relevant 10 years from now? Thank you very much.
Wow, thank you, Uber Bravo, for bringing us so far into the future to see the brighter future for us, everybody here. But now, I have to bring you back a little bit to the present moment, even though we were in the future. And talking about present moment, you do know that even if you want to have a brighter future, it's about a little single step we take today that lead us to a better, brighter future. And talking about little step, we cannot but to mention that if you want to scale your business to Europe, you want to have a soft landing, a perfect landing. And to do this, I'm so happy to know that there is a program called Landing Pad Program, which will help you when you come to Germany or in Europe, that they can give you a direct access to the market here, the ecosystem, to engage with the community so much better. So today, I'm so proud that I can introduce Hannah and Will to this amazing Landing Pad Program. Hello, you two.
Hi, Isaac. Hi, Isaac.
Do you like my introduction for you? Thank you so much. So could you please guide us a little bit about what is this landing program and how did you even start it?
Absolutely. Thank you so much for having us here. Well, Berlin Landing Pad is a 3-month program for international startups to land in Berlin, as the name says. Within these 3 months, we help them with all the technicalities. We guide them how to do business in Berlin. What is the difference between doing business in Berlin or in Germany and in their own country? What is the cultural differences? What are the legal peculiarities? How you build up your network? How you find right contacts and right investors? We also introduce them to our network and facilitate the potential landing here. We also have the highlight of the program, and I think Will can explain more about the highlight.
Yes, absolutely. So as part of the landing pad, there's a deep dive month in Berlin where we offer a co-working space with one of our implementing partners. So you must know that this project, because you also asked, like, how did this come about? And in collaboration with the Berlin Senate and the financing of the EU, we have partnered up with Beta House, one of the most established co-working spaces here in Berlin, and Bosch Startup Harbor and Berlin Partner. To offer sort of like a 1-month experience in Berlin where they get a free co-working space at Beta House. There are industry events, there are business meetings that we organize for them, workshops and coaching. So they get to know the ecosystem better and make the right connections in order to set up their company here from a legal perspective, from a cultural perspective, and yeah, and a business perspective.
Wow, I can already see how comprehensive this program is and how much help they can receive from you two already. I see that you have a strong focus in Berlin, as you mentioned about Berlin so much. So please tell us why Berlin, what is so special about Berlin?
Everything. Cool. We all know that Berlin is a place to be. Generally, Berlin has really, really beneficial climate for startups and for starting a business. Compared to other European capitals, we still have pretty low living costs, and at the same time, it's very international. There are a lot of investment companies, there are a lot of co-working spaces, there are big networks. You can meet people from anywhere in the world, and also expand from here anywhere in the world. What do you think, Will?
Yeah, I mean, Hannah mentioned it. It's the hotspot in terms of the tech industry and the creative industry, and the diversity pool is insane here. So any company that comes here to hire startups, because I know like some of the startups that applied for our program, and they're like, okay, how difficult will it be to find talent in Berlin? And especially when they're coming from abroad with a different culture, like let's say Asian companies that want to set up here, how do they hire talent, etc. And I just told them that actually that won't be an issue actually, because the talent pool is very, very diverse here. And we see Berlin as a gateway actually to Europe. It's very well located. Hannah mentioned the relatively low living costs, and it attracts a lot of investors as well. So Berlin is actually the biggest startup capital in Germany, and every fourth startup in Germany is actually registered and founded in Berlin. And we're not far behind, let's say, Paris, London, etc. So we are on the rise, and we hope the journey keeps going into that direction.
Well, you know, I can totally agree with what you have just said. And thanks for reminding me why I betray Hong Kong and come to Berlin all the way here. Especially for the Asian audience, I have to tell you that besides from making business, you want to have a good life, right? Because if you feel good, you can build a better business. And the Asian food here is really amazing. I have to say that. So it makes my life so much easier. That's just one extra advantages. But coming back, I would like to know more about what do startups really get in the practical sense from your program? What do they really benefit from it?
Well, first of all, they benefit from building up the connection with Europe and from the opportunity to validate if the product or service really has chances on this market. They can test literally European market for the business. And of course, through us and through our project partners, they can establish good network here. They can try out really working here and see how they can adapt it here, and as well, what else do they need actually to make it more successful? Well, apart from the potential of finding investors and further partners and scale up.
Maybe I can talk a little bit about the program content in itself. So it is built on two main pillars. One is product market fit. So our startups get to know the customer base in Germany better, the different market dynamics, do a competitive analysis, etc. And for that we have different coaches and experts that support them in that. And the other pillar is investor readiness. So we make them ready to find the right investment for scaling up, because the program is aimed for scale-ups that are looking at international expansion. And apart from the coaching and the mentoring, etc., there's field visits. So with our implementing partners like Bosch, Harbor, etc., they also see some sites from the corporate world. So we connect them not only with similar startups, etc., but there's an exchange as well with corporates that might have similar challenges and can give them the access to find the right partnerships, the suppliers, and etc.
I see. You know, you actually just almost answered my next question already. I was really curious.
I'm sorry about that.
I was really curious when Hannah mentioned about helping them to test the market, the water a little bit. And I don't know if you have anything to add about it, because I think giving an opportunity for startups to test the market a little bit, I think that's really, really crucial. So is there anything you can add a little bit on this topic? How you are achieving this for them?
Yes, so we have run 2 pilots of this program during the pandemic, and they were completely virtual. So we did offer our startups sort of like customer discovery sessions, market testing, etc., virtually. But one of the biggest advantages is really like this deep dive opportunity where they come here and see everything with their own eyes. They meet with different people, so they see also the market from different angles. And yeah, that makes them sort of like possible to adapt the product and the service to the specific market, because whatever might work in their local market might not necessarily work here. The idea might be great, etc., and there's some potential, but you still need to adapt it to the local customer base in order for it to function. And for that, you need to understand what are the dynamics, what are the needs, etc.
Thanks. That's a really good one. And my next question is, so after this program, let's fast forward. What is the ideal outcome for the startup after joining your program?
So maybe I can mention a little bit that we're running different cohorts with this program. And the first cohort is based on SaaS. So we have 12 startups from the Southeast Asian market. And for the next two cohorts, we are going global. So startups from all over the world can apply. And there's, again, a vertical focus. For the second cohort, we are focusing on climate change and green tech. And maybe Hannah can talk about the third cohort.
Yeah, absolutely. And the third cohort, which will be taking place in spring next year, their focus will be on Web3, blockchain, Internet of Things. So yeah, you were speaking about future in the beginning, yeah. So we're going back to the future, basically. And it will be also international. So we are really encouraging startups from these industries, like environmental and clean tech for the second cohort, and Internet of Things, blockchain, Web3 for the third. Keep an attentive eye on the Impact website and LinkedIn and further social media pages to find out when we're starting our call for application and, of course, apply.
Sounds amazing. Now, I definitely want to know more about the whole program, but unfortunately, we have only a few minutes left. So what's your next step? Or is there any particular message you want to deliver to our audience? Your time.
Yes, I mean, maybe, yes. All right, so for those that are based in Berlin, it might be interesting to join some of our events and meet actually the startups that are currently in Berlin for the landing pad. On Thursday, we're doing a pitch event at our partner's location, Better House, Better Breakfast. So Thursday, I can't remember the date, 15th of September at 10 a.m. at Better House. And yeah, we would love for people to join us there. And we are very much looking forward to the next weeks where the startups will be here. So if you're interested in meeting them, check out our website. There are the profiles of the startup. And if you happen to be at the AsiaBerlin Summit, please stop by at our booth, the interaction spot, with our partner, Berlin Partner.
And by the way, two of our startups are pitching today at AsiaBerlin Summit pitching event. So tune in.
Thank you so much, Hannah and Will.
Thank you, Isaac.
Thank you, Isaac.
Thank you. Wow, that was really amazing. And now, you know what happened when we were having this interview just now? SAP just did another live stream on the fly as well, and we want to bring you this footage right now.
Hi everyone, I'm Darius Balek, part of the SAP Labs Berlin team. And I'm more than happy to take you with me today to a very special event, the AsiaBerlin Summit 2022. AsiaBerlin is powered by the Berlin Senate Department and provides the platform that brings together communities within the Berlin and Asian startup ecosystem. And it enables relationship building between investors and startups by monthly events, for example, or also delegation trips to Asia and Berlin. And we're attending today the AsiaBerlin Summit, their annual flagship event that connects entrepreneurship ecosystems of across Europe and Asia. And this year they are focusing on 5 pillars: people, prosperity, planet, peace, and partnerships. And here you can meet political decision makers, startups, founders, investors, and people who are interested to have discussions about the latest technology trends, or also cross-border collaboration between Europe and Asia. And you can meet us here on site. We have our own SAP booth here on site, where we have representatives, SAP Berlin colleagues, from 2 very interesting startup programs that we offer: the SAP IO Foundry Program, and the SAP Hypergrowth Catalyst Program. But more about those two programs in a bit. But first of all, I am more than happy to introduce you to our SAP Berlin colleague, Upen Barve, Chief Fusionist and also Head of the Future Hub Engagements, who has been appointed as an Asia Berlin Ambassador by the Berlin Senate Department for Economics and Energy. So let's meet him inside and talk to him. Let's go. Hello, Upen. Thank you so much. Do you have a second for me, Upen?
Yes, absolutely. Pleasure meeting you.
Perfect. Thank you so much, Upen, for your time. And yeah, say hi to the audience and introduce yourself, please.
Hi there, how's it going? My name is Upen Barve, and I'm a Chief Fusionist and at the SAP's Future Hub and a Vice President as well. And I'm very excited because Daria, as you know, this is my first year as a Asia Berlin ambassador. So it's my debut year, guys.
And regarding the ambassador appointment or announcement, how does it feel for you? What it means to you being appointed as an ambassador for the Asia Berlin program?
Very special, and I'm indeed very humbled. I have lived in different parts of Asia. I have Asian background as well, and then I lived more than half my life in Europe. I understand how we can build those bridges, make that bridge very strong, and bridge is the basic idea of Asia Berlin. I'm very happy to contribute, not only with passions, emotions, technologies, and the strategies, but really also giving a different perspective, because the empathy that we can bring on this bridge is so very important for these collaborations.
And a general question, why do you think this relationship between Asia and Berlin is so important?
You've probably heard yesterday, look, I mean, half of the growth of this planet in the next decade is going to come from Asia. So we better have a strategy. And liking, because if we like it, we do even better. Now, from SAP perspective, we've been well invested in Asia, not only from a market standpoint, but also from the development standpoint since many, many years. As you know, one of our largest development location outside SAP's global company headquarters in Germany is actually in India. And we have just promised that we will double our workforce in India in the next 3 years. So we do have a strong commitment to Asia, right?
Oh, thank you so much, Upen, also for sharing your ideas on this and point of view on this topic. Last question. So I heard you're going to be on stage later on. Could you already give us a glimpse and share with the audience what you're going to talk about?
Well, I'm going to talk about the future, right? But what future are we talking about? What are those emergent future possibilities, pathways that exist and that we can create? So stay tuned because, future is something that's important for both you, me, our cats and dogs and everybody, because from this moment on, we'll all live in the future. So we better have a good plan.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Upen, for your time. See you later. See you around. See you on stage especially. And for everyone who would like to get in touch with Upen here on site, you still have the chance to come by. The tickets are for free, and we're here the whole week actually, right?
Absolutely. Cool. Whole week. Be here, meet with us.
Thank you so much, Upen. All right, so now I would like to take you with me to our SAP booth, where we're going to meet two SAP Berlin colleagues, or better representatives of the two startup programs that we offer here in Berlin. So let's go. All right, so now we're standing right in front of our own SAP booth, where we're going to talk to Leonie Dietelen now, who is driving, together with the whole team, the SAP IO Foundries program in Berlin. So let's talk to her. So, Leonie, thank you so much for your time. And would you like to share maybe, first of all, to the audience, who you are, what you're doing, and also especially what the SAP IO Foundries program is all about?
Thank you, Daria. I'm working at the SAP I/O Foundry Berlin, and what we do is basically accelerate innovation and digitization together with founders, SAP customers, partners in the innovation ecosystem, and of course also with the help of our own solution. So why is that important to anyone basically? Because 87% of global total commerce is generated by SAP customers, and 99 of the world's largest companies, 100 companies, are SAP customers. So there's a bouquet of opportunities for value that we can create together. For founders, it's access to a community of experts and VCs, other founders and partners and potential new customers. Also to help to build an integration with SAP that is really delivering that out-of-the-box integration ready to implement for SAP customers. And third, like a joint go-to-market that is really a long-lasting partnership and relationship where we are a backbone of your business growth if you're a founder. For customers, there's a lot of opportunities to engage in innovation workshops, POCs, and also joining our innovation community. So there's basically a call to action. If you are a founder or an SAP customer or any other partner in the innovation ecosystem, either come by our booth today and talk to us directly, or don't hesitate to reach out via LinkedIn or through our sap.io website. And let's just talk how we can innovate together and how we can leverage the bouquet of opportunities that we have. We're also about to kick off a Future of Work cohort in Berlin in October. So if you're interested in all kinds of innovations that shape the way we work and HR IT innovation, reach out, let's talk how you can concretely engage and leverage this for your business.
Amazing. Thank you so much, Leonie. One last question. So you already said people can meet you here at the booth. Are there other ways to contact you, to reach out to you?
Yeah, definitely. The easiest way is always LinkedIn. Leonie Dieterle is my name, so you can reach out via that. Or just search for sap.io on our website. You can easily find a contact button for the Foundry Berlin, and don't hesitate to just send us a blank email what you would like to be interested to learn about, and we schedule a call with you.
All right. Thank you so much, Leonie. Thanks so much for the insights. As you heard, you can meet her on site. She's open for all your questions and also open to get in touch with you. All right, so let's now move on to the second startup program that we offer here. That is the SAP Hypergrowth Catalyst program. Hi.
Hi.
Thank you so much. Tino Albrecht and Jan Gutknecht both founded the SAP Hypergrowth Catalyst program. And I have a few questions for you guys.
Please.
So, the first one is, could you first of all share what this program is all about?
Yes, exactly. I mean, the focus of the Hypergrowth Catalyst program is to find, win and grow SAP's lighthouse customer of the future, right? So the founders in the early stages, they really focus on their product or service. That's necessary because they need to develop this product in order to have a business. But on the other side, when they want to scale, they also need to grow on an operational level. And that's exactly where our teams come in and support them in really growing their business by using our software solutions.
Amazing. Thank you so much. And now we heard what this program is all about, what the SAP I/O Foundries program is all about. Could you maybe, Tino, explain what either the difference is or better even how they complement each other?
Well, I think I would focus on the complementary side because, as Jan said, also SAP I/O leverages the ecosystem to enhance the product and really get the startup into business. And when they are into business, we jump in and we bring the processes that scale. And I think that's really, really complementary because you can't live with one or the other. If you have a good product and nobody knows about it, it's okay, but you won't scale if you don't have the business processes that allow you to scale and you still operate with excellent Scotch tape, then the journey is very fast over.
Thank you so much. And now a more personal question. I heard that you both experienced the entrepreneurial spirit yourself already by founding a business. Could you maybe explain more on this journey and also how that influenced your approach today? Who would like to?
Tino, up to you.
Okay. Yes, I mean, we started really as an entrepreneur startup about 3 years ago. We pitched for about 1 year, and then 3 years ago we got to go to start. And that also helps in the outside communication because we can relate to the journey that the founders have been through. Although we did that in a corporation, but I think the challenges are about the same. You need to talk to people that invest into you. You need to pitch the idea. You need to find new people, great talent to actually join you on the journey, because in the end, if you do everything on your own, you won't scale. And that's really also an experience that helped us a lot in the conversations with the different founders.
So we have a similar experience of their journey, right? That's the reason why it fits so excellent to the experience of the team and also with the founders itself in the program.
Awesome, that's very, very inspiring. Thank you so much for your time. And we could do now the closing together, if you don't mind. So thanks so much everyone who was involved or who is involved in the AsiaBerlin Summit 2022. Thanks everyone for tuning in, for joining us. As we said in the beginning, come by, we're here on site, meet us in person. Otherwise, see you online. Stay tuned, your SAP Berlin team.
Wow. Coming back to today, for the last part of this TV show, we have something, in my opinion, really, really high-tech, because it connects to the nerdy side of me already. So earlier today, I talked to someone from a company that actually generated all this map technology. In fact, if you're in the Berlin venue here, you have seen this on the big screen already. But when he told me his story, I was feeling like, wow, that is so high-tech. It's like Mission Impossible, where you have some kind of technology to screen the whole room and have an internal map, something like that. But of course, he can definitely introduce so much better than me. So today, I'm so happy to actually have Ian from Formation GmbH here to introduce this map technology. Welcome on board, Ian.
Thank you, Isaac. Very nice to be here.
Thank you too. So I know when I talk about this board scanning about the technology, I don't know if it's exactly like that, but for me, it's really, really high tech. So please introduce us a little bit.
Sure. Yeah. So I'm the CEO of a company called Formation. We're based here in Berlin. We were accelerated by Bosch. We've developed a map technology which allows us to rapidly map any space. So we can set up any building, any set of buildings. We can do it in a few hours. Doesn't take that long. And we can get companies up and running with digital map technology in a very short amount of time.
Wow, so for those who may not be really knowledgeable in technology, can I just say like, it's an internal map, like Google Map, but for internal, indoor, something like that?
Yeah, that's a really good way to think about it, like Google Maps for indoors. We do that really well. We also cover outdoor spaces, and also we can do mixed spaces, so it doesn't necessarily have to be just indoor. We also allow users we give them a lot of functionality that they can add content to the map themselves, and that's really, really helpful. So with Google, you can look and you can consume, but with Formation, you can actually create and collaborate with your co-workers.
I see. So can you just give one example? What exact problem are we trying to solve here with this amazing technology?
Sure. So a lot of the indoor spaces in the world aren't very well understood. So we have Google Maps for the outdoor world, but it doesn't work so well indoors. There's like little rectangles on the map. They're not so well known. But we can take those little empty rectangles and really turn that into solid map information, right? So you can put the locations of all the machines, so you know what the status and the location of the machines are. You can see where your colleagues are in real time. You can find and search for any location or any object in the entire building that you're in.
I see, amazing. And for the last part, you told me earlier that there's some amazing potential project also targeting for the Asian market, which is really useful. Can you share with us about that?
That's right, yeah. Today I had a very interesting meeting with Brenda Yi, and she's from the China Investment Promotional Agency, and she's very interested in a disaster response case, which would apply to Japan. So we're going to engage in talks with Brenda and see where that takes us.
Disaster recovery, or response, exactly, right?
That's right.
Yeah, I definitely can imagine this, because I remember in Asia, we have a lot of big shopping malls, they just connect together, and you can get lost, and I know a lot of foreigners had that problem. Right. And I think if your technology, that can help a lot of people when it comes to things that are just happening unexpectedly, right?
Absolutely, absolutely. So there really is no need for German tourists to get lost again in any of those really big shopping centers. We've got them covered.
I love this. German technologies helping German people. Wonderful.
Absolutely.
All right, as time is running out, but once again, thank you so much, Ian, for your introduction.
Thank you so much, Isaac. Lovely to be here.
Thank you so much. Unfortunately, we have come to the end of today's AsiaBerlin TV show. As you can see, we have so much content and we would love to give you more for each participant, but we can't because we want to give you more insight about what is really happening in Berlin for the ecosystem as well. So I'm going to tease you before you go right now about tomorrow's event. Tomorrow we will talk about AI. We have some interesting interview from SAP. And at the same time, we will give you some really, really good footage. It's like a vlog style about some amazing project about the city in Berlin itself. So if you're considering coming to Berlin for a new startup, you do not want to miss about this part about the Berlin city itself. Right now, enjoy the rest of the day. And thank you so much and see you tomorrow. Bye-bye.
Hello, everyone. Can you hear me? Test. Cool. Good afternoon. I think all of us are here after lunch, so maybe it's a bit, everybody's a bit low on energy, but we'll try to keep it interactive and get you excited for this. Thank you, AsiaBerlin, for having us here. My name is Sandeep, and I'm Secretary General at Berchain. Berchain is a member-led not-for-profit association founded in Berlin 4 years ago. So we basically try to connect the Berlin blockchain ecosystem and together with its stakeholders, with government, investors, etc., we try to bring them together by hosting workshops, educational sessions, and also networking events. On my left is Stefan and Alex. Alex, would you like to make a quick intro about yourself?
Sure. So energy is coming, I'm sure, because the topic is going to be quite controversial in a bit. Hi everyone, I'm Alex. I've been working in blockchain for the past probably 5 years, 5 and some, which is quite a long time as far as Web3 goes, though there are some more veterans, but I've seen battle scars. I've seen a lot of changes in the ecosystem. And bottom line, as far as my position, having been working especially in infrastructure, so data infrastructure, more in general on blockchain infrastructure, is that if it is not usable, then it is not worthwhile. So it's a very pragmatic approach, very implementable kind of approach to blockchain. I've been especially specializing in sales, ecosystem growth and marketing. And just now I am head of marketing for Affinity, which is a company that does decentralized data, which is a term that I'm pretty sure we're going to unpack.
Stefan, would you like to make an intro?
Yeah, sure.
Does it work? Yeah. My name is Stepan. Thanks everyone for joining. I also have background in mostly blockchain, Web3, decentralized technology. Been working in that area for the last 8 or 9 years. I built the first notarization service on top of Bitcoin back in 2014. I also then worked at Bitfury, which is one of the largest mining companies and Bitcoin software developer. And for the last 5 years, I'm focusing on the topic of decentralized identity and digital identity, which is one of the most interesting, exciting, and also widely adopted use cases and products that blockchain and decentralized technologies to offer, because it really concerns everyone. People, organizations, countries, devices, software, and everything has its identity and needs to have a way to establish trust. So in the identity space, I built a company called Credential, which is helping educational organizations to digitize credentials. So universities, online education, and schools are using that to issue digital diplomas and attestations to their students. And I'm also board member at Identix. It's a company that builds identity for Web3 users. So we help people to we help like a broad audience to start using blockchain and get value from it outside of just financial applications, but in maybe more practical use cases like gaming and reputation and jobs and social networks and decentralized organizations and so on. Thank you.
Thanks, Stefan. That's a lot of words or jargons. I just want to see, just from the audience, are you comfortable with all the words that Stefan just used, or how is your understanding with blockchain and decentralization? Yes, no, maybe. Okay, so we'll try to tone it down a bit. So I'll just pick up on one of the topics Stefan mentioned, which was about decentralized identity and digital identity, and I think that fits in some close to the topic we are discussing here, which is about open borders. So yeah, so you see there, open borders, cross-border data compliance with decentralization. That's a lot of words. So let's try to break it down. Maybe first starting with borders, right? So as far as in my context, in my view, there's physical borders that are countries that are separated by, let's say, virtual lines, etc. But I just want to ask the panelists here about what are the different types of borders and what are the challenges we are looking at when it comes to cross-border exchange?
Alex? I'm going to start and then pass the ball to, to Stefan. So first of all, we are experiencing, and COVID definitely accelerated a digitization of our lives. Most of the services and products and public services that we are accessing now have all or some component of digitized pathway for us. And some of it is a nice have, some of that is a must have, right? So there is a must for us to consider borders when it comes to reality, real brick and mortar, and digital life. So that's first border that I see to be there and be kind of always implied, but always be there. So is there a border that is or can be crossed, or is proving to be a barrier that cannot be crossed between digital lives and online lives? Is that a border that, if not crossed, is preventing people from participating fully in their lives, whether that's for applying for jobs or applying for financial services or accessing services? So that's the first border that we need to talk about. The second one is around going beyond what are the physical borders. Right? We are used to say, okay, I've got a passport. That passport is proving who I am, and that enables me to move, to have that kind of mobility. What does it actually mean when we are living in a digitized world where we have supranational entities that are actually providing services? One side is legal compliance, of course, Like where are, and goes back to infrastructure in many ways when it comes to data infrastructure. Where are the servers? Where is actually the data sitting? So if I have to comply with that, where is that border, physical border that I have to cross? There will be a very clear line of demarcation between I am here, therefore I have to comply, or my data is there and I have to comply with something different, right? So that's like a second big bucket, which is on the physical side. And then I think the other one is on the level of confidence that we may have with what is the digital life. That's almost like an internal type of border that we have to cross. That's when you start to see metaverse, digital persistent realities that are there. You know, where is our block as business people, right? If we want to participate fully in the new commerce, in the new provision of services, where is our mental blocks, right? Is there a border there on us being able to visualize what can be done in the virtual world? Stepan, I'm sure when we're touching on sovereignty and supranational borders, then probably you have strong opinions that you would like to share.
I would add maybe just the to simplify or to easily understand this, you can think of these digital borders in three aspects. The first one is your government-based identity, your national identity. That one is becoming digital, and that's a trend that was happening for quite a few years. And it is definitely, right now it's accelerated. So for example, right now there's quite a lot of initiatives in European Union, in United States, and in other countries. Just to name a few, in Germany there's an initiative called ID Union, which is actually sponsored by the German federal government. And what they do is they are developing a standard based on what's called self-sovereign identity technology that allows different organizations, be it companies and government agencies, to issue documents. So it could be diplomas or passports or driving license or even small things like receipts or, I don't know, bus tickets. And this project been running for at least 3 years right now, but that's not it. As they were developing it, they very quickly realized that in order for that to be successful, you need to jump from the national level to international level. So in European Union, there's an initiative called EIDAS, which I, again, forget what it stands for, but the idea is implementing and expanding the scope of those standards for every country in the European Union to be able to support so that all these documents are portable. But then eventually we want to get to the stage where it's global. So for me, when I move to a new country or I just travel, whatever data I have that proves any information about myself, be it my medical history, my I don't know, COVID vaccination record, or my diploma, or my vaccination for my kids, for my dog, or I don't know, my shopping history, my preferences, my insurance policy, that can be instantly available and reusable in those use cases. So that is probably the largest outcome that we will get from this digital identity technology that really touches almost every person's life. It simplifies the transaction cost of getting those services. So you won't be afraid of losing documents because they are digital. It will increase security because cryptography is much harder really to break if that is done correctly than forge, for example, physical paper documents. But that's not it. So that's one part. That's government identity. And just briefly to mention, there's also a lot of information and data that we have that we don't have control over, which is stored with different companies. So for example, when you use Netflix or Spotify or Uber or Airbnb or Facebook, all these companies are storing your information, which is your social graph, people that you are friends with. On Uber, you have your reputation in terms of stars and reviews for the drivers. On Spotify, you have your favorite music. On Netflix, you have the history of the shows that you watched. So all this information is also ours in terms of it only describes us. So this is also identity data. It has nothing to do with the government. It's only owned by the companies. And another outcome and potential future for the digital identity technology is to give ability for every person to actually own this information. And that is also very beneficial, because once you have your, for example, if your social graph from Facebook is now, you have control over it, you can share it with other applications, you can leverage it, you can use it, that simplifies onboarding. Or another example would be, maybe you are using Amazon and you have your shopping history. So you can take your shopping history from Amazon, log into a new website, new e-commerce website, online shop that you never used before, and just share your, let's say, shopping history, your fashion preferences and clothes that you bought before. And that allows this new service to personalize experience for you. So you get much more relevant and personalized offers, and that company, that e-commerce store, they will probably get higher conversion rate because customers are more satisfied. So it benefits everyone. There's a few problems in terms of adoption, in terms of security, in terms of technology. I don't think we have time to go into all of those, but I think these two things, so government identity and personal identity, is inevitably going to happen. Just a question of where it will start and how exactly this process will.
And it's very interesting that you say this, because if you're looking at where the data is sitting, right? In this case, you have a business and you are collecting information, or you're collecting useful data for you to be providing the best possible experience or service to the persons who are interacting with your platform, with your service, with your business, right? That it's a business-centric data model, right? I am a business, I'm collecting that information, I have control over that information, and I use that information. And then because it is convenient for me, then I'm using that data to provide additional customized or improved services because it is in my best interest to do so, because maybe I'm going to get more sales out of you, right? Because I'm going to increase lifetime value of my customers, or because I can get more customers through the door, because I can infer what is going to be the projected ideal customers for me going forward, right? So that is the business who is collecting the data, owning the data, and then really being a guardian for that data, right? Being like a controller over who has access to that, why, and when. And I think when we're looking at breaking digital borders, probably this is probably the biggest one, right? Can we break that model? And if we're breaking that model, can this unlock a lot of more opportunities? So can you imagine a world where that data is actually not sitting with the business, but is sitting with the user? And that user has different sides to themselves. It is not just the user in interaction with Google, or that user in respect to Spotify, but it's a full rounded 360-degree person, and they are owning all of that data. How can that data be across border, being leveraged by all type of services and businesses, including governments, to enable services that will make that happen?
Yeah, it's quite interesting you say that, and also Stefan, from what you said earlier, right? So the first physical border, the first level of border is with governments, and then when you started mentioning about companies and organizations, the one thing that was in my mind was that, all right, so now I'm logged in with these services, and if I want to, let's say, go to the competitor of Netflix, I can't really do that, and I have to start from scratch. And that's quite a freedomless thing if you think of it that way. You're in a freedomless situation where you can't do much about it. Now, I just want to connect this back to one of the things that's important here is also Sustainable Development Goals, and how this impacts on a day-to-day basis for people. So would you guys like to touch upon that? With financial inclusion, let's say, how does this this matter in developing countries, and where now if you take a country like India, where with Aadhaar, before a couple of years ago, there was a challenge with identity, and then with the introduction of Aadhaar, digital identity took off, and right now there's also a payments mechanism that's set up out there. But so the infrastructure is created, but how does this turn in terms of opportunities, and is this creating open borders, or is it creating another closed system? What do you think of this?
You want to go first?
I just want to maybe give a mental framework of how I prefer to think about it, which is the reason for digital identity technology to exist is to reduce the cost of establishing trust between different actors. That could be trust between a person and the government. It could be a trust between seller and buyer, or employer and candidate or employee, or even two different organizations. And this is an immense economic value that right now is locked. So we have all these institutions and processes and procedures, legal procedures, enforcement procedures, marketplaces that help us build trust. So before we actually do any economic transaction, any from buying a lollipop in the shop in Patkauf to making an international payment between two central banks, the first thing you need to do is you need to make sure, or at least have some level of confidence that this transaction will go through, and both parties will be will get what they want. And this gap, the cost of building trust, is actually higher if we go to different areas of economy or even different regions where the systems are not very mature. So for example, for two big companies that has a lot of lawyers employed, this won't be as easy to measure positive impact as it would be for example, for areas of the economy where a lot of this was based just really was not quantified. This trust was based on social connections and which cannot scale. You cannot really know more than 100 or 150 people well because of how brain works. So so the market size, the target addressable market for decentralized identity or digital identity technology is whenever we need to trust someone or something about the data. It could be finding a job, it could be getting a loan, it could be making a contract, it could be even authentication in online shop or displaying an ad on the internet. So these transactions, billions of those are happening every day, actually every hour, and they have different costs to it. But that's just in terms of the market. When you think about it, any interaction can be improved with this system. It won't be instant. It won't happen in all areas of the economy at the same time, and it will be geographically even. It will also be some verticals will take off faster, but that's the value. That's the reason why so many people, so many governments, so many companies are actually looking at this problem and working very hard to solve it.
Yeah, it is very interesting because for me, it's almost like we have two parallel economies. One is very implicit, which is an economy that enables or disables competition or fair market, new services, new products, and that's a data-driven parallel economy. It is not just, I think there is a misconception that the value of the data is realized when you're selling it. Right? That is the case, actually. It is about insight, and it is about making decisions for businesses that are driven by the data. And it's the same for consumers. And that's why I think a lot of regulators are paying attention. I think Europe is leading the way. there are monopolies that are emerging very clearly. It is not because they own all of that data, because that data rightfully belongs to them. That's fair, right? They are creating opportunities for creation of that data. However, is there an opportunity for other businesses to compete fairly because of this size of, this gap in insight, in intelligence, in seamless experience for people? That's when regulators are coming and breaking. So you were asking earlier in terms of emerging markets or in the ability for competitors to come and challenge existing monopolies. The ripple effect, the second order effect are actually quite sharp, right? Because you can come and having higher margins or that will sustain certain type of services instead of others. Right? Because there would be economy of scale, there would be better ability to target customers at scale with better insights, or not, depending on the amount of data that is able to be shared. And I think the challenge is to try and really turn things upside down radically. It has nothing to do with having a platform or an intermediary to hold that data on behalf, on trust, but really turn things upside down and get users to be empowered to hold that data, store the data for themselves, consent fully, right? You're thinking that you are consenting to the terms of services of the platform, that's kind of lip service for me, right? Can you really disagree, right? Let's say that Facebook is now pushing a new update, which it does continuously, right? And they're saying, hello, you have to agree to the new terms of service, otherwise I will lock you out, right? You have to give me your date of birth. It is for good reasons. It is just because I want to make sure that you're not underage. They could just ask us to tick a box. Are you underage? But no, they really want to have your date of birth. And without that date of birth, you're locked out, right? All that social network, all that capital that you have built over time on Facebook does not belong to you, right? It's a sharp awakening when you think about it. So how can you break that border and make sure that you can actually cross that line from Facebook to another platform by really not just holding the data, but reaping the benefits and the value of that data?
Great. Thanks, Alex. So what I hear is that, so on one side, switching to digital identity was to reduce the costs for trust creation and create more services, but also at the same time with data, you have other issues coming in. I would like to close the loop with decentralization here, and like, what's decentralization with respect to these situations, and how decentralization can help open those borders, open those barriers that are sometimes very high for entry. Alex, Stefan.
Okay, I'm just going to be quick and then pass on to Stefan, who can be more in depth on this. But so when you're hearing anything decentralized, you have to think about how that process is governed. It has nothing to do with tech or has nothing to do with details. It is a very core difference, right? It means that the decision making is happening at the edge. It is not happening centrally. So think about, you had mentioned earlier, Facebook. That would mean that any change on terms and conditions would be happening through a voting of sort, right? On the actual users that are using the platform, or an elected committee that could be a fair proxy for that. There will not be Zuckerberg, in an office signing off for that centrally, right, without having to consult on the edges. So when you're looking at decentralized data, you're actually looking at an empowered holder, an empowered edge that has actually not just voting power, but is able to reap the financial benefits and the access benefits that are coming from that decentralization. So I'm sure Stefan can go into the details of how that actually happens with tokens and so on, but the decentralized data, and having been in decentralized data for quite some time, it is definitely possible from a technical point of view to implement it in a way that will not disrupt businesses. Is it going to happen soon? I'm going to ask back to Stefan whether that's actually already happening. and to what extent I think the wider public will be able to access it sometime soon.
Great. Thanks, Alex. That just reminded me of something like in communities, right, where let's say a village community that takes decisions together and reaps the benefits. So that's what you mean by decentralizing the governance and power, where local communities or local groups have the power to decide on things and also reap the benefits from it. Am I right in saying so?
It is impossible not to do it.
Great.
Like it is cryptographically impossible not to do it.
Yeah.
Right? You're so encoding it into how the system it is, designed from the outset that it is not possible to do it in any other way.
Yeah, I think I would just maybe sum it up because I fully agree with that definition. So decentralization is when you hear about blockchain or Web3, decentralization is not a technical term, it is purely political term. So politics is a science or art about how about the control and resources. And decentralized system is the one where there's less, it's always a spectrum. So decentralization is just a direction where there's less controllers of the system. Fully centralized system is there's one person who has full control or one entity. Fully decentralized system is where everybody is equal. Turns out that both of these extremes are usually don't work very well because completely decentralized system is not able to make progress and come up to decision, and it's just super slow and super inefficient. And fully centralized system might be efficient in a case of crisis, but then how do you trust that entity or that person who has full control if they won't become evil or make stupid stuff over time? So it is always a balance. And in every industry, in every technology, and especially with the development of digital identity, finding the balance is always the process of trying these extremes. So we tried a centralized version, which works pretty well. So Facebook and Google and Twitter, all these companies, they still, even though we don't have as much control and they exploit our data for the purposes of making money and showing ads, they're still great products, and we use a lot of those. WhatsApp, Airbnb, Uber, I use those applications regularly, and they're great, and that's good that we have it. Without them, life would be worse. We also tried a lot of more decentralized extreme solutions, especially in purely digital and Web3 world. And we see that it doesn't work if you just remove the controller. So it's possible technically to create a system which is purely based on consensus, but society and humans organically and naturally are still, you need some kind of hierarchy, you still need some kind of structure and control, because that just gives efficiency. So I guess what I'm trying to say is that it is not a panacea, it's not a magical pill. It's a process that you move towards, and you're trying to find the balance. Same thing actually happens with security. So security, you cannot have 100% secure system, because every day there's new ways of attacking the system are found. Every day there's new bugs or new potential ways to exploit the system. So security is always this chase. You're trying to fix something, somebody else is attacking it, and it goes on constantly. Yeah.
Thanks, Stefan, for a quick summary. So I think we are out of time, so maybe one last call to action, if you guys have any, for the audience here and also people watching us live.
First call to action is to educate, those around you, if you know about it. If you just come with some thoughts out of this session, then take it as just as a point of reflection over how much data can really break borders and barriers or create more. right? Whether it's physical or it's digital, it's all about participation and opportunities for me, whether it's new business, existing business, or as individuals. So take a look at what is happening. Things are changing. Don't focus on the tech, focus on the impact. I can, of course, as a call to action, very personal call to action, take a look at what Affinity Work is actually doing. Take a look at whatever our opportunities for businesses on starting to think about how to implement a new paradigm in data ownership. Because I think that will really unlock new opportunities going forward.
Thanks, Alex. Stefan, do you want to add anything?
Maybe just one thing that in terms of opportunities and where it's moving towards, I would suggest looking at maybe more fundamental trends that are happening. So I think a lot of things we usually underestimate what would happen in the long term, and we overestimate what would happen short term. So it's always like we're saying that in 2 years everything will be good, but really in 2 years there might be no change at all, no visible change. But then in 50 or 20 years it will be much more unexpected. So I think the biggest trend that is happening, it's actually not technological trend. It is more of a social trend that started about a few years ago with a lot of activity moving online with pandemic and COVID as kind of catalyst for that, because now our work environment is mostly digital. A lot of the communication and just all areas of life are moving at a more rapid speed to the digital domain. And that means that the infrastructure that was powering the internet, especially when it comes to identity, it has to change. There's a pressure from the users, from the applications, that we need to update the system. We need to make it more robust. So and that opens up a lot of opportunities, a lot of interesting changes. But then it's also up to like your personal interest in that.
Great, thanks guys. So from Alex, it's don't focus on the tech, focus on the impact, and from Stefan, it's about finding the balance and think both short term but also long term. Great. Does anybody have any questions? I think we are out of time. Do we have time for questions or no? No. Okay. So maybe you can catch us out there, and happy to chat up. Thank you everyone, and thanks AsiaBerlin once again for having us here.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
you know who made it?
Can you hear me okay? I think now it's on. Welcome to this session on building bridges. Since this will be a very dynamic session, we will start out very dynamic. So I would invite all of you who are able to stand up.
Oh, okay. Oh, this was
Unexpected, I know this wasn't part of the program, because you sit all day, also at home if you're joining, get out of your office chair, your couch, and just shake out a little bit. Get a little bit comfy because you sit around, you're listening to a lot of interesting inputs all day, but it's good to also reconnect with your body. And since you're all standing now, you could also move from the back to the front. I know, sorry, I know you couldn't trust me with this, but if you were so kind to fill up the seats up front, otherwise it's very, it's always a bit unfortunate to have people in the back. We would love to see your lovely faces. Yeah, please, be the pioneer. Thank you. Exactly. Great. Have a seat. Thank you so much. My name is Tariq Hassan. I'm the AsiaBerlin ambassador based out of Hanoi, Vietnam, and I'm working for the German development agency GIZ, leading a digital transformation center here. But you won't hear much from me today because I have two very lovely panelists here with me on stage. We have Karina Belin, who is the CEO and co-founder of W Hub and Angel Hub, based out of Hong Kong, the AsiaBerlin ambassador in Hong Kong, and Athena Lam, who is the senior content, sorry, now I have to look at it. Senior content manager for Pitch, the largest pitch collection in the world. And based in Berlin now by ways of Hong Kong. So very happy to have the two of them here with us today. We will have a bit of a conversation first here, and then we would love to open up the stage to you and involve you in the conversation as well, building bridges between the audience and the stage as well. So maybe building bridges is such a hype word. We all talk about building bridges all the time. Could you speak a bit about your background and also how that connects to building bridges, what that means to you, and give your personal definition of it? Karina, would you like to start?
Yeah, sure. I just want to say we should definitely include you as well in the conversation because you're building bridges. And I do have to say it's a very special moment because I think Athena and myself, we met in Hong Kong a decade ago. And that's actually when we started off with W Hub and then Angel Hub. So I think, yes, obviously building bridges for us, it's very dear to our heart because we define at W Hub our mission and passion in helping startups grow and scale and therefore connect them to the resources they need. We started off with talent recruiting. We continued then with partnerships on bringing acceleration programs and hackathons and all of this to Hong Kong, started curating our own program around startup corporate co-innovation, where we help corporates to connect to the innovative power of the ecosystems, but the startups, at the center obviously benefit from that collaboration. We do a lot of awareness building with white papers that we issue, and we just recently issued a white paper also on Web3. I think we just had a panel before that on the Angel Hub platform. And Angel Hub came into the equation where we said we also wanted to make a difference in the fundraising ecosystem. So we brought investment and equity crowdfunding to Hong Kong. We're the very first and still only SFC-regulated platform to do that. We have our own fund and invest. And last but not least, to make sure that we share the love as big and broad as possible, we also went into our own conference business with SIS, Scale Up Impact Summit. It just happened last year, and it's core event of the Startup Hong Kong Festival. And a very long answer just to say, obviously startups per definition want to go at least regional, if not even global. And the network of, by now, over the last 10 years, 500 partners that we built is exactly that. Having trusted partners in these different ecosystems to help our startups go overseas and vice versa, welcome people, help them to enter the Asian market through Hong Kong, where we're headquartered, but any other place that really makes sense for them.
Perfect, thank you so much. You were nodding the entire way through, Athena. Maybe you could share your perspective on it.
Yeah, so as you can see from my title right now, I'm Senior Content Manager at Pitch, which is a presentation software company. It's free to use. But as Tarek mentioned, we're much better known for some of our more public campaigns around public pitch deck collections by startups that have been successful. So from pre-seed to Series C. So you get a good sample of companies that have succeeded in fundraising, because we know how difficult it is for startups and founders to get the resources that they need to fundraise. And I think to complement Karina's background, I am much more of a memory keeper and a backstage connector, both from Hong Kong as well as in Berlin. So, I mean, I do remember when W Hub came around, because I remember thinking, oh, thank God, someone is doing what I would want, but what I have no energy to do because I'm doing other things. And W Hub came at a time years ago in Hong Kong when startups were not sexy, right? There were so many founders in Hong Kong, Cantonese-speaking founders, who spoke amongst themselves about how difficult it was to convince their family members to support them, to convince friends to understand what they were doing. All of these very basic things. So those are the types of conversations I tend to have. They tend to be more around dinners and small group meetings and such. And you need both of those when you're building bridges. You need both the white papers, you need the institutional backing, but you also need trusted networks where people can just go and have safe conversations, where they can ask very basic questions. It could be something strategic like, hey, how do I do this marketing campaign without being judged as well? And so I think that is the other part of bridge building, to build a full and healthy ecosystem. Yeah.
Perfect, thank you. So the power of community is something you highlighted. I was wondering, Karina, when you were talking about startups that are interested in going both either to Asia or to Europe, how would you pitch that? So I'm interested in the case for bridge building. How would you pitch that to a startup in Hong Kong that Berlin is an interesting place, or vice versa, especially when you're a small company, you're just starting out, or maybe a little bit later stage, you're focused on your market, you're in Berlin, Europe. How do you make Asia attractive to them and vice versa?
Yeah, so first of all, I think what is really important is to make sure that you help the company understand in which stage they are and if they really have an interest to already broaden their geographical footprint, right? So you don't necessarily want to make sure that a company starts going overseas because maybe something in their home country is not working or they have not yet fully found a product market fit. At the end of the day, also at Angel Hub, we actually source companies from around the globe. So we're not only investing into companies that are originally from Hong Kong, but in contrary, we invest into companies that are looking to scale in Asia. And they can come from Asia, but they can also come from Berlin. And I think to answer your question is, we really want to make sure that they understand that their solution that they have developed, given a certain problem statement that they had identified in their home market, is something that is very, very similar that they would find in the Asian market. So it's just pure entrepreneurial, one-on-one. You go back to the problem that they're trying to solve, and we try to help them assess if that problem exists, probably not exactly in the same way, but in a similar way in the Asian market, and then hence try to see how they can really pivot, adjust, and test their market in that environment, and therefore connect them with the resources they need. So money is one, but I think one of the things that we can help companies understand is how to go about recruiting, how to go about go-to-market strategy, how to go about really approaching different customers and clients. The value proposition, particularly for Hong Kong, it's very interesting because sometimes we get the question, why Hong Kong? So my short answer is why not? But without joking, I mean, the real point is people kind of like confuse addressable market size and the benefit of having a very small, tight-knit network you launch into, because again, every market is relatively like a new startup in itself, and the thing that you crave most is feedback to see if you have a product market fit. And arguably, therefore, the smaller the market and the denser the community is, the better it is. And then interesting, in a lot of sectors, arguably Hong Kong, particularly when it goes like financial services, fintech, is actually huge. You have 75% of banks sitting there. So the fintech community is huge. And a couple of other ones we can go into detail. But I think that is one of the things that we really try to help a company assess very, very early on.
Excellent, thank you. Maybe vetting the audience here a little bit, how do we have any startups, people working in startups here in the crowd, if you can raise your hand? Okay, and any startups who would like to expand to a different market? Maybe, okay. And do we have any,
I know Gilang is, absolutely. He was pitching yesterday, remember?
Do we have any individuals, freelancers, consultants who are based in one ecosystem who are looking to go into the other ecosystem? I think those we have a lot as well at the AsiaBerlin Summit. So people either from Asia who come, I think Athena is a good example. She was at the AsiaBerlin Summit visiting from Hong, I think 4 years back, the first time?
I think, actually a bit of the backstory. This was the person who invited me here about 7 years ago. So I'm still here. Yeah.
We're aging graciously. But I think maybe we could go a bit into tips and do's and don'ts of if you're a startup and entering a different market or want to enter a different market, what are the sort of questions and considerations you should have? And maybe Athena, more zooming into a personal perspective, when you want to make a career move into a different ecosystem, what are the considerations you had or the advice you would give for somebody who would like to make that move?
Yeah, and so I think a small sell for Berlin is that what attracted me to the city was actually the AsiaBerlin Summit, because coming from Hong Kong, which is an incredibly dynamic and resource-rich city where ideas move fast, people move fast, one of the things that I did find missing sometimes was just the diversity of different industries. So if I went to an event, I knew what I could get out of it. If I went to a fintech event, I would go and meet investors, people who come from banking backgrounds, all adjacent industries. I am not going to get an artist, and I'm not going to get a scientist. And I like that. I like that kind of semi-randomized chaos that sometimes you do get at AsiaBerlin and other spaces in Berlin. And that was the ecosystem that I wanted to get into, because for me, I'm interested in products and imaginative products. And so to circle back to your question, Tarek, like when I'm thinking about the ecosystems that I'm wanting to insert myself into, I think the biggest question that I ask is, what is it that I want from the ecosystem that I can both contribute to as well as get enriched by? And some people are very focused. Like sometimes, you know, you might be in hardware, you might be in agri-tech, and you might really need that whole ecosystem around you. If you're in manufacturing, then you do go to Shenzhen for that specific hub. But then there are people who might really need to draw inspiration from the creative industries and from manufacturing and thinking about environment at the same time and imagining new social structures and stuff like that. And so I think one of the things that founders should ask themselves once in a blue moon is, in addition to looking at the numbers, like, yes, it's great to see all these global cities with thousands and thousands of startups and how many investors and the size of the deals that you can get. But at the end of the day, Karina can probably add to this, but you only need 1 to maybe 10 investors that really fit your bill. And And you just need that one who will not only write the check, but give you the network and really open the doors and spend time with you. That means so much more than having, let's say, a dozen investors who, won't even respond to your calls. So yeah, it's really thinking deep about the relationships that you're establishing, not just all the check boxes.
Yeah, and I think there are actually a few nuggets in there in the sense of why would you build bridges, right? So we talked at the beginning about expanding and bringing your business to a different city, but you might be looking to just recruit, right? Particularly now, it seems that we're all used to remote work and international teams that can be located and connect remotely. So again, if you think about looking for a specific talent, it can be a good reason why are you trying to connect with a different ecosystem. As you said, for example, supply manufacturing facilities, right? Or investors. I'm going to get to that in a second. But I think one of the things that is really important when we also, pitch the ecosystem and its opportunities to companies from overseas to come in, I think we feel we have a strong responsibility to look into our own ecosystem if it's really thriving and if we can provide that value proposition and can, really walk the talk. One of the reasons why we're very, very active in Hong Kong is we think, we can only really have a valid value proposition if the ecosystem is fully working and if each of the stakeholders are really contributing in the way, right? That they should and add value. So it's not about, corporate starting behaving as startups and think, they're not there to give the money and can hustle like founders. It's not their role, right? Seriously. Same thing with investors, right? If we have a full ecosystem with people pretending to invest, but basically just wasting people's time, it's not what you want. So I think there's a whole responsibility before you go out and say, like, look, you should come over here, make sure that you help contribute. And that's something that Athena beautifully did, and that's how we get to know each other before she moved out to Berlin. On the investor side, there was a talk previously, and I think it was Varun who mentioned it. I think for all startup founders in the room, it's not only that you have the right to vet your investors, you have the duty, you have the diligence to vet your investors. And I'm just going to repeat what we already heard because it was speaking so much out of my heart is you can never get rid of the wrong investor on your cap table. It kills your company, right? And it's sometimes we hear, it's easy to say. You may think you don't have the choice, right? At a given point in time, you have to accept money. I think you always have a choice, and you have the choice to say, I'll shut down the company or I put it on ice versus bringing the wrong investor on board. It's very painful in the moment, but I can tell you having the wrong investor on your capital is even more painful. And I think one of the things that we say on Angel Hub is, of course, we're here to help investors place their money in the way that they get a brilliant return, but we say the problem of time, access, and know-how, we do not only solve it for the investors, but we also solve it for the founders, right? And again, being there, promising that not necessarily that we are 100% successful in giving you all the money you want, but in saving you time and saving you from pitching to people who are just there to be entertained or for whatever reason they pretend to be an investor and are not. So that's important.
No, that sounds great and emancipatory when you say, okay, you can choose your investor, but everybody's talking about venture capital winter, investments are going down, startups, especially early stage startups, are really now struggling. Looking back at building bridges, do you see that winter, the big elephant in the room with COVID happening over the last 2 years, 2.5 years, has that impacted how bridge building works? Has that impacted the appetite of startups that they maybe say, okay, I first have to do the homework at home and work at home and figure that out before I look into Hong Kong or Berlin or whatever market I'm interested in? And maybe also, Athena, for you being based out of Berlin, before everybody wanted to come to Berlin, you had developers and designers flowing into the city. Have you, over your time here, over the past couple of years through COVID, has that stagnated? How do you perceive that?
The short answer is no. And if anyone looks at the rental market in Berlin, you know it's completely exploded and it's drowned in tech. So Berlin, despite all of the macroeconomic considerations, the tech industry is booming. And there is still a huge appetite within certain companies to be hiring. I'm not going to name some big names, but some of them have been coming in and that have IPO'd and come in and set up Berlin offices. So there is that movement and there is that interest still. If I was actually to answer that question, I would have to address the other elephant in the room in Berlin, which is actually the housing market crisis of like, yes, Berlin wants this tech talent. Yes, there are companies coming here, but can they all be housed in an equitable way is another question. But I think to go back to the other question that you had, which was the idea of how has, I think, Berlin's ecosystem changed? Is that a fair question to ask, like in terms of like COVID and the market downturn and everything like that?
More looking into this bridge building aspect, into startups being interested in moving between Asia and Berlin, and also individuals, talent.
I would definitely say that in some ways that there have been some pushes outside of Asia, and I think some of it has to do with instability, it has to do with people, I think the opening up of remote work as well, and actually Berlin companies have also become more and more open to hiring remotely. And so I think there is that infrastructure that has shifted in the past 3 years significantly, and so when you originally have people who are working remotely from, for example, places like Singapore, then you have people who then begin to think about moving. So there is that ripple effect. It is placing Berlin on people's radar, and then vice versa, perhaps Asia in the radar of people in Berlin. In terms of, I think, companies moving offices, the honest answer is, I would say, apart from very large ones, I would say no. I haven't seen that as much, but I have seen basically what Karina said, which is that there's an appetite for talent. And I think companies are being much more imaginative about where they're sourcing talent. And they're actually reaping the benefits of it, because we talk about diversity all the time. And one of the best ways to get diversity is to hire an international and diverse workforce.
Yeah, I think you actually had two parts in your question. Let me give two answers to your question. So one, I mean, obviously, if it's difficult to travel to a country, it's difficult to set up shop there, right? And again, one of the value propositions of Hong Kong is that it is an open hub, and it has to be an open hub, fully open hub again, to live back up to that value proposition. So for sure, that has very negatively impacted the stream into Hong Kong. Now, on the investment side, in the context of bridge building, not really, because investments are still relatively local, right? So even before COVID and all of these, black and gray swans, going just to China to think that because you bring your company from Germany to the US and there's a lot of money and you get Chinese investor interested to invest in you, that's not true, right? So with that, that hasn't changed. It's still the same. I think the other element in terms of investing is we all know the worst, for financial markets and investment is uncertainty, right? So obviously, and you referring to crypto winter and all of these things. At the same time, it's very difficult to generalize because there is a lot of money out there. There is a lot of cash out there. And you see in the other context what just happened, I don't want to say thanks to COVID because nobody wanted COVID and we're not, but a lot of industries have really positively benefited. So we had, from an investment point of view, a fantastic 2021. And because some of these sectors thrived through what was happening, because arguably the agility of entrepreneurs and the technology aspect, that was providing a solution that could work and replicate, existing solutions in that online world was just tremendous. So I think, again, even if you look now in everything that's happening in Web3, which is one of our focus areas, we just actually started a true revolution in being able, once again, and I think it's super exciting, I'm not sure if everybody's excited as I am, that you are at a turning point, that you can live a turning point. We are here to reinvent the internet. And there are tons of monies flowing into the scene and wanting to be deployed, and that has not changed. I would argue that has even accelerated.
What a hopeful outlook. Thank you, Karina. We have maybe questions I'm looking at the tech team and hoping they don't see me, for one or two questions from the crowd or statements. Maybe you want to share your experience of building bridges between Asia and Berlin. Yes, please. Question to the tech team, can we just pass the microphone around? Is that okay, or will that give an echo? Let's fail fast, right?
Good afternoon. So my name is Liju George. My question or maybe comments from your side. We are talking about building bridges. So I come from India. So the startup culture, or at least a lot of youths are entering into the startup and building something. And when I now also look into Europe and Germany specifically, again, there is a lot of momentum and energy in the youth who wants to do something. And keeping in the motto of the theme of SDGs, what I want to ask is, when you're discussing about building bridges, in today's world where I see more startup programs coming up than startups, what are the gaps you see in the existing ecosystem that as incubators or accelerators that has to be built to support the startups in a much better way?
Is it for Berlin or for, you want to go first? Okay,
Yeah.
sure.
I wanted to ask one point of clarification before I address that. When you said the startups, are you thinking about, for example, like founders who are just wanting to found a company, or are you thinking about, let's say, maybe even a team of 3 founders who are looking to really commercialize their business? I know that you might have been talking about the whole ecosystem, but I wanted to focus the answer.
If I have to focus on, then I would be like, they are somewhere reaching or prior to product market fit. So it might be a young team, but yeah, that is what, at least in my mind.
You asked the harder one, I admit.
And a quick answer, because we're being cut off, so an elevator pitch.
Yeah. So actually, there might be a lot of programs out there. So again, vet the programs, because I agree, sometimes, it's not the right thing to do as a startup. You don't have to go through an acceleration program. I would still, though, hardly recommend that whenever you go into a new market, find partners, find trusted partners, because you don't even know what you don't know.
I'll also try to stick to one sentence after this one. So I think we can talk maybe on after this, but if the companies are B2B, then there is a lot of value in finding the right accelerators, because the ones that can help you commercialize are the ones that will help your company become profitable and find product market fit. If it is perhaps more of a consumer product, then maybe there are other routes that you can go after rather than just look for accelerator programs. Because at the end of the day, if you're an early stage company, it is about the founding team, and it is about their ingenuity and survival skills and ability to learn. And maybe because I come from an era before even accelerator programs and incubators, so part of me still lives in this world where I do feel that at the end of the day, it's about rolling up your sleeves and having that learning mentality. And if your first thought is to go to an accelerator to learn, then I would ask the more fundamental question of like, okay, do you want to be spoon-fed, or are you looking for something very specific that this program can help you with? And if it's the latter, then yes, go for it.
Thank you so much. Rome wasn't built in a day, and bridges aren't either, we learned today, at least not in 25 minutes. Thank you so much to the panelists and to the audience for being here. Let's continue the conversation offline and have a lovely rest of your summit.
Thanks to the moderator.
Good afternoon at the Asia Berlin Summit afternoon session. The music stops, that means we can begin, and the crisis is starting. We have a bit nut to crack. I hope not everyone of you is tired already, so we have some serious talk to ahead of us. My name is Timo Rupp, and I have the pleasure and honor to moderate a session on supply chain and logistic challenge in times of crisis, and whether sustainability is something we should sacrifice for it or not. I'm very much honored to welcome my panel guests. I have here next to me Angela Chu. She is an entrepreneurial executive with more than 25-year experience in Siemens, in IBB, but what impressed me most, she was the group CPO of Lufthansa when Corona hit this world, and I think she has a lot to share on the topic. So thank you for being here, Angela. A little applause for Angela. Then we have Nikita Gutin here. He comes from the very other side, from the very small company side. He's the founder and CEO of Agranimo. I think founded in Chile, he told me before. There to disrupt and innovate in the agri and food sector, and for him, logistics and supply chain is a special challenge because food is easy to, get bad, and you need cooling, you need really working supply chains. Computer chip you can leave in the channel, and Apple you cannot. So thank you for being here, Nikita. And I have Jens Christian Holst here, bringing the perspective of one of the largest corporates we have in Germany. He's the research group head for Siemens Technology, dealing with supply chain issues as well from this corporate perspective. And also thank you for getting your perspective here today. So I think it's a very diverse group, and I'd like to start with the first question. So first of all, we open the problem, right? We define the problem. So Angela, maybe you can, from your perspective, what do you think in that environment of multi-crisis, Corona, supply chains, war, I don't know, it's so many at once. So what are the main problems you have seen in the supply chain procurement area?
Actually, the corona, the war, etc., this is not new for me, because in the last 25 years, there are few times you could say there are crises, right? Shortages on markets like aluminium, copper, silver in the past. This is like today's the chips and software, for instance. And of course, disruption in supply chain, they were already always there before COVID, right? Think about all the logistic chains, think about globalization, who has brought, diversified supplier base, and of course put supply chain in a very much, let's say, a place where you can be easily disrupted by natural disaster, for instance. Other things I see increasing pressure is, of course, also due to the global legislation, for instance, like Supply Chain Act laws and also CO2 emission, Scope 3 requirement. This adds additional layer of challenges. Next one, I also felt about innovation and sustainability. Everybody talks about that, but I think I strongly say there's still a gap between what we promise and what we really put into action. And a lot of big companies still do greenwashing, which is unacceptable. So therefore, I'm also urge a lot of business leaders who are present today, either you're leading big or small organizations, we have to do things jointly together, cross borders, cross industries, cross companies.
I think it's an important aspect, is greenwashing. Maybe we come to that later. How about from the food and small company perspective?
Yeah, I mean, from the small company perspective, obviously difficult because you can't really change the situation very quickly. And you have to just accept higher prices or longer wait times. But I wanted to bring the perspective of our clients to the table because we see their problems quite a lot, and that impacts our business as well. We work a lot in the fresh produce industry, so we're talking about fruits, vegetables, perishable goods, and the problems are large. First of all, because of the mismanagement, you don't have the right amount of refrigerated containers. That affects a lot of our customers, and when you already harvested the product and you can't ship it, then your whole year of income is basically under question. The other problem is financing. Yeah, so if you are a farmer, as soon as you harvest it, you put your product on the truck that goes to the port. You have to finance and take the risk of the entire supply chain until it reaches the supermarket. And at that point, they can discard produce, etc. And all of that risk is on the smallest person in the supply chain, essentially. So this kind of whole financing and insurance aspect is definitely a large problem. Yeah, I think that's what I wanted to put forward.
Thank you. Yeah, what is from Siemens technology point of view, the biggest challenges to cope with?
I think the major problem that basically everybody has was that we had with COVID, we had a drop in demand in such a huge way that the resulting supply chains couldn't follow this build-up of demand later on. And also from a logistics point of view, what we see now, we had a temporal behavior of different, where in the different areas, COVID hit in a different way. So it hit China first, or Asia first, let's say, then Europe, then the US, now China again. So we always had these questions of temporal outbreaks, and the demand shifts changed so much, so fast that normal supply chains just couldn't handle this anymore, and that was also something. But I think in general is the main question that we have to ask ourselves, not only as a big corporation, is the risk management of our supply chains. So how can we avoid this? What kind of risk management ideas and innovations we have, and does sustainability play a role in there? That's a question.
Oh, this is interesting. Yeah, the supply chain is around the world, and one piece can break all the time. But maybe we go this way back, because you mentioned just the second part. I wanted to know, you are seasoned managers here in that area. You have experienced the crisis or several crises. So maybe you have already some learnings you want to share with the audience. So what have you taken from that times of crisis already for your company, for your responsibility?
Yeah, I think one of the points that I just mentioned is basically that when you think about supply chains, this diversification of supply chains it's getting more and more important. So you have to think about localization versus globalization. Do you need supply chains for your products which can be replaced pretty easy? And let's say Siemens, for example, there's a company with a huge number of products, and I have a couple of experiences where basically you just have one or two suppliers that can supply this product. I have a very prominent example, which was a toilet for an ICE train. So there was only one or two suppliers. If that supplier fails, the whole train stands. And the Deutsche Bahn won't buy this train from a company like Siemens. That's a problem. And this is really, that don't think that in the first place, but this is exactly what I mean with risk management.
The business goes down the toilet, literally to say. Yeah, but it's really, sometimes it's things you don't think about, but it's a high-speed, high-tech train, but it has a toilet, and it has to have a toilet. Yeah, interesting. Yeah, maybe what is from...
Yeah, I think that what we see in our industry is there's a lot of now understanding that we need to be tracking the supply chain better. So there was already a drive, in the refrigerator container, you have some sensors, for example, where you can get the information from, but unfortunately, before the port, in the port, after the port, there is no tracking. So essentially, if you have your avocados coming from South Africa, you harvested them, then you have no knowledge what happens, then you have some knowledge what happens, and then you have no knowledge what happens, and then the fruit comes bad. And then you really don't know where it happened, why it happened, and you can't plan for this. And cash flow, again, becomes a major issue. If you can't plan for it, you don't have the financial backbone to be able to withstand that crisis.
But it goes in a similar direction, risk management, have data, prepare for it. You cannot avoid it, but you can prepare.
Right.
Yeah. Angela, do you have from your very specific experience some learnings?
Yes, actually COVID has taught us many, many lessons. I would say a few ones, maybe most important ones I would like to highlight, except including the risk management, the resilience, the data transparencies, because nowadays you want to have really at hand real-time data from your tier 1 to tier X suppliers, right? You want to know where to source them in case a natural disaster happens or geopolitical conflicts happens. You know immediately where to switch your sourcing of supply. I think also another thing is many of my peers actually started recently to really add another decision metrics criteria, which is a CO2 footprint. Because in the past, the sourcing strategies are pretty much driven by where it is low costs, right? Cost was the main driver or initiative to source somewhere else. I think nowadays many companies are taking good initiative to add one dimension is really CO2 footprint. So you know exactly when you source from supplier A, change to source from supplier B, what are the impact of your CO2 footprints, right? Another thing very important, of course, for me very important is really in the crisis moment, since we as aviation has been confronted really firsthand with the deep crisis, is don't take shortcuts. Don't take shortcuts and put always the legal framework around you, and also don't forget about corporate responsibility. Large corporates like us, I think it's always very important that in difficult times, not only protect your own company, but also help those, let's say, suppliers in these weaker positions, help them to navigate through the thunderstorm. Otherwise, if your supplier dies, you won't have suppliers in the good times, right? I think last but not least is also really be very communicative, but also be transparent and honest with all your stakeholders, be it investors, be it your suppliers or customers, be it with your own employees. I think transparent and honest, talk about we are in deep crisis, this is what we need to do, this is the pros and cons if you follow with us, and also build those strategic partnerships in the crisis moment. Yeah, because in the Chinese saying we have is to really turn every crisis into an opportunity, right? If crisis happens, so what, right? Be prepared all the time for the worst, but also use that opportunity to look at innovation, reducing waste in the processes, reducing complexity, take out things which is not necessary, and then ask all your partners, your supply partners, what can we do to help each other to reduce the costs, right? Right now, inflation in Germany is close to 9%, in Switzerland 3-4%. Yet there's not always a chance that you can pass on to your customers, right? That's come back to the question as entrepreneurs or large corporates, where can we take costs out, right? To help at the end, your end customers still, can offset some of the inflations.
Yeah, I mean, this is very interesting. You have this kind of learning, which sounds great. Let's come to the very critical point of the aspect. I mean, in reality, it's often about trading environmental costs to product costs, saving a business, sacrificing a business. I mean, if you have a choice to rescue a business by shipping it, CO2 doesn't matter. It must be from A to B. You said no shortcuts. I like that. Does it work in reality? So are we ready or willing, or do we need to sacrifice sustainability, or can we combine both in that times of crisis? And maybe you have solutions.
I don't know I have solutions, but I think right now I see at least a good trend globally, right? If you look at the finance institutions, they want to invest in companies who really have impact in sustainability, right? You have to demonstrate what you do today and what's your target in 5 to 10 years. Other things I think we as individuals, right, especially me as responsible for procurement supply chain for many, many years, I think we have the mandate and also privilege to really decide on how do you set up your supply chains. I'm very happy today. I'm also sitting in different boards. I'm also a leading voice on the markets. I think many times I see my peers are really working on together, really look at how do we reduce the CO2 footprint in general, because many of us have family, have kids, because I think that's a very critical source that when we think about what kind of earth we want to pass on to our next generations, right? And I really like one statement recently I heard from another panel is, we all say we are going to save the planet. It's not about the planets, it's about the human being on this planet. We have to save our own lives at the end, right? I think that's very compelling for many, many the business leaders.
Thank you, Angela. Yeah.
Yeah. No, I would add to that something on a personal note coming from the food industry. Yeah, sustainability has become quite a big topic on the agenda, and I think that the fact that we're looking beyond the product and are looking at the entire supply chain now and are trying to see what are the effects, on the environment, and in the process we're also discovering all the risks and all the unnecessary, I guess, unnecessary risks that we're taking by consuming certain products versus other products. And if we adjusted, first of all, our consumption, but second of all, the whole transparency issue in the supply chain, If you get the information correctly, if you have the supply chain more transparent, then you can discriminate certain options versus other options and choose or lean towards more sustainable options. And I think that is what we have to be driving towards.
Just for one solution that we basically developed within Siemens was the transparency on the product carbon footprint over a supply chain. So that's always a question in terms of for the industry, that you have suppliers and they basically also calculate and have PCF values for their products. The question is how can you transport this over the complete supply chain from a screw to a whatever huge product. And we developed some sort of tool that is called Z-Green, and there's an ecosystem around this that you have a trusted transparency on those values. And I think these digital technologies will help us to understand how the impact of sustainability on our supply chain is, and also help us to decide which supply chain we choose. Because what you said is absolutely clear. In the future, people will choose the supply chain with the lowest impacts, environmental impacts. And this is something that we have to develop, and there are a lot of technologies out there already. We got to use them, and we got to make sure that these technologies are available for the people, and also that they are, let's say, cost effective in terms of scalability. That's basically how we see it. So.
Yeah, perfect. I mean, this was now in a summary a combined mix of awareness, transparency, that starts from us personally in consuming stuff, to the point we involve innovation on data, on AI and whatever. I think there's a big market opportunity for startups as well coming up, right? So that's what you are there, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. Coming to the last minutes, are there some suggestions, questions from the audience to the panel? Supply chain, procurement experts. Yeah, then let's round up. What would be your greatest wish if you come to? I mean, politics are playing a role. I think we're all coming from the entrepreneurial side. We have no one from the government side here. It's just something that governments can support us in the industry to do what we want to do. Or do you see obstacles? You mentioned some regulations that are maybe above what should be.
Yes, one of the things which I observe is really look at some of the shareholder meetings, right? Because I'm often in different board meetings, and I think it's really business has to change their, let's say, terminology in terms of performance. It cannot be like you look at every month, every quarter. You have to really look beyond years, because I still think some of the business solutions, they are too short-term, too short-sighted, that some business leaders don't think long-term. Therefore, I think it's one thing I'm also very passionate to really helping, really be much more open-minded, much more focused on innovation. We need different type of leaders in crisis, even post-crisis, that they are much more, forward-looking, not anymore, my quarterly, my monthly performance.
Your biggest wish is smarter, more wide-sided visionary leaders.
Right.
Yeah. What would be your wish in short?
Well, I like the concept of planetary boundaries, yeah, and I think that we have to always keep in mind that there are certain boundaries and which we cannot cross. And so if you believe in the capitalist system, yeah, that drives our behavior, then that should be in a straightforward way translated into prices. So if we have certain products that have those negative externalities, they have to be included in the price so that it drives our behavior towards other more sustainable options. And I think my ideal world would be a world where it is transparent, the negative externalities that a product has on the environment, and that it is included in the price in such a way that it drives our behavior away from the bad products and towards the more sustainable options.
If you would have a wish?
I think my wish would be that we basically in the future don't talk about crisis all the time, but also think about solutions and what we're going to do to help to create not only society but also an economy for our kids, that they can be as safe, as secure as we were in our childhood, for example. So this is something that I think not only about crisis, but about challenges, about the future, that the future can be positive, but we are the people who have to change that. I mean, there's no one else out there. That's all.
Perfect. I think that's a nice message. I think we couldn't solve the supply chain issues of this world on that panel, but I think we could set an attitude. Oh, there's a question. Yes. Well, I need to come to you. I'm rushing. No, it's okay. One moment.
Well, that helps. Thank you so much. Well, first of all, thank you so much for the panel. It was really informative. Thank you so much, especially to Angela. It reminded me a lot of the story of Lisa Su from AMD, who came like sweeping in midst of the crisis and just saving the day. It was really inspiring. I do have a question in regards to the headline, basically, which says sustainability versus market pressure. Just a sentence to me is basically I went to law school and now blockchain is my life. And a lot of innovation that comes spawning out of the ground in blockchain tries to solve that in its origin. And you hear sentences like, in the not too distant future, finance and sustainability will be synonymous and things like that. Do you consider blockchain technology or anything of the like in your like next quarters or in your like roadmap ahead? Because just a last thought. Because a lot of leaders that I talk to, they say data banks like that are quite unnecessary, and others like would bet their house on it. So it's very, very divergent opinions. I would love to hear yours.
Just a comment from my side that basically the example that I gave you with the Z-Green approach, that you have PCF values of products and you have a data transparency over the supply chain, that is basically based on a kind of a blockchain technology in a way. So we basically use this as a technology, and I think that's necessary because these let's say information are critical for every supplier. Nobody wants to tell the other supplier what they are doing, but they want to be trusted on the other hand. So they want to share information on one hand, and on the other hand, they want to keep the details for themselves. And that's how blockchain or this kind of trusted technologies can really help. And this is just one of the examples that I know.
Maybe just to add on the large corporate things, yeah. So I think if I understand your question right, because I'm not representing any organization right now, because I'm on the non-executive side, I see a lot of companies throughout crisis, they still didn't get that data transparency is that important. They still see data is like nice to have, right? They say, why it is so important to have data? You can do Excel file, right? So I think still sometimes companies have difficulties to apply a certain budget to do any IT-related upgrades, much more data, much more transparency, blockchain, etc. And also some of the, let's say, I would not say the traditional leaders, they didn't get it, what this brings. Therefore, it's relying on us to translate what this means, what value it brings to the business. Because those business leaders need to know a business case behind every investment on those, right? They want to know what data brings them. Therefore, we have to find ways to translate that and then make it relevant for them. Because it's not about, like, I want to have the best transparency, it doesn't help them. Therefore, the business leaders need to understand what's the value behind that. I guess for the farmers as well, right? If you sell your products, you need to
Are you into blockchain as well?
Yeah, I mean, From my side, I mean, there's a lot of initiatives, yeah, farm to fork and all of this based on blockchain, and I think that the vision is really, really clear and quite nice. I think the problem with adoption of this technology, particularly in the food supply chain, has been slower because there is actually too many players in the entire supply chain between the farm and the supermarket. So again, in the example of an avocado, yeah, that travels from South Africa, there is just a lot of parties, independent parties, that are touching that product along the way before it gets to the supermarket. And so it's, I think, I mean, that's my assumption, I think it was just very difficult to be able to implement one system that will unite all these people and also make it so flexible that somebody else can come in, and if you reroute your product, somebody else jumps in. So you have to kind of have it in different markets and different. So I mean, that's my assumption, that it was just too many people. But I hope that it's one day a reality, and we can quickly see where it comes from, what were the conditions, and so on.
Another thought also on the current workforce perspective, right? Not everybody is welcome in new tools, because every time you implement a new tools, then you have a lot of people against that. Not for their own purpose, it's just they don't understand it, they don't see the value that can simplify their works, they are afraid of losing their jobs, right? So there's a lot of communication, a lot of change management to be done.
Yeah. So thank you very much, dear panelists. It was really precious insights. I think you can continue the discussion off the stage. I got a sign that our time is off. So
thank you.
The supply chain is on time. Thank you. Thank you.
You know who made it.
Hello, hello.
Hello? Okay.
Yeah,
Perfect.
okay.
Yeah, let's get started, I guess. We got the signal. Welcome everybody to our today's panel. I'm Tom Kussmann. I'm the COO and co-founder of Horizons. We're an HR SaaS company that helps companies to employ talents across the world. Yeah, let's maybe do a quick intro. Matthias?
Yeah, good afternoon also from my side. My name is Matthias Müller. I'm the founder and owner of China Link, is my own company, but this is a very new one, just since last year. Before that, I was 25 years in China, working and living there on site, and mostly for the last 15 years for the German centers, where I witnessed hundreds of German companies entering the Chinese market and going international.
Good afternoon. First of all, I want to thank Jan and the back team for the opportunity. And I'm myself Vishnu Nagaraj, founder of Carve Startup Labs. We work with the various government, especially trade bodies, on the international bridge programs, helping the startups to go global. So good to share the panel with the eminent peoples. Yeah.
Perfect. Yeah, our topic today, employer of record versus employing through an own office. Before we kick off the discussion with the guys next to me, may I ask who's familiar with the so-called employer of record system or model to employ globally? Maybe raise your hands. Yeah, a couple of them, not that many. Maybe before we jump in, one or two words about it. So, employer of record, it's actually a third-party organization that employs staff on behalf of companies. If I would give you a concrete example, if you're a company from Germany and you want to hire somebody in Spain without setting up an entity, you would go through a service provider called Employer of Record, to basically hire staff. They would give them a locally compliant employment contract and run the payroll. Why am I speaking about this? Because I had a discussion a couple of weeks ago with those two guys that we've seen that this whole model is going through the roof globally, but at the same time also still looking for adoption in a couple of markets. So I think maybe starting a bit, Matthias, why don't you start with explaining a bit the developments that you've seen, especially with your strong China angle, how you've seen companies entering China, but maybe also vice versa in the last 25 years?
Yeah, looking back at the last 2 decades, I would say, when I was in China on site, you can imagine there was a lot of changes in all regards. Talking about internationalization, of course, China is for the German companies the most important export market, together with the US. And if it comes to the HR topic, I arrived in China at the time where it was plenty of expats sent from Germany to China with unbelievable salary packages, housing allowances, flights, schooling, everything. So that was a very different HR environment by that time. But that over the years, I would say
especially after China joined the WTO, a lot of things have changed. The labor market has developed very much. China implemented a lot of laws in the labor market, and the German companies became more and more settled in China. And for the recruiting part, it has changed over the years that the German companies localized their employees more and more, so less expensive expatriates, but going more local. And now I would say today, before I left China, I would even say probably 9 out of 10 general managers or chief representatives of German companies are now Chinese citizens. So that has totally changed over the years. And of course also then for the, not the recruiting part, for the employer of record part, which is a relatively new industry, I would say, but nevertheless, the HR cost part and the rental fees, those are usually the two big fixed costs you have. So to have those well managed, I think is quite important.
Yeah, as we said, like that the major obstacles why this kind of an employer of record and all, by dealing with most of the Indian startups before going global. So we help them on, say, setting the office in the foreign countries. The major challenges they face is like, I can address the legal part, the tax, even though if they have a good investment, if they have good product in the market, home market. But before going global, there are lots of unique things which they have to the crucial parts they have to address. They have to understand the market and the legal, especially sticking to the point, the employer of record, because when you go to a foreign market, we need the team. The team is one of the major crucial part we have to work. But the problem is that if you do your own hiring in your office, the legal, that particular home country's laws, tax, because we are founders can't. Okay, so we founders can't burn the monies or the investment or the resources just for the mistakes we do in the legal. So it's getting outsourcing that part is always good. Even I know lots of founders who's doing good in India, got investment, they face a major challenges on the particular team part. Even they fail to do the kind of a business they did in, say, for an example, in India. You may be the king there and you have to run the kingdom in India, but when you go to a new country, you are starting with a zero. So there are multiple factors there, and especially the first thing, that the team. So as the topic, the employer of record is always an advantage in the initial stage, which I can say.
I think if we maybe look at the topic and we say, okay, when does it really make sense to, or from your experience, when you think, okay, you look at the companies that you've supported with their market entry, when, based on your experience, do you think it makes sense to say, okay, I go with an EOR, or maybe I go through my own setup? And I think one crucial part to look at here may be speed to market, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, so the most companies I saw witnessed, the typical small and medium-sized companies, they start in the beginning, maybe they have one general manager or chief representative, he's probably even a legal representative as well, maybe maximum then another office manager, and that's usually it, that's this initial setup. Then all the rest will be typically sourced out in the beginning, accounting services, tax legal services, and also the HR part. In some areas in China, you even have to do the HR part through a service provider, but it's another thing. So, but this is, saves you a lot of headache, and especially what Vishnu also mentioned, the legal part, the administrative part to handle the salary packages, the labor contracts. You have to pay attention to a lot of details. So if you can have someone else in the beginning taking care of that, I think that is a big help. Later on, after the startup phase, I would say it's a different story. Maybe a few words to it later.
Yeah, as Matthew said, like the initial stage is a crucial part, especially when it comes to a B2C market, and maybe B2B, we can even deal with the leaders to leadership teams. So maybe that area we can manage. When you address a consumers of a foreign market, especially on the, as I said, the B2C part, you have to go with an outsourcing model, like employer of record is one of the unique strategy which they can choose in the initial period. Of course, in the later period, it depends on that. It's subjective. It's depending on the product, the way they grow, how they rooted into that foreign market. It differs. But the initial, when you start as zero, even though you are a well-funded, even though you have a good business in the home country, when you are into a new market, you are starting with zero. So that time, a good kind of outsourcing system, not only that this part, the employee part, because we can focus on product, develop, make the market fit and sell. The entire legal lets the outsource and the other people will take care. So the founders can peacefully work on the foreign market, which I, as per the experience of multiple founders, I see that.
I think from my experience, what I've seen, especially over the last 3 years with Horizons, is especially if we look at more younger and I would say dynamic companies, I think for them, like the go-to-market speed with go-to-market, I think is probably key here. And at the same time, I think such younger companies, they're more dynamic. They tend to expand into maybe more than like one country at a time. I mean, and that's, I guess, my thought, like, You've seen a couple of you've seen a couple of large companies, manufacturing companies, like old-fashioned German industrial companies going to China. Like, what do you think like is going to happen in the future? Like, how those companies going to expand and hire their teams abroad? Because at the same time, they also need to move quickly, right? Like the competition, especially in Asia Pacific, is growing.
Yes, definitely, yes, even though I'm maybe a bit more old school than you. But no, I think still time or speed is matters, especially in China. You may know also the life speed, everything in China is super, super fast, especially in Shanghai. Nevertheless, the recruiting part, how you build your team in China, I believe still it's crucial for your business success to have to find the right people. And also if you maybe in the beginning do it via a service provider on a outsourced payroll, later on you still want somehow do some employer branding to let the employees identify themselves better with the company. You feel maybe a bit outsourced when you're on a other payroll, just technically. So I believe speed definitely matters, but to find the right people, I would still take my time to do so, because later on you may regret. And then again, if it comes to the legal part, probation times, compensations you have to pay if you find out someone is not the right employee, you have a lot of headaches. Then again, it's good have someone else solving it. But still, to pick the right people in the first place, I would still also take my time for that part.
Yeah, rightly said, as the two major factor is that recruiting the right talent and also the process. Every government have a different process of making them employee contract or employee law. Recruiting, of course, that's a huge problem, that how find the right talent in the local. Of course, when we talk about this legal process, the core part of every business, especially when it comes to India, we are mostly talking about the startups, small teams who doing the business and later go into a foreign market. They want to focus on the core part which will make them quick business, because they have very less time. They have to go to the market and get it. So that time, that this kind of an task which we can outsource, like of course as a employer of record model systems, which they can simply outsource and take, and they can focus on only on that product and start working on it. So yes, that makes sense that way.
That's interesting. How can you maybe explain again how your programs, because I'm working a lot also now with Indian startups, like how exactly or do Indian startups tend to go global and hire their staff abroad? Like, Especially now you're touring through Europe, right? Like with your
correct. So
program.
as per the Indian policy, might be lots of Indian startups here. So like we have a policy of helping the startups to go global. But of course, when they go global, as from the beginning I said, there are lots of challenges we are facing. For an example, I faced some life situation within a minute, I will say. So when I come from India to this particular thing, I forgot to bring the plug point connector. The entire plug points in India. Germany is different, and I just came here and I was facing lots of issues without that connecting adapter. What I am gonna say to the Indian startups, even though policy is there, even though they say come to here, without a connector don't come. I faced that kind of a challenge because every market have that kind of a connector requirement in not only the hiring phase as like Impact, AsiaBerlin Summit. These are the system which really I appreciate because they making the market connecting fit the right way. So as a hiring, startups is really looking for such service on the right awareness because most of the startup when they raise funds and do good business in the home country, they feel that hey, booking a ticket in Berlin, we can do everything. It's not like that. To reduce the burn rate, each and every money is important. So going to the right hands is very important in the initial stage. That way, the employer of record, we can say it works in the initial period. Yeah.
And maybe as an outlook now, I mean, you're both connecting with lots of startups. You're bringing them from China to Europe, from Germany to China, and vice versa. The same with India. What do you think, I guess, is currently maybe still more relevant to them? Do they need support on the initial stage? Because now we're speaking about like employer of record. I think it's very technical, right? It's already the go-to-market. They basically execute their go-to-market strategy. Do you think like they require more support at the very beginning? Maybe a launchpad system where they define strategies, and I guess that's probably more applicable to you.
Yeah, exactly. That's what my point. Like you need that in the initial period. When you are, that's what even if you are strong here in the home country, when you getting into a period, this is. If you ask me the agenda, the versus employer of record or versus the hiring from own office, I recommend my startups or from my experience with the startups in India and the other foreign startup, employer record is advisable in the initial stage. But later stage is up to their the team and the way who they connected, whether their service is good, they can even continue. But initial stage, yes, I recommend the employer of record method to begin with.
What do you think, Matthias? I mean,
yeah, for me, I would say if I talk about China, German companies going to China, many companies, I think 7,000, 8,000 German companies already in China, and it's the biggest trading partner, so this will definitely continue. Many German companies have already many years business import-export connections with China, and to go physically on site is usually the consequence because the Chinese market demands that from them. And yes, at the initial stage, I would always recommend in China you have all the German service providers who understand China and who understand Germany, who can give you professional advice in the beginning, the typical to establish the company, how to do that, the legal tax advice and so on. And that is very important also as a feedback to the German headquarters, because this I witnessed very often, that the German headquarters of small and medium-sized enterprises have no idea what the GM is doing in China. So if there's a service provider who understands both sides, that is very helpful. So I would always recommend, they are all on site in China, or some like me and many others are also here, but make use of this kind of support. I don't know actually any country that has a better infrastructure in China than Germany. So there's basically everything.
Americans also?
No, not even Americans. If you look at the one embassy, 5 consulates, German chambers of commerce, German centers, city partnerships, and so on. It's really, really, really very sophisticated and very easy for the German companies to get along. So there's a lot of help already. So basically, you just have to take advantage of it.
I already got the signal that was really fast. I felt like we literally just started. Do we have any questions from the audience before maybe I have a final? Yeah.
Have you recently witnessed an increasing amount of German companies
maybe I should.
I think that is the least issue in the moment. The energy prices. I didn't hear that motivation, but of course, you know, the China image in the moment. It's not that easy. It's a long discussion, a bit unjustified from my point of view, but still, the German companies keep going to China, and this will definitely continue. So I'm super confident about this.
Perfect. Maybe I'm not sure with the time. I would probably ask you like an outlook, like what can we do as a startup ecosystem to help and bring startups abroad to go faster. Now we have, I mean, we spoke about EOR, we spoke about setting up companies. Like what can we do to help them to go global a bit faster than right now? Especially from my experience in Germany, like startups tend to take very, very long.
Yeah, for me, that's connecting to the right hands. This is what I'm going to do in the future and now doing it. So give them to the right hand, then they will help them on the soft landing, and that's the job we are doing, yes.
Yeah, for me, again about China, I would say China now is a very mature market, not like in the old days anymore, where it's not transparent and so on. And I know I also represent the city of Taizang here in Germany. It's a fourth-tier city, but they're very developed and they are looking for startup input from especially Germany. Germany or made in Germany is still ranking very, very high in China, and there are a lot of hubs, or I would say startup technology know-how is very, very welcome in China, and basically you need to know then whom to ask. But if I look at the big cities like Shanghai, Beijing, Shenzhen, definitely a big startup scene, and I see there's a lot of potential also here for the German startups.
Okay, perfect. We got the signal. Thanks a lot, guys. I think we have a couple of more things to discuss.
Thanks a lot. Thanks a lot for
Thanks, everybody.
Yeah.
You know who made it.
Hello. Perfect. Hi, everyone. Welcome to, I think, one of the last panels of the day before we move to the pitch session. So I hope all of you enjoyed the AsiaBerlin Summit till now. And yeah, it's a big panel with lots of representation from different parts of the world in the direction of mobility, sustainable mobility. I just wanted to jump very quickly and give you a little bit brief on why are we doing this panel and what's the context. We currently have a project running which is called the Urban Mobility Berlin India project, which is aiming to bridge gaps between the mobility ecosystems between Berlin, Germany, and India. In order for that project, we have a lot of different kinds of activities which take place, and one of the main ones is innovation challenges. And what do we do in these innovation challenges is basically we take problem statements from different Indian stakeholders in the government sector, in the private sector, in the not-for-profit sector. We find out challenges which the Indian ecosystem is facing currently in the mobility space, and then we plug in innovation from Germany and Berlin in those problem statements. In order for us to better increase our reach and our network within the German and the Berlin startup community, one of the reasons we have this panel and we have experts on the topic is that all of you also get a small glimpse, an idea into what are the current challenges and the trends that the mobility ecosystems are facing. So of course we have a very strong panel here with lots of intelligent ideas and their experiences to be shared with all of you, so that all of you also get a little bit more aware about the current challenges that have or are being faced in an emerging country like India, which is of course completely different to a mobility ecosystem landscape point of view compared to, if you say, from Berlin or Germany, where let's say the mobility ecosystem works differently. There's pros and cons on both sides, and of course there is technology transfer and innovation to be utilized and capitalized and transferred, basically. So hence why I introduce the panel now, and I would like to introduce the moderator as well, Manjunath, who's one of our experts from the mobility department from India, and he's also working with the design lab, or he's running you call it the design lab? The Living Lab, yes, I always forget the name. We call it the Living Lab, and they're trying to plug in mobility ideas from across India and also from different parts to the Living Lab, and of course he'll take the panel forward. Thank you so much, Manjunath, for being here. He flew from India, so of course a wide round of applause for him, please. Oh, you have the mic.
Am I audible? Yes. Good evening. Thank you, Siddharth. Welcome again to hopefully the last panel discussion for the day. It is a large panel. I'd like to first introduce you to what GIZ is doing in Bangalore. I'm Manjunath. I head the program, the joint initiative of GIZ and Bosch in Bangalore, which is called the Green Urban Mobility Innovation Living Lab. We are focused on testing innovations in the mobility space in the city. At this point, we're hoping that this will be the lighthouse project for the country. Once we test innovations, once they're proved to be useful for the city, then we enable the city to scale it up, hopefully in the city, in the state, and hopefully in the country. At this point, some of our thematic areas are mobility as a service, ITS, focus on air pollution reduction, of course contributed by transportation and mobility. These are some of our areas, and yeah, we are hoping to work very closely with startups in Berlin, in Germany or Europe, as well as India. So we are also part of the Urban Mobility Berlin and India program, which Siddharth mentioned, and yeah, we're happy to be here. And we'll move on to our panel discussion. I'd like to first invite, so what we'll do is I'll invite our panelists one by one, and if you could just come on the stage and take your place. I'll begin with Mr. Shreyas Shibulal. He is the founder, director of Missilio Mobility Private Limited. He is an engineer, and I would say engineer by academics and probably an entrepreneur by DNA, if that's okay. He has a background in embedded systems, and he has a deep-seated love for automobiles. That's what led him to become an entrepreneur and an investor in the mobility space. So please welcome Mr. Shibulal onto the stage. Next up, we have Ms. Sonal Kulkarni. She is the chief of the Research and Innovation Center at the Directorate of Urban Land Transport, Government of Karnataka. She is obviously our only government representative on the panel today. She's worked with the private sector and made a conscious decision to join the government to do more impactful work. So please welcome Ms. Sonal from Government of Karnataka. Please take your seat. Mr. Ludwig Spiedel, he is the CFO of Swabi, a big proponent of shared mobility. Welcome, Mr. Ludwig. We have the next, Juliana Renz. She's the head of business development and the funding manager for ELO Mobility. Yes, she's responsible for building strategic, local and international partnerships in the field of hydrogen mobility. Ms. Juliana. And finally, we have Nastya Koro. She is a mobility expert, passionate about what moves urban citizens. She's also co-founded a podcast and event series, On Her Way, to support women who lead urban change. Welcome, Nastya. Wow. Okay, so before I get on to individual questions for you all, what I would like to know from each of you is what, according to you, is sustainable urban mobility? So maybe we could start with you as the mobility expert here. Yes.
Sure. So sustainable mobility. One second. Thank you. So for one thing, the first one for sustainable mobility is electric mobility. As we all notice, I guess, there is a lot of unnecessary CO2 in the atmosphere. So that is the first one. Second one, I would say it's inclusive mobility. It's the mobility that considers the needs of everyone. And by inclusive, I mean all the underserved communities, different genders, so anything you can imagine under that. Yeah, and sustainable mobility is definitely also mobility of the future, because if we don't change how we get around, there will be not much future.
And what would that be, electric?
It can be electric. I think there are probably better experts here who also know more about hydrogen, for example. I would say anything but what we used to, because we do need to change the ways how we get around.
Juliana?
Yes, to what you said. And electric is also hydrogen, because hydrogen is transforming, of course, into electricity. So I wouldn't even say that there is a difference, but sustainable urban mobility would be, for me, an ecosystem where all of the different kind of mobility applications work together. So not only, I come from the bus world, not only the public transport is sustainable urban mobility, but also, of course, electric cars if you want, or you need to be private, or also bicycles, foot would be also something which is very sustainable. But that would be, of course, a sustainable urban mobility. And we always think that the vehicle is integrated in the ecosystem. But this is nothing new. In the last 2 or 3 years, we always talk about infrastructure and fleets. So you always have to think about the whole system. Okay.
Yeah. Is this working? Yeah.
Yes, it is.
So for me, sustainable urban mobility is what you also said, interconnected mobility between public transport and micromobility as well, but also vehicles. I see that electric is the way to go, actually, when we're talking about individual vehicles. And for me, it is important that it's really interconnected to public transport. I think because mass transport is the most sustainable.
Yes.
Good evening, everyone. I think sustainable mobility is something that's human-centric because mobility is something that you need to do to get to somewhere, like work or school or anywhere, and that has to be human-centric, and it can be any mode. So the choice has to be given to a person as to how he wants to move, and it has to be human-centric according to.
Yeah, I think to what my fellow panelists have already mentioned, yes, definitely electric, inclusive. I would also consider maybe recyclability as a factor in sustainable mobility. What do we do with, how do we manage waste, second life of batteries, etc. And of course, how is energy generated in the first place? Is that done in a sustainable way?
Yeah. Thank you. So, Sonal, you represent DULT. It's one of a kind organization in the whole of India. I don't think there's any other state that has an entity like an urban land transport authority. Having said that, we come from Bangalore, where ideas probably move faster than people because people are stuck in traffic. So in a city like Bangalore, or any metro for that matter, take any city, what are the challenges you envisage in rolling out a good mobility experience for the public? And how do you think the private sector is responding to that?
Basically, there are two coins to this. Two sides to this coin, basically. If you talk about the challenges that a big city like Bangalore or a metro city like Bangalore faces, it can be in terms of its growth itself is a big challenge, right? It's growing at an unprecedented, an unplanned way. So the negative externalities that come with the growth, which include the congestion and pollution, that is one side of the coin. And the other side is what the government faces, which is in making decisions. We are not empowered with, in this world of big data, unfortunately, we are not empowered with enough data to make decisions, to make policies for planning for, a more sustainable city for metro cities like Bangalore. So I think that's one of the biggest challenges that we as a government body face. And to solve these negative externalities, we do need a good, base of data to make these decisions. So I think innovators can pitch in here to make these, make technologies available for us to get more data to make these decisions. And the other major issue that we face is in a growing economy like India, the cities, the people are more aspirational right now, right? I mean, they don't necessarily understand or want to adopt to sustainable modes. So it's been a huge work for DULT as an organization to push the sustainability agenda and mobility. And nudging people is something that we are also looking at startups, how they can nudge people to take more sustainable modes, make it more sexy, make it more, trendy. So these are the issues that we face, and I think this is where the private players can come in.
Shreyas, we see a lot of action in the EV segment in India, right? But quite obviously, EV by itself is not going to solve all the problems of mobility, at least in our country. So how do you think the private sector is kind of responding to these challenges that the government is facing in changing, the modal shift for commuters, or this awareness among commuters to go for sustainable modes of transportation? So what is the private sector really doing there?
I think, to answer your question, yes, one part of it is, how do you kind of manage the ambition of the consumer? But also, I think, I think the important thing to realize is that, India is a very price-sensitive market as well, and I think people respond to that in a very big way. I think even small savings can create such an impact in the mind of the consumer. And I think relaying that message has been kind of where the private sector is today. Kind of saying, yes, there are sustainable mobility options. Maybe some of them come with an higher upfront cost, but kind of showing that there are operational efficiencies that can be made, especially in the fleet context and kind of the B2B segment there.
Ludwig and Juliana, both your companies, Swabi and Elo Mobility, recently visited India, right, about 3 months ago as part of a delegation. What were your takeaways from that visit in terms of the preparedness of, say, the recipient, be it the government or your B2B counterparts, for technologies that you're offering, for more innovations in the sector? Maybe we start with Ludwig.
Yeah. Is it on?
Yes,
yeah,
it is.
Sorry. So what we see as Swabi is that India is probably the biggest country and the biggest market potential for battery swapping. So maybe to put a bit more context for Swabi into this, is that we are building a battery swapping infrastructure for light electric vehicles. And we see that India is the front runner in this, company-wise, startup-wise, but also governmental-wise, because there are legislations being formed around battery swapping in light electric vehicles, which you can't see anywhere else in the world. So we see that India is like really the front runner in this.
I have my own. Yes, so I was also part of the delegation trip to India, and I have to say that in the last 2 or 3 years, we prepared this one trip. We were, of course, not able to travel to India because of COVID, but we participated in all the activity during the delegation trip, but also for us as a company, our product is a platform for a hydrogen platform for buses, for city buses or intercity buses. And so during our trip, we really wanted to meet the stakeholders, but also the governmental decision makers, which is very difficult to identify here in Germany, Berlin, and Europe, but also very difficult to identify, of course, abroad and in India. And I would say the takeaway for me, and also I think for Elo Mobility in general, was that we needed the help and the regulatory framework and preparation from GIZ side, especially in regards to the governmental structure. And then secondly, which was in a sense successful, because we had then the conversations with the people who could take decisions or point the institutions in the right direction. Having said that, India also has a hydrogen strategy since 2021, same situation as in Germany, but then to implement this kind of strategy into real laws and regulations and funding programs is another thing and another step. Secondly speaking, I would say from the company perspective, as a startup coming from Berlin, it's also very crucial to have the right framework for the conversation with big companies, and not to have to communicate everything and then they say thank you very much. No, you can go. We do it by ourselves. So this kind of framework in parts was completely supported by GIZ, which we are very thankful for. But also we did our homework and we found prior to the delegation trip the real strategic partners who were important for us. And so to meet face to face, which is still important, to see if you can work together was also part of the results we could take away from the delegation trip. And I have to say, on a personal level, I was not very much into this restaurant food situation here in Berlin, but then I ate in India and I have to say, my dear God, it was very, very good.
Okay, that's good to know. I didn't know where that sentence was going.
It was in the southern state. I was also in Trivandrum. We went there, you know.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
Loves goes to the stomach.
So, Nasya, you have worked in the mobility space with some really large names in the business, particularly in Berlin. Where do you see the trajectory for Germany as a country or Europe in general? Just shifting the focus from India to what you're observing here in the country.
So there are a few trends. As you mentioned before, mobility of the future is definitely interconnected. And in my work in different studies, I saw that 75% of people living in major European cities, they all wish that they would be getting around multimodal, meaning different mode of transport. So far, car and public transport are still the major mode to get around, to do groceries, to get from A to B. But at the same time, in the recent years, thanks to change of the context, we see that 1/3 of all these people, like few thousand living in major European cities, they actually switched to micromobility, which means going around by bike or moped or anything like that. And if before we saw that maybe an SUV was a symbol of status, now we see that a good e-bike or a good e-moped, for example, is the status symbol. I'm getting around more sustainable. So there is this change, maybe more unconsciously. People want to get around sustainably. They don't think about it actively, but it's kind of like, you know, in the back of our heads. And also, since the future of mobility is multimodal, there should be infrastructure for that. And this is where it comes to a challenge, because for that to become true, we need major players, being politicians, urban planners, of course, private companies and users, to get along what it actually means and how to implement that. So far, I saw in different companies working on different solutions for that. And if you ask any user in any user interviews I done, they would be all like, yeah, we all want to have one app with all modes of transport. Yes, right. When can we get that? Right. But I think there's potential for that solution, which still needs to be explored in Germany and beyond. And not to forget one biggest challenge, it's mobility is not inclusive at all yet. For example, Berlin is not really barrier-free. There is a lot of work. I know that the city is working on that, but it is not ideal yet. And also, mobility is not gender neutral. Mm-hmm. This is a major point that a lot of companies and cities are still should consider. Like, we know that we all want to get from A to B, of course. Like, it's the same need, right? But how we do that, it's different from different groups of people, and also different for men and women. Once we acknowledge that fact, we can work on that.
That's been my experience too as a tourist here. I've had to download about 100 apps on my phone to find a way to go from A to B. Shreyas, is a good point to move to you again. Where do you see the private and public sector synergies in the mobility space? And also particularly, let's move from product to mobility infrastructure in the public space, right? We don't see a lot of innovations coming from the private sector there. we see a lot of innovations on, say, battery technologies or vehicles, but not so much on the public space. Where do you think these synergies can come in, and how do you get more private sector participation there?
See, I think the two areas for collaboration are very clearly with infrastructure, as you said. I think either charging or battery swapping. I think there's maybe a potential to collaborate with upgrading the electricity grid itself in India. I think because that is currently it's under the scope of the public sector entirely. Perhaps the other area for collaboration is, of course, with regard to public transportation. Public transportation operators will rely on the private sector to provide vehicles. In my mind, those are probably the two areas for collaboration between private and public sectors.
What do you think is restricting the private sector or innovators or startups to move into this space? Or do you think there's any hurdle at all?
With regard to infrastructure, I think, with regard to deploying charging infrastructure, etc., I think there are policies in place. Maybe with upgradation of the grid itself, that is probably still in the very nascent stages. Right. And also it's probably restricted perhaps only to larger companies, well-established companies, and not so much the startup ecosystem. With regard to public transportation, I do see some collaboration already happening. I mean, if you take a city like Hyderabad, for example, they already have electric buses on the road, right? So I am seeing that collaboration there. Yeah.
Could I chime in?
Yes, please.
So while being in India, we went to Bangalore and we had conversations with BMTC, but also with other public operators. And of course, they're willing to order or to test out hydrogen buses. But then the question is the same we encounter here. Where does the hydrogen come from? And usually we talk about economy of scale, minimum 2.5 megawatt electrolyzers without the renewable energy source. It's 6 million euros invest. So that having said, how can small startups, we went to this hub in Hyderabad, can even go into that? So in our conversations also with the public operator, in certain states, which I'm not going to name now, but they said they have a high interest in providing this kind of hydrogen infrastructure, not in the economy of scale I just mentioned, but less for a piloting phase or testing phase. Interestingly enough, also big companies then would like to participate, but it's always a question: where do we get the land from? Where do we locate it? So on and so forth. And then public operators, which are mostly state-owned, then need to provide the infrastructure for that.
A follow-up question to that. Based on your interaction with the government folk there, what's your sense of the preparedness or the willingness to adopt new technology? We see a lot of conferences happening on hydrogen, right? But is it really, is your sense that they are moving into implementation, they are willing to start deploying resources towards such technologies?
I would like to quote my fellow panelist here, that it's very price-oriented, of course. And so it's always, and I would say it's not specifically in India, but always public money, taxpayers' money, and then maybe it's still the phase where they are still hesitant to go into this direction, but you always need, and that is what I encountered, you always need on all the levels of hierarchy, the will to transform into green mobility. Right. This is absolutely necessary. And it doesn't help if it's only one managing director or one head of R&D or technology who really sees the future in green mobility, but it really has to go through all the levels. Please.
Yes.
On that as well, I can only confirm what you said because this is what we see in different European cities as well. Paris now is retransformed. As we all see, there is much more green space, much more bike lanes. Why? Because the mayor, Anne Hidalgo, implemented a lot of strategies with a lot of support actually from her employees. Then Barcelona. Barcelona took at some point this approach of city for people, not just for cars. They have super blocks, which now a lot of cities in the world are also implementing. They're kind of like repeating after them. And also it was the mayor of Barcelona, a woman who also had her employees, and it was kind of like a chain of events, you know. It requires definitely a lot of people and willingness. I could not agree more with you.
Can I say one last thing?
Yes,
Manjunath, I'd like to talk to you. No, one last thing is, of course, the regulations need a lot of time, you know, and to get the approval in Germany for a wind park is 8 years.
Wow.
To implement then green hydrogen, good luck. You know, but if the regulations are trimmed down, and we noticed that during COVID, especially in the health sector in India, it's possible to trim down the administration. So it might be, my observations now from the delegation trip are one thing, but it might be that India is way faster than we are here in Germany or Europe.
Congratulations for that,
Quoting Shreyas.
remark. But Sonal, over to you now. Where is the government looking at the next, say, the big revolution in the mobility space? Are you looking to a specific sector, technology? Where do you think the change will come from?
I think as a government organization which pushes the agenda for sustainable mobility, I think we should keep it simple, which is promote more hyper-local travel, which is making sustainable neighborhoods which are walkable, cyclable, have more interactive spaces in them, so that people don't waste their time, spending time in traffic, whereas they can live, work at the same, location, and they can spend more time with their family, friends, and that increases the happiness quotient. It increases commerce, and everyone is happy, I guess. So we are striving for more regulations towards such, transit-oriented development.
It's more a planning exercise is what you think.
Yes, I mean,
will
it
make
has
the
to
change.
go hand in hand. That's what I feel. It's not just a transport problem. It's a city problem. It's how you build cities problem. So it has to go hand in hand, and it can't be like single solution like EVs, or so it has to be something that's multimodal and something that gives more choice to the citizens as to how they want to travel. So I feel that, yeah, we should keep it simple, go back in time and not necessarily in geographies to look at examples. So we had good examples in India itself on small cities, compact cities, like how Europe has kept the character of their cities. Similarly, I think India should strive at looking at characters of cities which are more, human-centric, and yeah, the development is centered around neighborhoods and livable. So that's what I feel is where the solution should move towards.
So more in terms of getting people to not move around would be a good revolution. It's a great solution. Ludwig, Swabi has decided to make its entry in the Indian market, right? And from what I understand, it's largely a B2B space. So from your experience, what do you see is the big difference in terms of the technology adoption in the Indian market vis-a-vis the European market, and the traction that you see in both markets?
Maybe to clarify this, we have not finally decided to go into India yet, okay. But it's a very interesting market for us. What we see, as I earlier said already, is that India is the hotspot for battery swapping, for the large electric vehicles revolution. I think you also see it in your Mycelium studio. And for us, it will be very hard to go into India as a European company. So it would only work out if we get strong partners, vehicle manufacturers, battery manufacturers on our side to enter. But I think there's opportunity. Yeah.
I was also trying to get a response on what is the difference you see in the market vis-a-vis what you see here in Europe.
So the current market, if we're taking a look at India, it's B2C and B2B all over the place through all the vehicle categories in light electric vehicles. And what we see here in Europe and Germany is if we're taking a look at the different vehicle types, for e-bikes, I would say it's very B2C centric, but as soon as we're going to electric mopeds or electric kick scooters, it's more in the B2B sphere we're working, and that's what we as Swabi are actually focusing on.
Fantastic. Nastia, what, according to you, is, let's say, Berlin or maybe Germany doing right? Are they doing right at all on the mobility space? From what you said some time back, you still think that all the stakeholders have to come together. So what is it that they are doing right, if at all? We'd like to know.
Very good question. Where do I start? Berlin is the mobility playground. You see a lot of different vehicles here. So what is happening right, to answer your question, is that people have the possibility here, and the city allows it. People have the possibility to try out different modes of transport, to try a lot of sharing. There is still too much space allocated to cars, but people have options. People can decide, and they can, then you have numbers, you have data that, yeah, okay, people want to get around multimodally, using different modes of transport. Berlin is trying to change. There is intention, definitely. There is potential, but there are some movements towards the more sustainable mobility. Berlin, for example, doesn't have tenders yet for micromobility, so you don't need a permit, actually, more or less, to be here to put vehicles on the street. So, yeah, people can use them, which is not the case compared to, let's say, France, which has pros and cons, of course, but people have freedom here, basically, of using any mode of transport. This is just from the top of my head. And I think also what I saw so far, there is some level of cooperation that is happening in the ecosystem. So, of course, there is a lot to be done, but at the same time, startups and government and urban planners, they do work together. They're like different panels, different touch points, different organizations allowing that. And I truly believe that cooperation is really like the only way into the future, so this is already happening here.
Shreyas, why do you think the micro-mobility market in India hasn't really blown up the way it should have, or maybe the way it's functioning in Europe? Because we see very limited players in that market, right?
I think, for micromobility, I think one maybe a large issue and maybe hesitation for a player to get into the space is the level of abuse for the vehicle itself, and it's an engineering problem, and it's also a financial problem, right? To be solved. I think that is in the micromobility context. I think that's something to be very aware of. That being said, I think I kind of disagree with you. I think there are a few very good micromobility players in, Yulu to name one, but I think they've achieved a tremendous scale. I mean, in a relatively short period of time, at least in Bangalore, especially through the pandemic, and now there's also a shortage of vehicles. There is a shortage of two-wheelers. So all your food delivery and everything is done in those micromobility vehicles. Yeah.
So as you are both in the industry as a manufacturer, as a business player, as well as an investor, right? So what does Misilio envision to do in the mobility space? And a sub-part to that question is, are you open to collaborating with startups or entities from Berlin, from Germany?
So Micelio itself is an ecosystem company, so that is where we kind of engage with the different parts, different stakeholders in the ecosystem. My manufacturing business is a separate business vertical altogether. But at Micelio, we engage with the startup community with a venture capital fund focused completely on clean mobility. We also have the Micelio Discovery Studio, which is kind of like a maker space to take clean mobility startups from ideation to prototype. It started out as just a facility, but now it's a community of over 100 members, and we facilitate different kinds of collaboration. Out of 100 members, maybe around 70 members are startups, and the other 30 are relatively larger companies. We also have a group of empaneled consultants that our members can rely on, and they're domain experts in various fields. And we're actively looking to establish more partnerships to add value to our members. And I think your second question was, how do I see we can kind of engage with the Berlin startup ecosystem? I think, Siddharth actually touched upon this very briefly during his introduction. I think, it's very important to keep in mind that a country like India or other emerging markets, their problems are very different. And I think at a technology transfer level, there's huge scope for collaboration. But I think when we're talking about introducing products into the market, it's very important for collaborators to be completely aligned on that. Right. What works, either in Europe or North America may not necessarily work in India. Right. One example is just the level of abuse that vehicles go through on the road for various reasons in India. But yeah.
Okay. Great. So that's good to know that there's potential for Berlin startups to collaborate with partners in India. I hope we're doing well on time, but just to round off comments, Nasir, what would your advice to mobility startups in general be, irrespective of where they're located?
Yeah, definitely there are some common things for startups. You mean to successfully found like an...
Absolutely,
okay.
Yes.
So for a successful mobility product, I would say, first of all, hire diverse. Because we all know that diverse collectives' performance is twice as better. And that is one thing that you should do early on. Second one, test your ideas and pivot if you see that there is maybe some room for improvement or for a pivot. A lot of companies get funded somehow without even like doing any user test or even knowing if the idea is valid or not. This is like really crucial. And third one, I would say that maybe consider the context. Mobility is a very contextual and habitual thing. Yes. Habits are something that is not changing easily. We see that now because of Corona and some other factors, people started first to take less public transport, then they started to use more micromobility. This is what it takes to change habits, some major events or when people move from one place to another. So just take context into consideration. Also now we see that people with remote work, they use, let's say, less mobility options, they stay more at home. So I would say that context is a king in that sense, in mobility especially, and you should always see if your product market fit is actually contextual. Is it the right time to do things?
So startups, please take her advice, test your products, and you're free to work with the Living Lab for that. For Juliana, what do you think is, if at all there is, a barrier to your entry to India?
With subtitles, I might already answer that question before. Yeah, I think firstly the regulatory framework of the government, provided partly by bodies like GIZ, for example, and secondly, of course, from a strategic business development perspective to find the right strategic partners and to identify them. And that takes a lot of time and a lot of work.
Okay. Ludwig, same question to you. Do you see any barriers at all?
The fierce competition in India for battery swapping, and a lot of money is flowing into this right now in India. Just yesterday, a battery swapping company closed a huge financing round. So I think that's probably the biggest barrier, that you will need big strategic partners to compete with the existing infrastructure players.
Sonal, a different question. How do you see the Indian mobility ecosystem over the next 5 to 10 years?
So as I said, I think we should try to keep it simple, make 15-minute neighborhoods, try to, give people more choices. And something that I would really like to push for, especially as a government agency, is get technologies which give us more data to make these planning decisions and policy decisions. And I would also like to plug in our Center for Research and Innovation, which we recently have initiated at the Directorate of Urban Land Transport. So as Natya said, test your products, test your technologies, and we give you the opportunity as a directorate, as a government agency, to test your products in a live environment in Bengaluru and the state of Karnataka, anywhere in any city in the state of Karnataka. So do test your products, and we also measure the impacts of it, and we tell you where you can actually improve it, and it also helps us. For example, it's a new technology. It helps us to make meaningful regulations for these new technologies to either get more sustainable or get plugged into a city, or to actually see how safe or not safe these technologies are for the city. So these are some of the...
Shreyas, same question for you. Where do you see the Indian mobility ecosystem over the next 5 to 10 years?
See, I think the clean mobility transformation is at the center of it. I think 70% of the vehicles on the road today are 2- and 3-wheelers. It accounts for maybe 2/3 of the kind of the oil consumption in the country as well. So I think there's a tremendous potential for creating value for the economy. So I think that is definitely where the transformation is. I would say, and the other side of it is, I think, also cost innovation, definitely with the kind of existing technology stack that we have, and playing around with different ownership models. I think the government has already kind of taken steps in that direction with kind of delinking the battery with the chassis, delinking the battery and the chassis. So, a consumer could potentially just own one and not the other. So I think, that's probably where the innovation is in the next 5 to 10 year time frame.
Great. So thank you all for your inputs, your thoughts, and thank you all for also listening to this panel and the last for the day. We'd also like to close this session with a very quick announcement on the UMBI project. We are formally making an announcement for the challenge that NPACT will be operating for the UMBI project, and we have 2 challenges from DULT. We are also hoping for more. So this is the project promoting sustainable mobility in Indian cities, the urban mobility in Berlin and India, challenges for startups. This is open for both startups in Berlin as well as India. If you can just move on to the challenges. The first, and Sonal mentioned it repeatedly, there is really a dearth of data points. So the first challenge is to find someone who can innovate on ideas to capture data on freight movement to aid planning and policy regulations. And the second is technology-based solutions that encourage women and transgender to travel safely in our transport systems. So these are the 2 challenges. I believe the team's also working with others to gather more. This will be announced and probably launched, I suppose, in the next 4 to 6 weeks. So keep an eye out for that, and thank you again for your time, and thank you, esteemed panelists, for this wonderful discussion. Yep, thank you.
thank you. That's exactly the kind of welcome I would have needed at this hour after 2 days of Asia Berlin. So so on energy level 1 to 5, show of hands, where are you? 5 is highest. Yes, you need 10 because we really have to cheer 9 amazing startups that are going to come and pitch for 3 minutes each. But before that, I would really like to invite the lovely jury on stage and have a quick chat with them. So first is Siddharth Bhasin, Senior Project Manager at NPACT, Upen Barve, VP Future Hub Engagements at SAP, and Miguel, Managing Partner at Unifier Ventures. You would need a mic each.
Oh, yeah. Okay, check. Yeah, it checks.
Check. Yeah. So we should know who's judging our startups. So that's why you're here, for some quick questions. So we'll start with you, Miguel. The guy with the mic. So tell us, like, what kind of startups do you invest in and at what stage?
Yep. So I manage Unifier Ventures. We're an early stage fund here in Europe. Looking to invest at seed and pre-seed up to $250,000. We're a new fund. I've been here 5 years, but took a while to really get a fund up off the ground. Like it's a startup, right? At Fund 1, but we've done 4 investments now the last 2 months. So we're looking to be more active here in Berlin.
Okay, so can someone expect a check by the end of their pitch today?
It depends what kind of startups you have in store for us.
So watch out. Miguel is open for that. And same question for you, Sid. So what kind of startups do you invest in and at what stage?
Yeah, no, absolutely. So I have a family business and we do last mile delivery, and so we use family money, of course, to invest in our startups. So we, of course, usually look into the logistics and the mobility space. That's one of our primary investment cases. But also, of course, I do angel invest in blockchain startups because I've been in the crypto space since 2017. So that's one of my major, let's say, investment directions. But of course, I'm also always open to investing in other directions.
And you also have your checkbook today.
I think he stole mine, but yeah, it should be there somewhere.
It's a crypto wallet.
Yeah. Okay, so Upen, your role is very important. So you are a futurist. So you see what works in the future. So tell us, what are you looking for in pitches today? Like, what is your tip to startups that are going to pitch now?
The absolute important is, what is the degree of innovation you're really bringing in? That also helps move the humankind forward, really. What is your contribution to human progress? I'd be very curious from an innovation standpoint.
Okay. So you have one tip there that's very important. Okay, thank you very much, lovely jury, and we'll invite you in some time again for subsequent activities.
Sounds good. Good luck, everybody.
Thank you. So, some quick things. Each startup has 3 minutes to pitch. You're going to get an alarm 30 seconds before your pitch is about to get over, and then a final alarm. You will have, I think, 1 minute for Q&A. So the jury has 1 minute to ask you questions. And I think let's just dive deep into it. And I need like a very, very loud, applause for our first startup that's going to come. It's Yenny from Co-Signal. So.
Hi, my name is Yee Jang from Keita, Korea. Let me start my presentation with 2 stories. Paul was an active drummer. One day, he diagnosed abnormal heart rhythm. After 8 months, he got stroke. Now, he doesn't have any feeling in the palm of the right hand. Another story is Jane. She was diagnosed diabetes at age 10. And after age 40, she got 3 times of amputations. Unfortunately, there are 500 millions of Pauls and 500 millions of Jane in the world. So we believe every home should be the front line of family health care, no matter who you are. Arrhythmia and diabetes are rapidly growing disease. However, daily monitoring simply can be the game changer. So if you do monitor your heart and feet temperatures every day, you can significantly reduce the risk. Still, in many countries, low hospital access is still driving factors of disease progression. There are increasing needs on home care device and increased expectations on home care device. So now we introduce Co-Signal. We strive for the innovation to achieve more accessible healthcare to your home. We have 2 smart scales. Co-Signal Heart provides signals for potential risk of arrhythmia. Co-Signal Diabetes provides signals for potential risk of diabetic foot. On our scale, we applied ITO technology and PIA technology so that wherever you step on, you can get exact data of your body composition. For Co-Signal Heart, we combined scale with detachable healthcare rhythm, heart rhythm analyzer. So while you are weighting your body, our device will analyze your heart rhythm, pulse, and the interval, the regularity of RR intervals. Co-Signal Diabetes, we applied 2 high-precision digital temperature sensors. So while you are weighting your body, our device will analyze the temperature gap between your 2 feet. When there's an abnormal risk in your heart or your feet, our device will provide the risk signals to your smartphone and LCD monitor on our scales. At entry stage, we are aiming to target 1 billion population of patients like Paul and Jane. In our team, we have diverse expertise like business, product development, and medical. Co-Signal aims to help every single home to be the front line of family health care. Thank you so much. And yes, thank you. She provided me the signal I'm on time. Thank you.
Thank you. That's a difficult job to be like explain your startup in 3 minutes. So questions, judges.
Could you give us a little bit of a...
It's not working?
I can hear you.
Okay. Could you give us a little bit of a overview of the competitive landscape and your pricing in terms of how you compare to the other?
Thank you. Thank you so much for your great question. Yes. In terms of Co-Signal Diabetes, there's no direct competitors. There is a diabetic med, which is only med function. So they provide a really, really expensive medical device. And the company monitor every day from their company and provide the information to the patients and to the doctors. And doctors call to the patient. So it is quite complicated process comparing to our products. And Co-Signal Heart, we see one competitor, Weddings from French company, but they do use only the scale, not like a heart rhythm analyzer. So they have very limited analysis in heart functions. So definitely we have more competitiveness compared to those products. Thank you.
I'm not a doctor, so this might be a stupid question, but I want to understand the value of the product. All right. This is early diagnosis, what you're trying to do, right? Essentially, you're getting on a weighing scale, and it's trying to tell you before there's any obvious signs of a problem, right? With early diagnosis, do you need to do that on a daily basis, or is that something where you really only need to check once a month, or I don't know, once a quarter? Like,
it's a really great question. According to one article, there is a period of time to be diagnosed exactly for the arrhythmia. So if you diagnose 1 day, 2 days, 3 days, every day if you monitor, the probability of diagnosis is increasing. So up to 2 weeks, you can get 100% diagnosis. So if you monitor only 1 day, you can miss the diagnosis. So they recommend to every day monitor for 2 weeks at least. So yes, after 2 weeks, you can just forget about it and just using like a weight measurement. and a few months later, you can start again. So that's my suggestions. Do you understand what I mean?
Thank you.
And add up to one more. Can I add up one more comment? Now I'm here for seeking business partners and fundraising. So if you are interested in, please visit Silicon Alley booth. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for the great pitch and also a little pitch about Silicon Alley, our interaction spot partners. So big round of applause for them as well. And now, so I don't want to steal the thunder of a lot of startups by explaining much about them, but the next we have is an AI governance startup. So I would love to welcome Anna from AsiaBerlin AI. I hope I pronounced it right. And we have to clap each time.
Hi. Okay, you here. Yes. I am the founder of AsiaBerlin AI, Anna Czubinidze, which is end-to-end solution to AI governance. Very briefly about the challenge. So basically, what we are talking right now is about risk assessment and risk management for artificial intelligence technologies, because we are facing pressure from regulators, from the people, from the public and companies that we have right now to solve, and the trust in technologies is actually decreasing. As a result, there are 700 policy papers and initiatives emerging, and companies are investing more and more money in lobbying for technologies. Okay. So, and accelerated pace of AI development actually accelerates the need for the risk assessment for these technologies and a little bit foresight. The solution is basically about AI and data policy tracking, governance, risk assessment, and overall about AI governance approach and framework. As for the global market, very quickly, there are already more than 150 startups globally, and most of them are actually based in the US. If you would like to guess how many of them are based in Germany, there you go in 2 seconds, but here you are. Up to 80 startups in US, and you've got Germany, just a couple of them in Europe, in other countries as well. And you have big companies that are working on that, Big Four and McKinsey and those. What is the unique value of AsiaBerlin AI is not only about technological innovation, but my favorite part actually is about social innovation, because also my background is social science. It's about kind of a broken system, generally, how the society functions. It's not only about innovating on how to govern AI and what kind of systems and frameworks and models to create. Basically, the major question for us too is how to go beyond models and how to go beyond frameworks and how to actually solve the problems on context-dependent basis. Because, like, if you look at these 17 problems, 17 goals here, you cannot really solve that with just the models and frameworks and with fixated mindset. You need something to go beyond models and think critically. And we have, on a technology level, we're going to build a SaaS platform. We are in a development process right now. We got accepted in an accelerator program starting from October 1st. And we will develop the SaaS platform to actually digitize the whole processes, AI governance implementation. And this just the steps, what we are at the stages where we are right now, but my time is running out. We also do community building, the events around Europe actually, and we have upcoming event in Berlin till 19th of October. And just other facts. We are aiming at global presence. That's why I'm here at the AsiaBerlin Summit, because most of the companies around the Europe are already facing these problems. It's not only about Europe or US, also China, India, and other countries. Questions?
Thank you. Like particularly on the social aspect that you mentioned. So where are you founded again? I didn't get that.
Sorry. It's a German Berlin-based.
Berlin-based.
Yeah.
Okay, okay. And in terms of the data inputs that you get from the regulatory authorities, so you have your own algorithms. How do you manage to scan and make sense out of it and offer it as a service? There's one missing component I didn't get. How you source.
The thing for us right now, our product is AI governance framework, but we already call it approach because we do not want to make it framework or model. And that will be our own proprietary framework for the companies to actually help them implement internal governance structures and decision-making processes and risk metrics and so on, basically. And this is what we're going to implement with the SaaS platform. This will be the first solution, but we will also work on other like regulatory frameworks and standards, IEEE and ISO standards, to like make it easier for companies. But right now, our proprietary AI governance framework is the main goal.
So ethical standards in AI or let's say the outlook of the government is still in the nascent stages right now, and as you might know, like a lot of governments are still trying to formulate policies on how to regulate AI and how to move forward with it. So how would you keep up with the continuously evolving regulatory changes once you provide your client with one framework, and then of course then maybe say tomorrow it changes, then do you have a ongoing consultation period, or how would that work, or how would that model look like?
Yes, exactly. Basically, this service, the technology implementation, basically comes with an advisory and consulting service. So once we implement that, we will be responsible for also advising on a changing basis. Like honestly, the startup is on a very beginning stage. We did not yet like start working on very specific features, how we will follow up with like the SaaS platform itself. But definitely that will include the changes and ongoing changes, because in the SaaS platform, we will reflect that ourselves.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. And you mentioned that you're here for our global presence, so I hope you made some great connections at AsiaBerlin Summit.
If you have any questions, feel free to reach out to me.
Thank you. So, and now next, we have two founders pitching from the same startup, and it's Shiddiq and Darian from Transisi, which is, welcome. What's the time?
Not this one. Not this one. Oh, okay. I should put next. Right. Hi, everyone. We are delighted to be here. My name is Siddiq, and this is my co-founder, Darian. And we are from Transisi, Indonesian-based startup. Let me start with a simple question. How many passengers in Jakarta who are using the public services? And actually, there are more than 1 million passengers every day who are using Transjakarta's public services. Unfortunately, it contributes to up to 36% of the carbon emission from the public transport for the transportation sector in Jakarta. To encounter this, the government of Jakarta has pledged to the C40 Cities Convention that starting from 2025, all bus operators must procure only zero-emission buses. And for the electrification of the diesel buses, the bus operators must procure, operate, and maintain the buses, the depots, and even the charging stations. But the question is, bus operators are just bus operators. They don't have any capability to operate and maintain the charging stations. And even more, by implementing these charging stations, it will increase the high upfront costs and also the complexity of the operation and maintenance. And we, Transisi, comes with an idea to solve this problem. And I'm proud to introduce you to the Hello Charge, a charging as a service provider for bus operators. We will accompany the bus operators starting from the beginning until the end of the implementation of the charging station. What they need to do is just to plug in their electric buses into our charging stations without worrying at all the operation and maintenance, as we are responsible 24/7 for that. Within only a single platform, the bus operators can track and see their operation costs from the charging, and even they can also see how many charging points were available to use at their location or close to their locations. It is a 35 billion euros market in Indonesia only for for the electric buses in Indonesia, and we are targeting up to 150 million euros by 2030. Our roadmap is to deploy around 2,000 charging points across Jakarta. And how do we monetize our business is that by using a pay-per-use business model, by having a 60% of gross revenue model, as well as we are providing B2B consulting services for our customers. In the world of charging services, there are only some competitors and even just started or potential who is only focusing on the private sectors, but not all the public sectors where it's not tailored to any specific target markets. We are a team of engineers and specialists in renewable energy, electric mobility, and sustainability. Each of us has more than experience in managing million euros project in both European and Indonesian countries. And we are now, this project is made possible by the support of GIZ, so thanks to GIZ NPEC and the Ministry of BMZ. And after the implementation of our MVP, we are targeting for a close deal investment to up to 2 million euros at the end of the quarter 3 of next year. So, if you'd like to take part in this e-mobility revolution in Indonesia, we know the real problems. We have the complex solution. We are supported by the German and Indonesian expert. You know, you have me, Sidik, Darian. After the pitch, please reach out to us. Thank you very much.
No.
Okay.
No, we are coming from Netherlands.
Oh, wow. Global presence.
Yes,
so,
yes.
Very nice to hear your pitch and questions.
All right, thank you. Hello. So I like what you're doing. I assume that the software is proprietary. Is the hardware, the charging stations, like proprietary as well?
No, actually, we will be partnering with the charging manufacturer, as we already signed an agreement for cooperating that there is a local charging manufacturer with also the bus operator. So they will be procuring for us, and then as we will be operating through our charging management platform.
How defensible is this business model? Like, why can't these manufacturers go and do this themselves?
No, please.
Because right now in Indonesia, they don't really know or know the knowledge on how to develop the charging management system as a whole system. They just know how to build the hardware. So that's the real problem. This is for your context, business model of the charging is not just similar as business like gasoline. It is more closely as a business like telecommunication. That's why those paradigms need to be changed in Indonesia. That's why we came there.
So your strength is distribution. I mean, it's not really the proprietary technology behind it, but the ability to distribute in a market you understand.
Yes,
exactly. Yeah.
Exactly.
Thank you.
Thank you.
How do you deal with government regulations, if there are any, and do you work then with local authorities as well? As I would assume there would be some interaction with local authorities for placing these stations?
Yeah, so right now we already have the signed MOU, Memorandum of Understanding, with the only one utility company in Indonesia. And we also have close relationship with Transjakarta, which is the fleet management in Indonesia, such that we can implement this idea in Jakarta. Thank you.
Maybe one last. Why are you here? Like, what's the Berlin relevance?
Yeah, because I mean, electric mobility in Europe and in Germany, Netherlands is too major. And then, to simplify, so Indonesia right now is 10 years back of Germany and Netherlands. So we have the knowledge, we've been living, we've seen the success stories, and yeah, as simple as we want to we implement this to the Indonesian, because we know the market, we know the network. So yeah, that's the basic idea actually. Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. You can keep it there. That was an exciting pitch. And I think our next panelist is, sorry, next startup is joining us online. Are we ready for that? So we have Sapumal from Zeptagon. You hear us, see us? So, should we? How many investors do we have actually in the audience? Okay, great. So you're pitching to a lot more than three sitting here. Yes. Okay, cool. So I would love to now invite Paxi from Stacks. Early entry. Oh, yes.
Oh, I thought my voice was like loud enough. And you know, I just heard that I have 3 minutes instead of 4, so I'm going to speak even faster than I normally do. So pay attention. So I am the Chief Strategy Officer for Stacks GmbH. We are a Berlin startup. We are probably the only startup that had the technology taken out of Deutsche Telekom R&D. We're completely independent, and
can you hear me?
This is what we're looking at. You probably over this week and many other events hear of, you know, machines taking over. There's so many tasks already. What we do today, right? Work, live, love. Congratulations, Tinder, 10 years old, right? The things we do, we're already decentralized to machines. And nowadays, your machine is maybe your smartwatch connecting to your laptop into the cloud. But in the next couple of years, we'll see a proliferation of machines that are connecting to other machines. They were talking about buses, EV charging station, they all need to communicate. In Wolfsburg right now, here in Germany, the car has to talk to the light, has to talk to the park house, has to talk to the EV charging station. At some point, they have to do micropayments. This is all happening without your knowledge. How do we keep agency over these machines? Because it's one thing that these machines are sitting in your office. It's another when we're talking about fleet of drones, autonomous cars, autonomous robots, right? So this is what we're facing. And I know this is not very sexy because most of you don't deal with this, but think about this. Our infrastructure is not made for a decentralized play. So your robot, your car, what's going to happen? They are in our environment. They're going to be in hospitals. They're going to be already in manufacturing. They're going to be driving out on the road. Right now, a VPN is how they solve the problem. Guess what? Every day, hacking issues. The latest one was in the States. Every single time something that gets hacked, you have a complete outage, right? Because you have a central hub that is taken out. A VPN is a central hub. And then everything that's connected to it is down. So think about water, think about electricity, et cetera, et cetera. So what is Stacks? We basically developed a very thin software layer that sits on any Linux box. So any IoT device that runs Linux can now talk to one another. So your robot, for example, even if it's on a customer site in the field, can speak to one another. So they connect, they communicate, they can even do software updates behind firewalls. And because it's a distributed, decentralized network, it is much more, it's almost not hackable, because if you hack one node, you can take the node of the network and the rest of the other nodes will run. If you have a VPN, again, you take the head off, the whole entire network is down. So this is what we have built over the next couple of years, and this is my invitation to you. If you want to be part of a startup that is tackling a huge social problem that is coming around the corner, join me. Connect with me. We're hiring. Don't miss our next fundraising round. We raised 1.75 million last year in the pre-seed. We're looking to close our next round next year. So invite you all to speak to us. We're here in Berlin. And especially to you running businesses, public-private entities that have different networks that you share. Let's at least have the discussion on how to help you be future-proof before you do anything else. Thank you.
Wow. Oh, you need to be here. But we have the Q&A now.
Oh, thank you. These are my contact details. Or a cup of coffee. We're in the drivery, so if you're...
Challenges that I've seen over the last years is also communication protocols. There's hundreds of communication protocols out there when you're trying to connect multiple IoT devices to each other. So you might have MQTTS, you might have some other protocol with some other device. How would you make sure that your software layer safely communicates with these multiple devices in the end, and you can be compatible in a wider network with lots of different sort of protocols out there?
So basically, this is a protocol, right? This is a communication protocol. So it sits on top of everything else. So whether you're running in the cloud or on-premise, whatever, like, you know, it has to be a Linux box. So then we basically add, this software layer doesn't do anything to your current platform. It doesn't take out anything. There's no heavy integration needed. We can do it in a day. So I will invite you to come talk to our tech and see it for yourself. I know you're in blockchain. This was inspired by the blockchain. So all the great stuff of blockchain, this is why we need this for our businesses, for the safety of all of us, really.
Yeah, one issue I do see, I mean, of course, then it's more on the tech side, but then one issue I would, let's say, anticipate right now is that if it's a communication protocol, then you have to integrate it with various distribution providers, and then there might be some early, let's say, already existing structures with big companies, and they have their proprietary protocols with their added security features. And since I've worked with these companies, I know how difficult it is to penetrate their existing structures and break their existing communication protocols and put a new one there.
You have to talk to our tech guy. But for example, just to give you an example, we are for ROS2, for example, we can just add this layer to anything that runs ROS2. So that's basically the robotic open source protocol. But yes.
Sure, absolutely.
Please, I invite you to talk to
more,
the brains behind this.
Absolutely.
Thank you for the question, though.
Maybe quick one, business model and go-to-market.
Yes, not in these slides. Happy to speak with you. Enormous traction. We are actually testing on there's $1 billion company.
No, more the model, not the traction. Like, what does a business model look like?
So 5 nodes, everybody's here free to download it, to use it, to test it. It's basically subscription. So every month it's $24.99 for 5 nodes, and very simple, very inexpensive. And very low services even needed, but if you do, we have partners that will work with you. But again, it can be implemented in a day. We're not looking to break any existing networks that you have. Thank you.
Yeah. And Paxi, one important question. Met a lot of people who are looking for opportunities. So what are you hiring for?
Oh, sales.
Yes.
Working students, anybody tech, anybody in robotics. We're working also with Deloitte, created a prototype. They believed in the product so much they did this for free. You know, usually they charge massive amount of money for this. So we have a prototype for IoT, so manufacturing. So that's why I want to talk to you guys. I think all 10 of us will need to form a partnership.
Okay.
Because we will talk EV charging stations.
Okay, awesome. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Yes. And now we are back to our online pitch. Zeptagon and Sapumal. Can we have this, please? Okay. Or we go to the next one.
Hello.
Okay, sounds good.
Hello.
So we have Johannes here. He spoke in the morning in a panel about climate crisis. So would love to know more about your startup Next, and here you are.
Welcome again. Thank you for the chance to present here. And yes, we are Next. We are a fresh startup out of Berlin, just came out of our stealth mode after 2 years. We see a huge demand for sustainability moving forward, so, and especially also for regional air mobility going fully sustainable. This is why we are building the world's first hydrogen fuel cell powered long-range eVTOL. For us, long-range means beyond 500 kilometers with today's technology, and at high speed beyond 250, 260 kilometers per hour at the same time, which is quite critical to combine it. This is the team we have assembled, and we think we have assembled a world-class team of engineers with a lot of hands-on experience, which is quite rare. We are quite proud of that, and the testament is that we are moving quite fast. We have a flying prototype, 25%, you can see it outside, it's 4-meter wingspan, and fully 3D printed. And yes, we made use of that by destroying it in between. We have, from the very get-go, decided to rely on strong partnerships. We have 3 industry partners, especially Intelligent Energy, being the world's leading partner in fuel cell stacks for aviation. They were the very first one in 2008 to fly a fuel cell in a piloted aircraft, and we are their exclusive partner for eVTOL. The other ones I will talk about later. A quick road to market. Yes, aviation takes a long time to certification. 2028 is a realistic time frame. About 3 years before that, we see a realistic chance to certify a cargo version, half scale, which we intend to fly as a proof of concept within the next 14 months. So our 25% scale technology platform for us is quite valuable to validate our engineering assumptions, and including handling qualities, but especially also transition flight, which will happen soon, and the very first flight with the scaled fuel cell system. And I think at this point, in short video, yeah, here you can see the flying prototype. By now it is flying quite stable. That was a long way, and that's why we are ready to integrate the fuel cell soon, which we hope to do before the end of the year. And as this video proves, by now landings are also quite smooth. And that's us. So thank you for your attention.
Loved the video touch to it. So, questions, please.
Can you paint us a picture, like what is your vision of the future, and like, I mean, in that future, what are you replacing with this product that you've created?
Yes, so we don't think that we will be commuting more, so we might even be commuting less, but when we do, we need to do so very efficiently. So think of it like a bullet train, like an ICE train, point to point, but not just connecting the big cities, but that every community or even rural area, let's say in the beginning beyond 100,000 inhabitants, can have a landing pad as an infrastructure and then be point to point directly connected. The big goal for aviation in Europe is to get fully sustainable and at the same time reduce door-to-door times below 4 hours for 90% of the trips. And this is one of the rare solutions for that.
And you think that this is something that will also work in Asia, or like, again, asking what's the Asia relevance for this now?
All right, yeah, so we just moved into Drivery, shout out, which for us is a very relevant network. And yes, looking to Asia for us might be still a little bit too early, but we know that we will be sooner than later talent constrained. So the talent we find here in Europe is one thing, but we know that we have to branch out to other continents to really gain the best talent in the world to do this. Thanks.
Okay. Thank you, Johannes. And big shout out for Drivery as well, our partners. So I think we'll jump to the online session at the end, so we go with the rest. Next, again, I have 2 founders. Actually, it's Huang and Diana from Units, which is an education tech startup. So big round of applause.
Thank you. Hello. Hi, my name is Huang. I'm the founder of Units. Today we are presenting our stress-free interactive teaching platform for language schools and vocational training schools.
The German government study showed that before Corona, 27% of the schools only had a digital solution, and it raised to 61%, and it's so expected to rise up even more. There were problems for user groups faced. The teachers experienced a lot of technological stress, the use of multiple platforms, hard to keep track of attendance. The students faced a lack of interaction, a lack of worksheets, a lack of use of other skills. The school admins felt left out, a lack of control, a lack of reporting. The parents felt left out. There were no door-to-door talks and no parent evenings happening.
So UNITS provides a solution that solves like 6 basic needs. Our course management allows school admins to manage their entire course catalog. The video conferencing solution is based on Zoom. There's an easy-to-use timetable for the teacher and students to go to their class. So the admin overview given attendance and students' performance in average. So there's also an automatic attendance report. And the classroom interface allows for interactive, real-time collaboration on the documents and also like the interactive learning games. And Diana is going to present our interactive learning games in the classroom interface.
So here you can see for our interactive learning games, one is for vocabulary learning, one is an audio learning game, one is word recognition, and one is an impulse for telling a story. On the next slide, you can see our competitors. We're looking at 2 scales. One of them is if it's teaching like a TV show, it's like a pre-recorded lecture, or if it's an interactive teaching. The other one, if it's like a video platform, simply like Zoom, or it's like us, a multi-tool video conferencing platform. Here you can see our pricing model. We offer a pro plan, 30 euros per students per year, and you can see the graphs, how we expect our number of schools to rise as well as our revenue to rise. Here is our team. We are a team of 3. I am Diana Döpfert. I have a degree in performance psychology, and I have 20 years of teaching experience in different areas in the UK and Germany.
So my name is Hoàng Pham. I hold a master's degree in computer science, and I spent like the last 16 years working here in Italy and in Germany. My co-founder Hung Chan, he's lived in Vietnam. He also has a bachelor degree in computer science, and he's been the tech lead for multiple companies in the US and Japan. So we have our first customer. We are supported by a vocational school in Germany and Vietnam. VCAT is a training center which has 600 students, and we are coming today because we are 2 companies in Berlin. We have our office in Berlin and our Ho Chi Minh City office, and we are looking to have more schools here in Germany. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Are there any questions from the audience?
Yes, more education tech is exactly what we need after the COVID crisis. So, questions?
Thank you so much for the pitch. I'm super curious, so how did the founding team meet, and how exactly did you guys collaborate on this product? Would love to know more about the story.
Yeah, so we founded the company a little bit in 2021 when I came back to Vietnam for like 3 weeks holiday, but it turned out to be like 2 years staying in Vietnam because of COVID-19. So I founded the company with my co-founder, and when I came here in Germany, I have met Diana, and then we actually see like the potential to integrate like the more schools here in Germany. So.
No, very good. How much of your focus and the revenue is really focused on individual learning or coaching versus the standard curriculum that you would like to, enable?
Our pricing model, we provide the solution for schools, and we charge the schools based on the number of students they have. So we provide like a B2B solution for the school, and it is 30 euros per student per year for the school. So they have the entire system to manage their course catalog and manage their all cloud storage and video conferencing solution within the platform.
Just one more follow-up question. So in any educational tech tool, it's nice to also know or understand what kind of metric you're using to measure yourselves, as in, because you're saying you're replacing or you're integrating with the current educational system. So how do you really measure that you or your platform helps students' performance gets better with using this tool? Is there some sort of a measurement technique?
So we're looking at different things. One is if it's a multi-tool platform, because like I'm a performance psychologist, so I'm looking at the performance side of it. And we're looking at the different aspects of teaching. You have different learner types. You have like audio learning, visual learning. So we want to reach out all the audience, all the students. We also look at how did the students perform during Corona times. There was a lot of lag because like a lot of students need the interactions, the movement, all of that going on. During Corona time, I was actually working at a school with kids. I was at an after-school club, talked with the kids, how did they found the teaching, and a lot of kids said it was really boring, they couldn't interact with it, their grades went down. So I was looking at all of that, and I have all the connections, and I also connected back to my old school where I was at that time, and basically trying to bring in my performance psychology skills to up that. And that makes us different to other platforms, because a lot of other platforms have like software people developing it for teachers, while in this case, have a lot of teaching experiences and I'm a performance psychologist, so it's more a platform from a teacher to a teacher.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Lovely tagline, from a teacher to a teacher.
Yeah.
Thank you.
It's stress-free.
And thank you for the pitch as well. So,
thank you very much.
So now we have the last two, but we should not lose our energy levels. So I'm going to judge it in the next welcome. So now we have Panji from Kiwi.
Hello, my name is Panji from Kiwi. Before I start, I want to ask you a question. Please raise your hand if you don't like to queue or waiting in the line. Yeah, it's obvious, right? Yeah, many people, almost everybody doesn't like to queue. That's what we are trying to solve. But unfortunately, people like us, in average, we are spend 2 years of our lives just to queue. It's very unproductive. And also, queuing also cause a problem not only for people, but also for a business. Each year, business lost 37.3 billion US dollars. Because people like us who doesn't like to queue, like to complain on social media. And it causes bad advertising. And most of us also looking for another shop if there's a queue in another one. So it's cause of business for customer satisfaction drop and even revenue loss. So our solution is simple. We are trying to remove the obligation of the physically attend on the location of the service area. So you can queuing virtually. Our proposition for the customer is a one-stop queuing or booking app for various sector or industry. And our proposition for a business is customer journey management system and also comprehensive data and loyalty management system. What is what is market size? Right now we are in Indonesia, we are serving 9 sectors from healthcare, banking, finance, public office, and also leisure and entertainment. The global market is around 400 million US dollar in 2020, and it's increasing every year. Our business model, right now we have 2 proven business model, which is the first one is subscription. So the merchant paying us monthly or yearly, and also they pay us for the hardware per installation. In the near future, we will develop another business model. This is our competition aspect. Right now, we have a closest competitor called QQ. It's come from Thailand, and also Skip Lino come from Bahrain. And our competitive advantage is from the technology perspective, we are more robust. We have a big data analytic solution, and also we have proven in the most chaotic public service in the world, I think. It's Indonesia. Yeah. This is our traction so far. We already implemented in several countries in Asia, and hopefully we can also implement it in Europe and also in UK. Right now we have 35 monthly active users and 200s. I think precisely it's 350 companies and institutions around the world. This is our team composition. This is also our advantage. Competitive. We are right now about 16 people in our company, and we come from distinguished university around the world, and we have really motivated teams. At first we are coming as a queuing management system, but right now we are also improving people lives. So I hope you can help us to help more people. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Really, really, really great. You just opened a very different box here, which we can get help in Europe. You know, it's a problem. So I'm surprised that really that much competition exists. You actually really have so many solutions that are targeting. Yeah.
Yeah, that's right.
Okay.
What do you mean about?
Yeah, no, I'm surprised that so many solutions even exist. Like we don't know. I didn't know.
But mostly it's in ASEAN. Like I said before, from the Thailand and Bahrain. I don't think it's exists in Europe. Maybe I don't know. Just test the market.
We definitely need something here. Tell a little bit more about one from the tech perspective. Second is what's your strategy to reach the users? Is it always via the retailers, or like how does one participate in this?
Yeah, right now our marketing team is approaching them directly. So we calling, we are email marketing and something like that. And then also we have strategic partner in the government to help us approach the public service. And also for the private sector, yeah, just calling, email marketing. We do the hard work actually.
And any specific innovations that you or findings that you are catering towards, people who are old or with disabilities? Can you talk a little bit more about what are you doing specifically for that focus group?
Yeah, specifically for the people underserved, it's people with disability, a pregnant woman, and also older people. In Indonesia, this kind of people is underserved because if you go to the bank, there's still many forms to fulfill, and there's nobody can help them. So we are providing with this, we call it Kiwi priority. It's like we get an idea from the banking priority. You know it. So when the disability people, they can just like a checklist, and the merchant or the institution that the public service they will go to, they get notification, and the disability people will come, and the merchant or the institution is already know they will come. So I think it's quite helpful for the disability people and also elder people.
Thank you. Yeah.
Maybe one for me. Is this not a shrinking problem that you are trying to solve? Because all of these big companies globally are solving this already, right? Like say Uber is, like reducing all of the lines for taxis, and all of these food apps are solving all of that as well. Like I understand it's still a problem in emerging markets, but there are a lot of competitors, not directly, but are also solving the same problem, right?
Yeah, that's true. But most of like on-demand service, like you said, Uber, it's the service that people doesn't need to come to the service station, but the service can come to them. But when you go to the hospital can come to you. Or when you go to the bank, or when you go to the public office, the governments can comes to you directly. So we need to come to them. So we are solving the vice versa of the on-demand service.
No, but that's what I mean. Like all of those, apart from maybe government, there are solutions out there, right? Like there are solutions that help you, like shorten the queue in a bank, or like skip the queue altogether and do it remotely or virtually, right? Like every single one of those problems you mentioned, I feel like there's a solution out there already, and you're trying to bridge across all of these industries where I feel like there are some actual solutions there. So I'm just wondering whether the problem is as big as you say it is.
Yeah, I don't know, because we are still early to do that, this thing, and we come up with this idea because the solution that exists doesn't solve the problem, but it's already been decades. So many years we have faced this problem, but I don't know whether people can come up with the, because this is very, like I said before, it's very simple idea, and we are trying to crack that idea.
I'm going to go to Jakarta to understand the problem.
Yeah. Wait for you.
Thank you.
Oh yeah, thank you. Thank
Yes. And after solving the problem of queues, there is somebody who's going to solve the problem of document management. So next we have Tom from DocWalks, and welcome him, please.
All right, is this working? Yeah. Perfect. Welcome. I'm presenting today DocVox, and we want to document your meeting without even typing. So maybe you already had this problem. I used to work as an IT consultant. I had lots of meetings per week, and with all those meetings, I had inconsistent meeting results. I had misunderstandings, and lastly, this resulted in a poor task management. To put this problem a little bit into numbers, in Europe you have an average of 10 meetings per week in an office worker. You spend 4.6 hours in meeting preparation and follow-up, and last we saw a big increase, especially since work from home was initiated. Towards the problem a little bit more, 90% of participants in meetings try to multitask, but actually 2.5 of them are only able to do so. This results in an amount of 8 hours of ineffective meetings per week, and lastly, from the task management view, of 43% of unclear actions afterwards. So what do we need? We need an intuitive access to the meeting content and an automated task management and follow-up. And lastly, we should increase the speed from talk to action. So this is a sneak preview to our solution right now. You have a manual note-taking, as you used to have. You have a transcript in the meeting, as most solutions are giving to you. But what is unique about us, on top of the transcript, we are providing you notes, to-dos, tasks, a summary. The next meeting's directly scheduled for you, and we recommend that to you. You say yes or no, you want to have that in your notes. And at the end, we are a few clicks, you have done it, what you normally would have write down manually on your notebook or on your computer. And of course, we combine that with a video recording together. And of course, you can then further think of analytics and so on of the meeting afterwards. This brings me to our USP. Of course, there are many companies on the market that, especially since the rise of so many meetings per week, especially from work from home, are coming up. But mostly the big difference is they focus on speech to text. So transcribing everything and maybe getting out some snippets. But we take it one step further. We want to have text to action, as we call it. And this directly in the meeting, so you go out of a meeting, you don't have to do anything anymore. Everything's integrated in the tool you want to have. For example, Jira, Trello, the task management tool of your choice. And there's no post-processing after the meeting. We are a typical B2B SaaS solution, so we offer a monthly subscription, right now deferred in the numbers of meetings and the hours of the recordings. We already gained some first traction. We have a couple of users that already joined our feedback program, and right now trying to transfer them to the first revenue customers. And we already have a waiting list for when the product is ready. Oh, I just now saw the minutes. I jumped through. We're right now looking into investment for the investors here in the hall. And lastly, our team, which I'm representing here. Do you have any questions?
Thank you. I think we all need fewer meetings, so thank you. and to your questions.
Thank you so much. One of the challenges that we see in task management softwares is usually that it's a very complex algorithm, especially when it comes to scalability across multiple industries. And then, of course, if you're trying speech-to-text softwares with multiple accents, multiple, say, different languages, when you're trying to scale in different countries, things often go wrong, and then you might have, let's say, if I was given a certain task and my Asana card is updated with a certain other task, things might get very confusing very fast, and then you, of course, might not retain the same level of customer loyalty as you might want it to. So do you have a plan to tackle this, and how would you, let's say, solve the issue of complexity of the algorithm?
We do it in this way, as like we from the beginning not say we can do everything for you, completely automated. We do suggestions for you that you either accept or decline. And this already saves you a lot of work in the meantime. And we got the feedback from the user and also for our machine learning algorithms if it was right or wrong what we suggested. And of course, we at first want to ease the work of taking notes till we get at one day to the point we can fully automate the solution, and you don't have to worry about anything anymore.
Super important question. The statistic that 2.5% of people can multitask, where did this come from? Like, how do you test this even? Like,
actually, that's not our own survey that was made, but we found it by a, how to say, reasonable source.
okay, I need to see that source. Okay. So my other less important question. It sounds amazing, the product. How do we know you can build it, right? Because there's a bunch of things going on here, right? Like the speech to text and the summaries. Like, I mean, you have to show me that this actually works.
All right. First of all, our expert, Victor, he also writes papers about it. He's really knowledgeable in machine learning. So from him, the algorithms are coming from. And to get to the point to really show if it's working, where right now you can join our pilot. The transcript is working as it is, and we don't want to reinvent the wheel here. We're already using existing open source solutions to provide us with the transcript. And then on top already can show you important sentences that is ranked. For example, if a time was said, or like specific key points or keywords were named, and then you can already highlight it. And this is right now our, how to say, first pilot.
So the speech to text is not yours. That's not your technology, the speech to text.
Exactly. There are already too many companies that do a real good job out there. We just use that as a base to build on top.
Yeah. So.
Yeah. What languages are you currently considering?
Our first language that we're right now working on is English. Yeah. And as we're located here in Berlin, we're right now, as the next step, having German in our view, but we're then working from, how to say, as the customer needs, from language to language.
All right. Yeah, we should definitely have a follow-up, like what you're doing, increasing quality time at work. That's definitely a good area to address. Thank you.
Thanks.
And I have an additional question. So how many hours do you all spend in meetings every week?
To be honest, not that many. Like I used to have, this is where the problem is coming from. From us and our team, we're actually trying to really have a self-automated work processes in our team. So we actually just have a couple of meetings per week, not that much.
So it's a heartfelt problem that you're solving.
Yeah.
Yeah. Thank you, Tom. Yeah. Okay, so I think now we are finally ready for our online participation, because I was going to say it's now or never. So can we please have Zeptagon, and the founder is Sapuman.
Okay.
Warm welcome.
I hope you guys can hear me. Sorry for the trouble earlier. So there was technical glitches. So I am Dr. Sapuman from a company called Zeptagon. We are based in Colombo, Sri Lanka. So we are today going to pitch a product called Intelligent Production Scheduling. We are a team of 18 engineers based in Colombo, specializing in R&D software development. So let's go directly to the problem. The world moves really fast. So if you are in the manufacturing tech sector, if you are running a factory, it might be the case that one of your competitors are edge ahead or they are eating your market share. It might be a case where like you have an energy issue, energy prices going up, or it might be a case where like your supply chains are blocked, maybe by a ship blocking a canal or due to an unrest in company, or it might be an internal scenario where like one of your machines are breaking, or like there are problems with your machinery, or like you don't have enough labor to run it. So all these problems, like when you are trying to schedule your manufacturing, like if you are running 24/7 a factory, if you are trying to schedule all your production, if you are going to do with a manual driven or semi-automated off-the-shelf software, it's too much of variables for you to deal with. So through our system, we try to give the best real-time decision making. Because of these challenges, because the world is moving really fast, because it's globalized, you cannot do this scheduling alone. So we are going to introduce a best real-time decision-making system when it comes to manufacturing scheduling. So what are we going to do? This is Septagon IPS. So what we are going to do is we are going to introduce data-driven manufacturing to factories. So all your decisions that you are going to make in your factory will be based on key performance indicators, and the decision will be strictly contributing to the KPI. So you might be wondering like how we are going to do it. So I myself, I have a PhD from National University Singapore on data science. Then we have a team of 18 engineers with strong links to academia and other universities around the world in Singapore, Hong Kong, and Sri Lanka. So we have been developing this research-driven optimization algorithm for factories and template-driven optimization. So we plan to publish some of part of our work as well. So we have an AI-driven core that is optimizing the production processes. So this optimization algorithm, or like the AI-driven optimization core, will take a lot of data from the factories. It will collect a lot of data. It will connect all these data, and it will give the best production schedule that you can do. So which will be directly contributing to the KPI. So if you are wondering how we are going to collect data, so if you are running a factory with very old machinery, so we are going to use IoT integrations. These are plug and play IoT integrations which we have sourced from top manufacturers in the world. And in addition, our system is continuously learning. So when we initially start off the system, whatever AI or whatever intelligent your system is, there might be issues. So they are the human users that were used to give commands to the current, like do project management earlier, they can give feedback. So our system will continuously learn from these feedback, and it will be continuously improving. And in addition, we are also trying to bundle up with expert consultants in the initial stage, so that experts like in the data science field can give tailor-made consultations by observing the data. In addition, if you are going to use Septagon IPS, you don't have to throw your existing system. So if you have your HR system, if you have your ERP system, we provide the connectivity approach as well. So how are we going to do it? So it's all data-driven decision making. So our ultimate target is to reduce the cost and increase operational efficiency. So for example, if you are going to do order scheduling, like if you get a new order to your factory, through our system, it will analyze the deadline, and it will analyze the raw material availability, labor availability, and all that. And based on that, it will do the most optimum production schedule. In addition, things like rush orders, maintenance scheduling, anomaly detection on data, detailed reports audit, intelligent alerts, all that is bundling. So we were not just developing this over the past 2 years. We were running it on a pilot customer. It's a huge manufacturing facility, manufacturing cables with multiple factories in Asia, Africa, and Oceania. So based on our pilot implementation, we have found that our system has been able to save up to 17% on labor, like if unnecessary labor overhead, as well as we have been able to increase 6% of the manufacturing output, as well as we have used predictive maintenance in the system, where we were able to stop 75% of the machine breakdowns. So that's it from on my side. So if you need additional information, this is our website, or you can reach me out over our email address. Thank you. Any questions?
Yes. Questions? Yeah. Oh, can you?
Can you just walk us through the cost-benefit analysis? Because you said it was like 17% cost saving, 6% marginal revenue. These numbers seem small to me, right? So if they have to pay for your product, what does that save them in the end?
Means like if you have 100 employees, you can do it with 83 people. So that's a great saving. And in addition, 6% output increase is we haven't rolled out the complete system. It's a very massive increase for the factory, because they were running 24/7, and if they want to marginally increase their factory, they had to build another factory. Without doing that, they optimized their systems using the data, and they achieved that 6% rate. So these factories manufacturing around 6 billion in local terms, the revenue. So 6% of that is a large amount. As well as machine breakdown, 75% allowing means like every 4 times it used to break, we have been able to stop it breaking 3 times. So that's also a great achievement in our system.
Thank you.
Did I answer your question?
Yes, thank you.
So thank you very much for your pitch and lovely voice. And now we have a lot to digest, and we have a plan for you. So while our judges take around 15 minutes to judge, we are going to give you a talk that leads you to the future. But please be seated, because at the end there are some very important closing remarks. The winners are going to be announced. We are going to have the traditional, customary AsiaBerlin community photo here on stage, and we really want all of you on that. So without further ado, absolute pleasure to welcome our very own Upen Barve, also an AsiaBerlin ambassador and Vice President Future Hub at SAP, who's going to lead us to the future. Big one.
Hey, everybody. Hi. Thank you. Can you hear me? Oh, that's great. Before we begin, let's do one difficult thing. It's called trying to see if the slides are working. Okay, good. How are you doing, everybody? Good? Tired, a lot of things to digest, whole day, great startups, great pitches, right? And then we thought we should do like a small countdown together, almost like a meditation, to just sink in, understand all this information that we have already heard today. So do this with me, okay? You ready? And the sound? Okay. Land in here. Good. Now, welcome again. My name is Upen Barve, and I'm from the New Ventures and Technologies, where at Future Hub I lead engagements. I want to share a few arts and crafts together with you, because all what we saw today leads us into this amazing future, right? And future, we all should be worried about future, because it basically is the moment from now on. So you, me, your cats, dogs, everybody are going to live in the future. So let's better have a good plan about it. Now, last 25 years of AsiaBerlin, it's been really, really fantastic. And I believe we are ready today to set up the next 25 years, right? And it's a great partnership together with SAP. We just turned 50. And I always joke, we were a startup 50 years ago when the word startup did not actually exist, when 5 people jumped out of the big blue and started this company. And it was very unique ecosystem, the travel that happened during that time, right? If you told somebody at that time when we were building business systems for 77% of world's transaction revenue that you can actually call somebody from the phone and track your shipments, come on, they would say you're watching too many science fiction movies. But that's what we did. That's all of us, the humans. We converted that science fiction into science facts, or even business facts. Some of those you can check in this book here, which is for SAP at 50. Me and my team, we have actually written a chapter on the future, because we're worried about what is next
50 years going to look like, or the next decade? And we all should be asking that question. Or maybe even more profound question like this. The question obviously is, what's the future? Take this with you, because never in the human history has the present been so temporary, right? Your success of today can become very, very good legacy, but at the same time, you start in a completely new normal tomorrow. It's the transformation that is not done. And that's why we say future looks a little bit, it feels a little bit like this. It's an action sport, right? It feels somehow always very, very wrong until you get it right, right? And that's why there's one simple thing, I believe you will agree with me. You cannot predict the future, but you can plan for it. You can prepare for it. And preparation, how do we do it? I want to share a couple of methods on how we can prepare for these amazing futures. First one, and it's a method, say it. Why are you relevant 10 years from now? And to whom? If we can't answer that question, we probably will not be relevant. And being there and not being relevant, you know how bad that is. So why are you relevant 10 years from now, and for whom? What ecosystem are we talking about here? And there is one technique on how you can actually answer this question pretty nicely. That's something called imagination, which we all have. We use a lot of it during our childhood, and we stop using that when we get employed. No, imagination actually is a business activity, because it is with imagination that you get actually the power of shaping. If you can tell it, you can show it, you can shape it, right? Like this is a future outlook. Based on all the available data, I know a lot of data scientists and stuff, worrying about data. This is basically a possible. Futures can be rough. It can look rough. It can feel bad. This data is what with given the climate change, the water. This is London submerged underwater. It's a possibility. It's a future possibility, right? But as humans, when we want to be more sustainable, right? When we look at from a sustainable planet, people perspective, our purpose guides us into these three things becomes a new profit. So in that case, what do? So wait a second, let's put the deep tech, the data, and the basic humanity that we have together, and then we can imagine a future like that, based on the similar data. This is a prototype of a floating city, by the way, right? Forming new ecosystems. You can see many connected ecosystems, many innovations over there. Because there will always be multiple future pathways. Future is emergent in many unexpected ways. And these multiple pathways, how do you choose one? If you don't imagine, if you don't create, if you don't try to understand, we cannot choose one or the other or a combination. So, and one way to do that is something like this. This is a future articulation. It's a prototype from our friends, in the movie business and NASA. What this basically says, okay, we want to live in the space, we want to have 7-Elevens, we can play some games, and we might have some vegetation. Wait a second, Upan, are you crazy? Then you show this. You say, I know. I'm an architecture company, or I'm a data scientist. I know how I can contribute to make that potential future possible, right? And that's how we can drive. That's one of the techniques, articulate the future. And why do we need to do that? Because many often, now innovation is everywhere. Let's understand, there's a 3-horizon model. The first horizon is continuous innovation. You have a product, you have a service, it's in market, you're continuously innovating it, all good. If you forecast a little bit, there's a second horizon where we call it adjacent innovation. That's where you can say I'm adding a new market, moving from Germany into Asia or so. But future is faster than you think. So look at the timeline again. There is a third horizon. That's where you do something fundamentally new. That's where you lead with your thought leadership, because you don't have a product. If you forecast from this horizon, at the most you're landing into the second. And that's the challenge of thinking and acting across 3 horizons. You need to be able to backcast, and that's the technique that we use. You backcast from the third horizon, and then you try to match your resources and your budgets and everything from the first into second. These arrows look really good at the moment. They're actually a little bit skewed, but that's us. That's our dootopia, as we say. Different KPIs apply, but the trick is to think and act across all the three horizons at the same time. And in order to do that, we need to fundamentally change the way the organizations are structured today or have been operating today. We need to move away from this very controlled plan hierarchies, which don't have much transparency, to really empower teams who can drive that experimentation, bring on partnerships at the right time. And thereby you have an empowered network of employees rather than a team or structure. And speaking of that, then it's the skills. Now we're talking about the talent wars, we're talking about the skills. We know that 25% of the existing skill workforce needs to be retrained, right? And that's a very large number when you look at big corporates. It's a very, very large number, or even the government. So what are those new skills? How can we bring even those new skills? We work with World Economic Forum to understand, look at this now, the indication of creators' economy. What you need here is creativity, originality, and initiative taking. Which university teaches that in their bachelor's or master's degrees, right? How do we enable our employees, your future employees from the startups? But take a look, because this is a yearly report that comes through. Now I want to tell you something very funny about learning itself, about individual. You got to take care of yourself, right? Yes, so new skills, new micro skills will come. But we were very used to this three-staged approach of life, right? You learn, get prepared to be in the labor market, learn a little bit more while you work. No one really takes things off your plate, right? And then at some point of your dream to retire. Now this is all three-stage approach towards life. The new one, however, yes, welcome, it requires a very new skill. So Rainer, there is no retiring, right? This is going to be a continuous emergence of. However, we need to onboard a new skill. The new skill is called unlearning and relearning. We need to learn to unlearn and then relearn so that we're more effective on this continuous new cycle. So keep in mind, this will give you an aha moment. I talked about partnerships a little bit. We are heading towards an economy of abundance. There will be more and more choice created every single day. So how do you partner? I like to say we are moving away from competition and moving into era of completion. This is an example where Under Armour, everybody in the market said, oh, they're just eating a little bit of revenue from, Nike or Adidas or so. Or they're going crazy because they're connecting 200 million T-shirts. What they did, effectively, teaming up with Richard Branson on Virgin Galactic Stream, these guys became the first producers of commercial spacesuits. Yes, that's what you're going to use in your next space travel, your next vacation coming soon. What can we think about these partnerships that might even happen here tonight? I liked what you said, right? All these founders, you need to talk to each other because there is something there. With Sabyasachi and H&M, a designer from India. But there are many more opportunities that probably AsiaBerlin can bring. Because in the end, it's the people who make those partnerships, right? And represent and take the brands forward. What can we bring? What is unique in Berlin? What is unique in Asia? It's the culture. It's the ability of thinking a little bit beyond. How can we foster with this bridge on the second horizon, as I said? Because in the end, this is really about, it's about people. I know some of you are wondering how many of those are bots. Or, are they real? I don't know. What do you think? Which one can you spot? Some of them are digital avatars, right? That's possible, but it's still people. Now, when you think of people, there is something unique. These are two products. All the product managers here, okay? These are being used for the purpose they have not been built, right? So they look at that lady, she goes, my favorite is that one. You see the wagging tail, that's your CSAT, that's your customer satisfaction index. The guy is actually paying, right? So we have to think a little bit beyond. So my urge to all the product managers, it's not a person or role or function. we have to evolve when we think about the users. It is an individual. So every effort that we all do as startups, as corporates, how can we focus it based on this individual? Especially now, I like it very much from Japan, the Society 5.0, that's very human-centric. You see the evolution of 5G towards 6G. 5G was very industrial, or is still, we're trying to get there. But 6G by design will be very, very individual. And I want to share with you the vision, the long-term vision of SAP that we made that's exactly based on this. It's not about the ERP, it's about how the machine intelligence and human ingenuity can foster together in an empathic symbiosis. It's very, let me show you an example, one evidence from the future about this vision of ours. Meet Taylor and Gaia, obviously, Taylor, because all information is tailor-made for her, so you get it, pun intended. Right, so think about it, and
Gaia,
let's give a listen.
I want to build an exceptionally high-performing team for our new project. Who do we have as our potentials?
Based on the success criteria of assembling past teams, I found outstanding candidates from our network. I can run a project simulation and see how this team would perform together. Do they need to be on our direct payroll only?
Not necessarily. Thanks, Gaia.
Gaia can match overall team needs with individuals' work experience, skills, and social traits to ensure the right candidates to emerge. This is due to the real-time and contextual analysis capabilities. It's a pretty advanced and quite handy and cool intelligence from the future.
Just a friendly reminder, Taylor. I can also find optimal contracts with them.
Absolutely, thank you. Please also include options for fiat and digital currency payments. Meanwhile, I'll work on the ocean cleanup project, which is time sensitive.
On it.
You see, you get it. Ocean Cleanup Project, right? That's what she stands for. That's what drives her. So our vision has got 4 pillars in which we can bring things to the life. First, what you saw was about me, my individual augmentation. If it was someone else, it would have been a different type of conversation, right? The second one, when we can do it for the individuals, augment an individual, we can augment a corporate strategy, strategic functions. The third pillar is about moving from automation to really autonomous operations and how we can enable those new futures when it comes to autonomous operations. Now, when you can do autonomous operations in your company boundaries, you can move to the next level and think about self-organizing business networks that we all can enable, maybe ecosystem as a service. Now, what this gives you is a unique ability of managing and being an ambidextrous organization where you can exploit and you can explore at the same time. We're hearing many messages. We're getting stuck in the now. No, you need to have systems that will help. You have to design them, your organization that will allow you to explore and exploit at the same time. Because in the end, if you talk to somebody in banking or so, what is the opposite of stability? Instability, chaos, yeah, first thing that comes to your mind. Yeah, and absolutely many people hate it, right? People don't like instability, don't like chaos because you cannot manage chaos. But think about it a little bit. It's actually an emergence. The opposite of stability is emergence, and we need to think from an emergence standpoint. How can we evolve together? Make sure that we plan for that change, for that disruption that's coming, because future is emergent. And I believe, like me, I'm a fusionist. I believe all of you are fusionists as well. You can actually conduct together. You can orchestrate together for that future that we want to build. And I just want to surprise you with one thing before I leave. Oh, this is beautiful, no? That volume can go a little bit up. Maybe you can tell me who's the composer or the music lovers here? Anyone? Well, by now you know me, it's obviously AI. It's Iva, Genesis, and I chose this because today we're not closing at day 2, it's about something that we are starting. Genesis, it's something that we are starting now. So We have the power, we have the tools, we have the imagination. We know how we can manage the change. We know how we can manage the users and how we can manage that, drive that transformation. We know how to think and act across the three horizons at the same time. And if you really decide to build that, there is no stopping us really. So let me read this to you. You're a ghost driving a meat-coated skeleton made from the stardust, riding a rock hurtling through the space. So fear nothing. Only then you can map, build, and inspire the future that we all want to live in. Thank you very much. Thank you. Over to you.
Thank you, Open. I think our future looks bright according to your slides, and lovely visuals, by the way. So we have a few minutes for questions. So anybody could just raise a hand. I have a
Or
question.
suggestions. You do? Yeah. Thanks.
So how can we really feel, what can we do to be ready for the future? I mean, it's, of course, what are some actionable things? You spoke about a lot of things, creating, unlearning, but what is it that I can start doing tomorrow so that I'm ready for the future?
Build that place in your mind where you want to go. Tell everybody about that place, because then going to that place becomes a lot easier and things will fall in place. But have a plan, have an idea. Okay, that's where we should be in, and choose any timeline that you want, 5 years from now, 10 years from now. But what you cannot do is, now that I have, don't think incremental, backcast from there. If that was your 10th step, what should be your second and third be? First you've already taken.
Yeah, okay. Thank you very much. That's indeed
Thank
an
you,
actionable
everybody.
advice. So I am I just cannot wait for our startup winners. So we have our jury back in the room, Siddharth and Miguel. Siddharth we have. Okay, here you are. Okay, so now I would love to invite our jury and also Upain probably back on stage to announce the winner. And then I'm going to announce the prize of the winner.
All right.
All yours.
Am I just saying a name, or am I giving a speech, or what am I doing?
Yes, you're saying a name and you're saying why you chose this
Okay,
startup.
all right. All right. So it wasn't an easy decision. Let's start off there. It was a proper debate outside that we had. We couldn't really decide. Yeah, in the end, we came to a conclusion. And the winner of the startup pitching event today is DocVox.
Okay, test. Thank you very much. I didn't expect it at all.
Because of your statistic, right?
Yeah, exactly.
You still have to make sure that really is true.
2.5%, yeah. I know a few more people than that who can multitask. But well done.
Well, congratulations. I want to
Thank you
say
very much.
to the other startups that I guess for us in our decision-making process, we went through the normal flow of how investors decide. So starting off with the product, thinking about, what is the problem that you're actually solving? Is that a real problem as a starting point? And then we think about the business model. Does that business model make sense? How scalable is that, right? How fast can that grow? And then we think about, what is the upside, really, right? How big can this be? And then once you're there, how defensible is it? So in the process of making a decision, who won today, each of the other startups had some major gaps there that we couldn't answer for ourselves. And we're happy to talk to you later when we're done, if you have questions, what's specifically slacking. And I mean, we'll talk to you as well later. I mean, there's also some parts that need some work, but generally we came to the conclusion that your pitch, or at least your presentation, had the least gaps. So congratulations.
Thank you very much.
Would you like to know your prize?
Yes.
Okay, so you get a straight entry into the prestigious, amazing AsiaBerlin delegation trip happening to Singapore and Indonesia. That's 24th to 31st October.
Wow.
Welcome,
Thank you very
welcome
much.
aboard.
But applications are also open for all startups to apply for this delegation trip. You will meet ecosystem players, leading players in the corporate, public policy side, and information is on our website. And of course, you can reach out to our team for any questions on that.
You don't need to apply.
Yeah, you get a straight entry. So can we have one photograph together, and then we'll invite all the startups.
Yeah.
And now, please stay. And now can we have all the startups that pitched for a group photograph? You all were amazing. It takes courage to come on stage and pitch.
You're the stars. Yeah, okay. Then I'll come like that. That should be good. Come here. Good stuff.
Yeah, yes, everything. Yes, it's in the.
Thank you. Congratulations. Hey, we have.
We are not finished. Okay, please stay in the room, everybody. Yes, we will have enough time to network. AsiaBerlin Summit is not over yet. So soon going to, I think my colleagues are outside inviting people for the group photo that we will have here. But before that, as I already said, the AsiaBerlin Summit is not over. We will be here tomorrow starting 9 a.m. for Embassy Day and Investors Day, and then numerous satellite events that we are having during the end of the week. And as a thank you, and also like heartfelt thank you for everybody who attended the 2 days. And now we are going to have the customary photo that we always have with all AsiaBerliners who stay till this time. And let's have everybody on the stage, please, for a group photograph. Everybody. Which prize?
I mean, for us.
For you, love.
Wow. Priceless.
Excuse me, the AsiaBerlin ambassador, the Senate, Impact, and the AsiaBerlin Forum, please come to the stage. This is the 25 celebration. Could be nice if you can have a photo. So AsiaBerlin ambassador, the Senate, Impact, and AsiaBerlin Forum. Svantia, where are you? Valeria, can you look for Svantia? Where's Avia? Avia. He's here.
You know who made it. You know who made it. You know who made it.